for many years and was the president of REBAP LMP, Las Piñas Muntinlupa Parañaque chapter for 2021 and 2022. Currently, she is REBAP's national auditor, no other than Cherry V. Saldua Castillo.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, VP Emily, for that very kind introduction. So I'm here today to give you our welcome remarks. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to our CPD today, sponsored by REBAP LMP and REBAP Davao. So before we start, I would like to thank our hardworking members of the LMP CPD team, namely VP External Emily Nugid, our VP MIS Denise Adriano, our trustee Richard Uy, of course, our trustee Bea Indonto, and of course, our president, Dr. Cherry Indonto. I would also like to thank our team from REBAP Davao, led by President John Baquero, and of course, our team from the National, led by our VP External, Ms. Cora Cabog, and of course, Isis, the head of the very hardworking head of the Education Committee, and Karen Madlambayan. So, wait lang. Na-lost ako, ha? So, of course, thank you to our dear participants for spending your precious time with us this morning to learn. So today, we are truly blessed to be learning from one of the best resource speakers on the topic how to safely purchase real estate properties registered under deceased individuals. So he will be introduced later, but I'm very, very proud to have with us this morning someone who is not just a real estate broker, he's also a lawyer and a chartered trust and estate planner. So you can't get any better than so. This topic and the subtopics are very timely because kakapasa lang po ng latest and I believe it will be the last estate tax amnesty extension. And just a few days ago, so fresh na fresh, we will be the first to discuss the IRR for the latest estate tax amnesty extension. So we all know that there are many, many properties that are registered under the names of deceased individuals. So this is very important to us whether we will be buying these properties or selling or doing documentation work, or we have inherited some properties from our ancestors. So sit back and relax, and we promise you that the time you will spend today will be worth your while. Happy learning and God bless us all.
Thank you. IPP Attorney Cherry Castillo. Ayan, siya si Bea. Hello.
Thank you, Attorney Cherry, for welcoming everyone in this very bright and sunny Thursday morning. So, yes, VP Emily.
Let's not wait the participants na.
Okay. Let me introduce our speaker for the day. Now, with extensive expertise in law, in real estate law, he's the managing partner of Perez, Valencia, and Perez Law Firm, specializing in succession, property, real estate development, and more. His blog and primer on Republic Act number 9904 are vital resources in the ever-changing real estate landscape. Making his insight is undeniably relevant. As managing director of Realtourney, the real estate planning consultancy, he provides crucial services, including legal due diligence and title transfer. With over 2 decades of experience in contract negotiations and arbitration, Attorney Perez's guidance remains exceptionally pertinent. His commitment to continuing education, including Chartered Trust Estate Planner, CTEP, and certifications in real estate investing and family wealth planning underscores the importance of staying relevant in today's market. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like for you all to meet Attorney Ernesto C. Perez II, CTEP, our speaker for today. Good morning,
Good morning.
Attorney.
Good morning po sa inyo
attorney.
lahat.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning po. Maraming salamat sa introduction at it is 9:17 and I am supposed to deliver a lecture for about 3 hours pero hindi ko lang kung pwede ako mag-extend. So we have 114,000 slides for this morning. So if I may, I will dispense of saying hi to everyone. Pasensya na po yung protocol. But syempre, I would like to, at least ano man lang, makaisa naman lang ako, my dear good friend, Attorney Cherry Castillo. Ma'am, maraming salamat po sa pag-invite sa akin. At habang nagsasalita ako, dapat, di ba, nag-share ko na yung slides ko. Hindi po, kasi sa totoo lang, this ano po, the entire title is actually a 5-hour lecture. Kasi kinumbine po namin yung succession, law on succession, saka yung train law. Train law itself is it could be a 2 or 3 hour topic, especially with the extension of the estate tax amnesty. Pero be that as it may, no sasanay sa akin, I will be talking fast. Hindi naman po kasing bilis ni Flash, pero I will be talking really fast kasi nga po madami pong I try my best to take out a lot of things, pero you will have access dito sa notes na to, so hindi ko rin naman masisi ang sarili ko na iwan yung mga mahalagang bagay. Okay? So as you know, if you've heard me talk, I always start with the objectives. Okay? So you will know, the participants will know where I will bring you in this journey for the next 3 hours. Pero I will try my best to end at around 12 o'clock kasi baka gutom na yung mga tao. Alright? So number 1, the participants will be reintroduced, okay, to the salient provisions on the law on estate, intestate succession of the new Civil Code of the Philippines, which affects real estate transactions. So pahapyaw lang po yan. Alam niyo na to because this is only a review. The participants will also relearn and understand the different ways to settle the estate of a deceased person. And finally, you will learn today as the participants some Supreme Court decisions that tackle the issue surrounding intestacy and extrajudicial settlement of estate. Okay? Attorney, ba't wala po yung estate, wala po yung estate tax amnesty? Hindi ko kulang na ho ang space, pasensya na. Pero we will discuss at siguro po the last portion, mga around 5 slides. We will be discussing the estate tax amnesty hindi naman in coordination as an amendment to the train law. So today, as you know, sabi nga ni Attorney Cherry, pag-usapan po natin ay ang kamatayan. Okay? So sabi nga ni Ben Franklin, in this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. So pareho kung those two topics we will discuss today, yung death, saka po yung taxes that we pay as a consequence of transferring the properties of deceased individuals. So ang question today, can you sell outright the real properties of deceased after his death? Pwede nyo po bang ibenta outright yung properties ng isang patay na tao? So syempre, alam na natin ang sagot niyan, hindi ko natatanungin sa inyo kasi alam ko naman this is a review. So syempre, alam nyo, hindi po pwede yan. Ayaw. Yeah. So we cannot do that outright because the right to succession are transmitted from the moment of the death of the decedent. Okay? So sa huling hininga, automatically lahat po ng heredero ay tagapagmana na at may karapatan na doon sa naiwang estate. So therefore, upon death, it is the estate of the decedent which owns the properties of the decedent. Now, if you're asking a CTEP professional like me, of course, it is most advantageous to estate owners, okay, yung mga nakapag-accumulate na po ng maraming properties to have a certain plan. Ang tawag po dun estate plan prior to their demise so that hindi ho magkakagulo-gulo ang mga heredero. So how can you legally sell the properties of a dead person? So yan po ang papag-usapan natin ngayon. At hopefully we can break down all of the transactions that you may think of. And if you have questions, pakilagay po sa Q&A. Excuse me. So, konting definition lang po, pangkalahatang kaalaman. So, let's define what an estate is. It refers to the totality of the assets owned by a person, which includes both real and personal properties. So, when we talk about estate, kasama po dyan ang lahat ng properties, both real and personal. Kasama po sa personal properties, if you are a singer-songwriter, a poet, lahat po ng intellectual creations nyo, ang tawag po na intellectual property nyo. And therefore, may halaga po yun. So kasama rin po yun sa estate. Apart from the fact na may mga lupa, alam na natin yan, jewelry, expensive paintings, antiques, coin collection, stamp collection, etc., etc. Okay? Now, ang problema, under the new Civil Code of the Philippines, wala pong definition ng estate. However, Section 776 as well as Section 781 ng Civil Code natin defined what is an inheritance. Okay? So tingnan po natin yan. Ang sabi ng 776, inheritance includes all properties, rights, and obligations of a person which are not extinguished by death. Okay? So meron pong pag sinabi nating obligations, yun po yung mga utang. So may mga utang po na hindi po nawawala kahit namatay na po yung umutang. And number 2791, ayaw gumalaw. Okay, sorry, 781. The inheritance of a person includes not only properties and the transmissible rights and obligations existing at the time of his death, but also those which have accrued thereto since the opening of the succession. So ano ibig sabihin ng last phrase na yon? Ibig sabihin po nun is kapag meron, if you are a content creator, a musician, ano pa ba? Basta someone who creates yung mga intellectual properties niya, may royalties po yun. So kapag namatay na po kayo, and for example, singer-songwriter kayo, nag-isip ako iniisip ko kasi Amerikano dapat Pilipino. For example, may isang Pilipino na singer-songwriter, namatay po siya, tapos supposedly kada patugtog ng kanta niya kailangan kumikita siya ng royalties. Okay? So if that artist dies, okay, passes away, definitely yung pong yung pong mga kita ng kanyang kanta o yung kita sa librong ginawa ng isang author, it redounds to the benefit of the estate. Okay? Sumasama po yon sa estate. O isinasama pala yon sa estate. Kaya po those which have accrued since the opening of the succession, meaning since the death of the decedent. So therefore, we can say estate and inheritance mean one and the same thing in the Philippine legal setting. Okay? So pag tinanong kayo, ano ba yung ibig sabihin ng estate? Edi, kunin nyo na lang po yung definition ng inheritance. So lahat po ng ari-arian nyo noong kayo ay nabubuhay, pati ho yung mga obligasyon nyo, yun po ay kasama sa estate. So pag-usapan naman natin kung ano yung succession. Okay? So under the Philippine legal system, it is a mode of acquiring ownership. Okay? Mode of acquisition po ang succession. One of the 7 yata. If I'm not mistaken, 7 modes of acquisition. Modes of acquisition, sorry. So by virtue of which the property rights and obligations to the extent of the value of the inheritance of a person are transmitted through the death to one and to another or others either by his will or by operation of law. So take note of the words will and operation of law. So pag namatay po kayo, may will kayo, therefore iba po ang settlement of estate proceedings ninyo. If you die without a will, then iba rin po ang settlement of estate ninyo. You could go to court or you could go extrajudicially. Okay? Excuse me. What? This transmission necessitates the settlement or administration of the estate in the following manner. So kapag kayo po ay namatay, paano po ibibigay yung iyong ari-arian papunta sa iyong mga naiwang heredero? Okay? Number 1 is judicial. Of course, number 2 is extrajudicial. Succession may be testamentary, okay, and yes, legal or intestate. So like I said, if you die with a will, that's testamentary succession. If you died without a will, then that is intestate succession. Pero pwede rin naman na namatay ka, may will. Ang problema lang, hindi mo sinunod yung mga mahihigpit na panuntunan sa paggawa ng isang will, last will and testament, then your testamentary succession may be mixed. Okay? So, pwedeng may mga portions lang doon na tatanggalin kasi hindi po siya sang-ayon sa sinasabi ng batas. Particularly, let's say, nagkulang kayo sa pagbibigay ng legitim sa isang heredero. So, may invalidate po yung mga inyong mga dispositions, testamentary dispositions, at magiging legal or intestate susundin na mga provisions. Okay? So, more on that in a little while. Intestate and testamentary succession, both with respect to the order of succession, excuse me, and to the amount of successional rights and to the intrinsic validity of testamentary provisions shall be regulated by the national law of the person whose succession is under consideration, whatever may be the nature of the property and regardless of the country where the said property may be found. So bakit ko sinabi sa inyo yan? Because this entails a dissident who had died in a previous, who died a Filipino, but died in the United States or in any foreign country. And similarly, if a foreigner dies here in the Philippines at may mga property siya, ano ang susundin ninyong rules and regulations? So sabi dito, whether may will or meron siyang any other testamentary disposition in accordance with this national laws. So yung order of succession pa rin niya ang mananaig. So let's say German, namatay siya tapos sa Germany ang example lang to, hindi ko sure kung totoo hindi. Let's say sa Germany ang asawa ay 1/5 lang ang dapat ibigay by law. So yun ang susundin. Okay? Or sa pag-order of succession, ang unang pamamalahan ay yung asawa, hindi yung mga anak. So that's the order of succession. So yung amount of successional rights, yung sinabi mo kanina, 20% lang. And intrinsic validity ng mga testamentary provisions is yung mga legalities. Okay? So just remember na kapag namatay ang isang foreigner dito sa Philippines, ang national law niya ang mananaig. Attorney, paano po kung dual citizen? Ayan, very good question. So kung dual citizen siya at may iniwan siyang, for example, Filipino and US citizen, may iniwan po siyang will dito. So depende po yun kung anong choice noong executor o saka yung mga heirs. Okay? Ito po, actual case ko, namatay po yung dual citizen, US citizen as well as an American. Sa kanyang testamentary disposition, dinisinherit niya ang kaisa-isang anak niya rito na illegitimate dahil may attempt sa life daw niya, etc. Tapos iniwan niya lahat yun sa asawa niya, sa legal wife niya, who is also a dual citizen. Now, the problem is yung disinheritance niya, kailangan pa ng matinding interpretation. Okay? Kasi hindi niya talaga sinabi. Okay? Na there was a direct attempt on her life, basta sinabi malupit lang daw, etc. So, ang tanong sa akin, so attorney, saan sa kami mo file? So, sabi ko sa kanya, depende. You could do it here because Filipino, naman siya? Filipino-American siya. May passport po siya. Or you can do it abroad. Okay? So, depende po yan. I think ang sinabi ko sa kanila is, ma'am, dito po sa Pilipinas, ang problema po dyan, baka matagal. Now, in the United States, it takes about 12 to 18 months for a probate proceedings as someone told me from the US, ganun po katagal, 18 months. So sabi ko baka doon na lang po madali at mas mainam na mag-file kayo ng probate proceedings. Okay? So yun po, tandaan nyo ha. And there are several Supreme Court decisions that tackle this topic. Siyempre hindi ko na sasabihin sa inyo kasi it's more on the legal side. Okay? So let's just focus on how to sell a property of a deceased person. So elements of succession, kailangan siyempre namatay ang isang hindi ko nasasabing mayaman na, basta may namatay na property owner. Okay? Tapos siyempre sa inheritance dapat may mga property siya na ibibigay o ipapasa sa kanyang mga heredero. Of course, the successors may be number 1 heirs or devices or legatee. Devices and legatees are those third persons who are given a some property from the decedent. Okay? So pag devicee ang tawag, pag nakatanggap ka ng pag nakatanggap ka ng real property, devicee yung tawag sa iyo. Pag nakatanggap ka ng personal property, legatee yata. But now I'm having second thoughts. So pareho, it's either pasensya na kayo kung nabaliktad ko. Puyat lang po at kulang sa tulog. Nanood kami kagabi ng anak ko ng Hamilton. Okay? So kung gusto niyo manood ng Hamilton, it's a very good musical. Very very nice. Thought-provoking din. So kailangan may acceptance sa succession kasi magpapamana ka naman pero ayaw naman tanggapin yung pinamanahan mo, then walang succession. Okay? So yung non-repudiation by the successor of the successional rights. Okay? So yun yung sinasabi ko. Kung ayaw yung tanggapin, edi walang tagapagmana. So kung walang tagapagmana, alam nyo na kung sino ang magmamana kung walang tagapagmana. Pero in my practice, I've been a lawyer for 23 years. I've never seen an heir or heirs na nag-waive na kanilang rights, na hindi nila pinursue yung settlement of the estate kahit malayong sila, mga apo, etc. Okay? At kahit nasa ibang bansa na sila. There's always 1 or 2 heirs who would want to succeed and want to take hold of the properties from their ascendants. Okay, note, the rights to the succession vest and are transmitted from the moment of the death of the decedent. So, tandaan niyo po yun. Kasi po, meron pong, kaya ko pa ulit-ulitin yan, kasi meron pong mga heredero na feeling nila sila ipamamanahan. So, yung mga tawag ko po dun, assuming, kaya palagi sinasabi ko, huwag kayong assuming. Buhay pang nanay-tatay nyo, akala nyo, heredero na kayo. So, think of it this way. Ang mayaman ng nanay-tatay nyo, hindi kayo. Okay? So, kung pamanahan kayo o hindi, depende po sa kanila yan. So, totoo yun, attorney, di ba may legitim ako? May legitim kayo kung may matitira. Eh kung galit sa inyo ang nanay-tatay nyo, think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Kung galit sa inyo ang mga magulang, at sabi nila, alam mo, wag na natin pamalahan itong mga anak natin. So, ano gagawin nila? Niliquidate nila assets nila at nag-travel sila around the world. Okay? So, pagdating nila dito, bahay na lang ang natitira sa kanila at binenta nila, umupa na lang sila ng isang maliit na bahay. May magagawa ba kayo? Wala po. Okay? Wala kayong magagawa. Talaga, attorney? Bakit? Kasi hindi nyo naman pera yun. Pera yun naman. Pera yun ng mga magulang. Okay? Assuming lang kayo na pamamalahan kayo. Okay? So please do not assume na pamamalahan kayo. Okay? Be the best daughter, son that you can be. Without thinking of anything in return for treating your parents well. Okay? So I hope you understand that. At sabihin nyo rin sa mga kliyente nyo ganyan. Okay? Buhay pang nanay tatay nila, gusto nilang ibenta yung bahay. Diba? Parang, ano ko ba? Diba? So Sa judicial settlement of estate, ito pahapyaw lang kasi these are all legal matters. But like I said, it is something na nilagay ko rito para pwede nyo reviewin. Okay? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean kapag i-review nyo siya, then you can dispense legal advice. Okay? Kasi nabasa ko sa notes ni attorney, ganun, etc. Okay? So that's for your own personal knowledge. Do not, pag tinanong kayo at medyo komplikado, sabihin nyo lang doon sa mga heredero na please consult a lawyer for this transaction. Okay? Kung wala kayong kilala, then mag-recommend kayo as a real estate broker. Okay? Pero sabihin niyo sa kanila, pero wag niyo sasabihin sa kanila na hindi kasi ito yan ganito ganito ang proseso niyan. Okay? If you are not a lawyer, please do not say that. Okay? So in the United States, it is one of the legal ethics of the National Association of Realtors that says that realtors should prevent themselves from dispensing legal advice if they are not lawyers. Okay? And they should, as a practice, as a standard of practice, recommend that legal advice be sought from a professional, meaning a lawyer po. Okay? So there are three modes of settlement of estate in nadadaan po sa korte. Number one is probate or allowance of a will. That is kung mayroong kang will. Sabi naman dyan. Now, if it's a petition for letters of administration, most likely yan po ay walang will. Okay? Or meron pong will pero disputed yung will. So mag-aaway-away sila. So pag disputed yung will, yung executor ang magfa-file niyan, pero may mga oppositions na mangyayari, so mag-a-appoint po ang ating court ng administrator, not necessarily yung executor. Okay? Now, in the matter of the intestate estate of the deceased, pwede po yan i-file also kung talagang wala pong will. So, attorney, anong diferensya niyan doon sa petition for letters of administration? Basically, wala po. Nasa nomenclature lang yan at nasa allegations. Okay? So, kung allegation nyo may will pero disputed siya, bigla lang dumating, pwede at yung mismong executor ay duda na tunay yung will at natataka siya bakit siya ang pinangalan dun as executor ng will, pwede niya pong i-file yung petition for letters of administration. So obviously, in the matter of the intestate estate of the deceased, wala po talagang will. So meron po tayo under Rule 74, yung summary settlement of estate of small value. So kung di ako po nakakamali, ang small value niyan ay 20,000 pesos. Okay, so nasabi ko na po yan sa isang justice na kakilala ko. Sabi ko, Justice, baka naman pwede baguhin nyo na yung hindi naman sinabi ko baguhin. I-update nyo lang yung rules of court regarding yung summary settlement of estate. Kasi baka naman mas mapabilis kung dadaan sa korte. Ang kailangan lang po itaas yung value. Okay? Siguro pwede nang sabihin na small value kung ang estate mo ay about 2 to 3 million pesos. Okay? Next. Meron pa pala. Hindi. Ang S-cheat po kasi, syempre alam niyo yan, kung walang heredero talaga, the government can be an heir to the properties of a private person by filing a petition or a complaint for S-cheat. Mamaya I will discuss that. Pahapiyo lang po. Action for partition of estate. Okay, so anong difference po nito doon sa first two, yung probate at saka po yung intestate estate. Now, mamaya po makikita nyo na meron pong Supreme Court decision na nagsasabi na hindi naman kailangan dumaan yan sa judicial mode of settling the estate. Pwedeng diretso na sa action for partition. Kasi po, bakit? Lahat po kayo, pag namatay po ang inyong ninuno o yung inyong ascendant, lahat po ng descendants na heredero, you become co-owners po. Okay? And therefore, if you are co-owner, then under the laws on co-ownership, then you may want to end the co-ownership kaagad. And how do you end that? You file an action for partition of estate. So ang venue po niyan ng mga judicial proceedings na ito ay yung sa trial court of the city or province where the person who died is a resident of. Number 2, syempre may estate siya. Okay? Whether or not ang estate, ang mga properties niya ay nandito sa Philippines or nasa US or in some other countries. And ang filing po nyo, depende po sa gross estate. Okay? So kung more than 2 million po ang value ng gross estate, then dapat po yan ay ipafile nyo sa municipal trial court, municipal circuit trial court, or metropolitan trial court. Isa lang po yun, first level courts. At RTC po kung more than 2 million. So sa probate po, pakitandaan, no will shall pass either real or personal property unless it was proved and allowed in accordance with the rules of court. So that's section 838 ng New Civil Code of the Philippines. And also it's section 1 of Rule 75. So pag may meron po kayong will, hindi nyo po pwedeng sabihin na, sige, basahin natin yung will, tapos paghati-hatian natin yung ating, sinabi ni mama o ni papa doon sa will niya, i-ano na lang natin siya. Para hindi na tayo dumaan sa court, mag-divide na natin siya as is. So you can't do that because if there's a will, it cannot pass the property to the heirs without it being probated. And when you say probate, it is a court case that you file in order for the court to see whether or not the will was properly executed. Okay? And after that, saka lang po niya sasabihin, sige, finding the will to be executed in accordance with the law, lahat ng mga testamentary dispositions ay mga ito, etc. So property A goes to probate heir 1, properties B goes to heir 2, etc. At hindi rin kayo makabayad ng taxes diyan hanggang walang court order. Okay? So yun ang hahanapin. Attorney, paano po kung may will, gusto naming, ayaw na naming dumaan sa court? So anong gagawin namin? Okay. This is an actual case na ginawa ko. Okay? Actually, pwede ko sabihin siguro yung client So when the mother of Congressman Lani Mercado Revilla was still living, ako yung gumawa ng will niya. So gumawa ako ng will, tapos sabi ko sa kanya, ma'am, pakigaya na lang po lahat. Kasi syempre, kailangan tama yung mga dispositions, etc. Pakigaya lang po lahat, tapos isulat kamay nyo para hindi nyo na ipapanotarize. Okay? So, hindi ko siya ginawang notarial will. Gusto ko lang, tama lang yung testamentary dispositions. Okay? Kasi sabi niya, attorney, gusto ko kasi na parang love letter ko sa mga anak ko before I pass. So sabi ko, sige po, gagawin ko lang yung mga testamentary dispositions. Lagyan niyo na po ng gusto niyo mga wordings before even after the testamentary dispositions. So nilagay din niya doon kung saan siya ibuburol, i-cremate siya, pag yung ashes niya kung saan ilalagay, anong urn, anong kulay, tapos ilang araw, etc. Nilagay niya lahat doon. Tapos syempre may parang love letter nga siya doon sa mga anak. Okay, to my dearest children who I truly love. Okay. So maganda yun Kasi off siya pag nilagay mo siya sa notarial will. Okay? Well, actually pwede rin. Yun nga lang, off. Kasi very restrictive ang provisions ng notarial will. Okay? Tatlong tatlong testigo, 3 attesting witnesses. Kailangan po yung witnesses na yon, yung testator, yung notary public should all be in one room seeing the decedent who will sign the notarial will. Okay? So ako po, marami na po akong naging ganyang experience kasi ang office ko po ay nasa labas lang ng Ayala, Alabang. So pag pinatawag ako, sige, anong gagawin? Attorney, magano tayo mag-notarize ng will? O sige, so dala ko yung notarial yung mga notarial seal, yung notarial book. So papunta ako sa loob ng ng Ayala, Alabang village, tapos I will witness. Okay? So part of my questions is ma'am, kilala niyo po ba ako o sino po ba ako? Kayo ho yung notary. Okay, thank you very much po. Alam niyo po ba kung ba't ako nandito? At alam niyo po ba kung bakit nandito yung maraming tao? Mapipirmahan ko po yung last will and testament. So, I do that because one of the requirements of the the testamentary succession, okay, the law on testamentary succession in the Philippines is that kailangan of sound mind yung inyong testator. Yung mga questions kung ganon, it helps me identify whether or not of sound legal mind po yung kanyang, yung pipirma. Okay? So far, hindi pa naman ako tinatawag sa korte to testify kasi lahat naman po ng mga inano kong bills na ninotarize ko ay I would guess na probate na lang maayos. Okay? Kasi hindi naman ako pinatawag eh. So ibig sabihin, walang kumo-question noong last will and testament. And I also do that kasi nga kapag ako tinawag for the court to let me to hear my testimony whether or not the person is of sound legal mind or not, then I can testify truthfully. Okay? So the petition for allowance of a will does not prescribe. Okay? Tandaan niyo po 'yon. So 30 years after my will, saka lang lumabas o tinago, pwede pa po yung i-file na sa court po. Provided na yung magfa-file po ay may karapatan, okay, doon sa or heredero. Okay, may karapatan siya kasi nga heredero po siya. Okay, so may Supreme Court decision po na ganun. So it is only it does not prescribe towards the person who has actual interest in the allowance of the will. Kung wala naman siyang interest, wala po siyang karapatan na i-file yung petition for allowance of a will. So yung Rules 73, 75, and 19 ng Rules of Court po natin ay tungkol sa settlement of the estate of a deceased person. So I have two wills, okay? One is the holographic will and one is the notarial will. So, teka muna. Tapusin ko lang yung kwento ko kayo doon sa mother niya, ni Congressman Lani. So, anong nangyari po noon? Siyempre, ako si Mr. Tipid. Matipid ako eh. So, yung holographic will na ginawa ni Ma'am Justa, inano po niya, when she passed, siyempre, ako po nagnotaryo. Ako yung tinanong, anong gagawin namin? So, sinabi ko kay Kong Lani, Ma'am, kung ano niyo po ito, kung idadaan niyo sa court, ayoko na sabihin yung value kasi it's about basta valuable. So kung dadaan nyo sa court, sa docket fee pa lang kasi pinakompute ko, it's around this was 10 years ago ba? More than 10 years ago. During that time, almost more than 1 million na, 1.5 million na. Okay? So sabi ko, I would rather na tipidin natin yun at anong magandang gawin? Let me talk to everyone and I will propose a way out para hindi na magbayad ng docket fee. Kasi 'di ba sayang yung docket fee. Yun naman ay pumupunta sa Judicial Development Fund to fund the wag na natin sabihin ko saan. So ang proposal ko po, alam naman nila akong gumawa. Alam nila na valid yung will. Kasi sinabi sa kanila ng mami nila, ang sabi ko, okay lang ba sa inyo kung i-convert natin yung last will and testament ninyo sa extrajudicial settlement of estate? Okay, so in-explain ko kung bakit, kasi nga, kailangan makatipid tayo. Ang magbabayad naman noong docket fee na yun ay hindi yung magkakapatid, kundi si Kong Lan. Okay, sorry, hindi pa siya congressman nun. Okay, so payag sila. So my point is, pwede nyo siyang i-convert kung papayag po lahat ng heirs, ay para makatipid lang kayo. Okay? Kasi nga po, malalaman nyo later on ang extrajudicial settlement of estate is a contract. Okay? So kung basta mag-agree lang po lahat ng mga heredero, papasa po ang EJS na yun. Okay? My advice is just make sure na lahat po, okay? Lahat po ng heredero ay ipirma. Okay? So, mamaya malalaman nyo ang ibig sabihin ng preteration, meaning suspense. Ano yung preteration? So kung hindi nyo pa alam, mamaya malalaman. So ito, bibilisan ko po lang konti. May mga presumption of death po na sinasabi ang ating rules of court. So purposes of settlement of estate, it shall be presumed that someone is already dead if he or she is absent or unheard of from the periods fixed by the civil code. So ano yung mga periods na yan? It is contained in Articles 390 and 391 ng civil code natin. Sa 390, after the ang sinasabi dyan, presumed dead ka after 7 years. Pero, for purposes of succession, iba po. Dapat, 10 years. Okay? 10 years, kung hindi ka pa 75 or more ang age mo. But if you are 75 or more than 75 years of age, then ang absence mo for the last 5 years may be a ground for you to be presumed dead. And therefore, ito po, you have to file you have to allege it doon po sa petition na ifa-file nyo for the probate of the will. Okay? So this is an example. This case, ang example po dito ay merong last will and testament, pero bigla pong nawala yung testator. So kung nawala na po siya for the last 10 years, pwede niyo po siya mag-file na ng allowance of the will. Okay? I-allege nyo lang na 10 years na siyang nawawala and he is below the age of 75. Nga, kung 75 po siya and above, then 5 years lang po na nawawala siya, pwede nyo nang i-file yung allowance of will, yung probate. Sa 391 naman po, it is presumed dead nang mas mabilis. Ang presumption of death po in this of 10 or 5 years is more advanced. Actually, lahat ng example natin ay 4 years. Kung he or she was lost during a sea voyage or airplane, so yung kung meron kayong kamag-anak na kasama dun sa Malaysian Airline MH70 ba, yung nawawala pa hanggang ngayon, so it's more than 4 years. So pwede na kayo mag-file ng probate proceedings. Kung nawawala yung kamag-anak nyo dahil he or she took part in yung sa pagpapalaya ng Marawi City, then 4 years lang po yun. And kung siya naman ay if a person who has been in danger of death under other circumstances and his existence has not been known for 4 years. Anong example po niyan? Has been in danger of death. For example, diagnosed siya ng stage 4 cancer, tapos bigla na umalis siya, hindi nyo alam kung nasan siya, totally wala. Naglaho na siya parang bula. Okay? So may actual diagnosis na may stage 4 cancer siya. So hindi nyo alam, hindi nyo siya nakita, umalis na lang. Then after 4 years, then you can file your probate proceedings in court. So who may file a petition for the probate? Executor, devising legatee, or any person interested in the estate. Example po niyan is your creditor. Okay? Yung creditor, yung mga inutangan ng malaki. Okay? Yung may, lalo na kung may real estate mortgage. Okay? So na nakatatak pa doon sa titles ng property. So you can file. And you can file whether or not whether or not the will is in the possession of that creditor or not. Okay? Pupersahin lang ni creditor na ilabas yung will ng testator. Okay? Excuse me. A person named as executor. Pag sinabi nito 20 days, pag nalaman mo na namatay na isang tao, then you are required to show to file a case in court. Pero it doesn't necessarily almost always happens, pero it's just there sa section 3 ng Rule 75. Okay, so take note, ang court po magsasabi na prior to the distribution, kailangan po lahat ng mga pagkakautang ng namatay ay kailangan po munang bayaran. So kasama po dyan yung funeral expenses. Kung meron pong nag-advance, kailangan po i-reimburse yun doon sa heredero na nag-advance. Okay? Siyempre kasama po dyan ay yung estate tax, the payment of estate tax. Okay? Now, under the train law, there's a provision there that allows you to pay the estate tax even though na wala ka pang actual final papers para may issuehan ka ng car. So, i-estimate mo lang, sabihin mo ito yung mga properties, etc. Tapos you pay, magpa-compute ka, you pay, tapos saka na lang to follow yung mga documents. Okay? Now, pending the submission of the documentary requirements, kahit bayad ka na ng estate tax, hindi ka pwedeng issuean ng e-car ng ating BIR. So that is under the train as well as under yung estate tax amnesty. So the probate court loses jurisdiction of the estate under administration only after the payment of debts and the delivery of the remaining estate. So take note po hindi kayo pwedeng bigyan kagad ng inyong share, kailangan po muna bayaran lahat. So kung mas marami pong utang ng inyong ascendant, then babayaran po muna yun bago ibigay yung natitira. So kung kailangan ibenta, sasabihin ng court, ibenta niyo yung property na yan. Bayaran lahat ng utang, then saka natin po hati-hati. Okay? So hopefully your decedent did his homework, prepared his estate plan para hindi na ho nagugulo ang mundo ng mga heredero nyo. Kasi sometimes kung kailangan ng pera ng estate, binibenta nyo yung property ng palugi kasi kailangan nyo bayaran yung mga utang, especially in estate taxes. Correct? So in order for you to prevent that loss in value of the property that being sold, to pay for the debts, kailangan po yung pinaplano ng maayos. So pag namatay ka, may kukunan sila na pondo, standby, para yung property ay held in common or kung yun ang gusto nyo, or hindi siya ibebenta lang ng palugi para lang sagutin yung mga bayarin. Okay? So that's the purpose of estate planning as well. So the heir who has not received his share from the estate is not that has been partitioned must demand through the proper court of the same probate proceedings. So ito po, alamin nyo kung may probate proceedings po at yung nagbebenta po biglang sinabi na ma'am, sir, being brokers, ang problema namin may isang humahabol. So anong gagawin namin? Okay? So kung may humahabol po, sabihin nyo, alam nyo, kailangan kumonsulta kayo doon sa abogado, pero sa pagkakaalam ko, kailangan po yung humahabol na heredero nyo mag-file ng motion doon sa probate proceedings. Okay? So talk to your lawyer with regards to that. Kung anong dapat gawin. So isingit ko lang po, dissolution of marriage by death of the husband or the wife, the community property shall be inventoried, administered, and liquidated, and the debts thereof paid in the intestate or testate proceedings of the deceased spouse. Now, as you know, in the Philippines, it doesn't really happen this way. Kasi di ba, great-great-grandmother nyo pa nakapangalan yung mga properties. Siyempre, yung kanilang mga descendants, hindi naman nilakad yung dissolution ng community, ng conjugal partnership of gains, or kung recently, from the time of 1988, August 4 or August 3, up to today, so community property po yun. So as we know, hindi naman siya masyadong ginagawa. Okay? So, unless talaga na for some reason gusto niyong isettle kaagad yung estate ng inyong mga ninuno. Pag namatay sila, let's say, kamamatay lang, gusto niyo nang ayusin kaagad, then you are free to do that. Okay? Especially kung may will. Now, hopefully, tama yung disposition. Yun ang gusto ko sabihin. So if both spouses have died, the community property shall be liquidated in the testate or intestate proceeding, either or the heirs can settle the estate extrajudicially to cut on cost. Okay? So madalas kong sasabihin sa inyo, you have to take a look at the cost. Okay? Because ako po, as a CTEP professional, pag tinanong ako, attorney, can you make me a will? Hindi po ako gagawa kaagad. Ang unang tanong ko, bakit po? Para saan po? Okay? Because napakagastos po talaga kung kayo ay gagawa ng will at ipoprobate po yan. Okay? So, as a lawyer, even though I am a lawyer, I do not recommend that. Kasi nga po, I'd rather makatipid yung mga heirs kesa magbayad sila ng magbayad ng legal fees. Okay? Kasi, syempre, pag gumawa ka ng will, therefore, alam ng mga abogado na gumawa ng will, ay siguro naman babalik sila sa akin para i-probate yung will. Diba? So, well, I'm not saying all lawyers do that, pero there's that mentality. Kasi hindi naman po namin subject sa law school yung estate planning. So, concept of legitim. Take note, the concept of legitim is only good, is a good concept sa ating testamentary succession. Okay? We cannot talk about legitim when we talk about intestate proceedings. Okay? So, when you say legitim, alam niyo po na merong last will and testament. So, it is that part of the property of the decedent which the law, okay, yung testamentary succession, yung provisions po nun, has reserved for certain heirs, which is the compulsory heirs and which cannot thus be freely disposed of the estate. So, limited pa rin tayo. Now, unlike in the United States na sila po pwede, especially in the state of California, I read this about several years ago, siguro more than a decade na. Someone left a 5 million estate to his cat. Okay? Pusa. So hindi ko lang alam kung sino yung testator no, sino yung executor nun, pero hindi ko rin alam kung buhay pa ngayon yung pusa na yun. So hindi ko alam kung paano kung namatay yung pusa, so, sino ngayon ang heredero ng pusa. Okay, but that's the California law. You can dispose your estate to any other person you like. Okay? To the point na my favorite cat. Okay? So i-research niyo po yan sa internet, lalabas. Tutunay po yun, hindi ako nagbibiro. So the heirs to whom the legitim pertains, so termed as compulsory heirs. Okay? So compulsory heirs lang po yan. Pag sinabi natin compulsory heirs, alam mo na legitim ang pinag-uusapan. So sino-sino po yung compulsory heirs? Of course, the legitimate children saka yung mga apo nung namatay, descendants niya. In default of the foregoing, walang anak, so yung legitimate parents and ascendants. Okay? So mamaya malalaman nyo yung the rule on direct line saka yung ibang rules on intestate succession. So kung walang anak, pababa, then tataas kayo. Legitimate parents, and kung may great-grandparents, yun po ang kasama sa inyong legitim, nabibigyan ng legitim. Okay? Of course, yung legal wife po to ha, hindi po yung kinakasama. The widow or the widower. And the illegitimate children whose filiation must be. So this is the legitim. Time check, 10:07. So bibilisan ko lang po to ha. Legitim half, ng legitimate children, half of the estate, but the number of children. Take note, half po so i-divide po yung legitim ay yung buong estate into half, tapos kung 5 ang anak mo, then yung 5 po ay i-divide nyo, ay tagapagmana ng half ng ating estate. At ano nangyari sa other half? Yung po ang tinatawag na free portion. So doon kung kaya namang bigyan, doon nagkakaroon ng devices and legatees. Okay? And like I said, nagkakaroon lang po ng devices and legatees kapag pinag-usapan po natin ay testamentary succession. Okay? Because there can be no devices or legatees in intestate succession. Okay? To my dear compañeros and compañeras, kung meron po akong nasasabing mali, paki-correct lang po ako. At I do not claim I know everything. Ito lang based on experience lang po. Binabasa ko lang po, putol-putol. Ma'am, pasensya na po. For the last 5 days, nakaka-receive ako ng text from PLDT. So kung sino po ang PLDT Fiber subscriber dito, kung nakatanggap kayo ng text, alam niyo ibig ko sabihin, ang sinasabi, we apologize for any inconvenience that we are still, gusto kong basahin pero basta sinasabi nila may technical problems po kayong inaano, tinatrabaho po namin and within the next 48 hours ay sana po gumanda na ang signal ninyo. That's the long and short of it. So one legitimate child and surviving spouse, the child is 1/2 the estate. And kung kaya sa isang anak po, half nun at 1/4 lang po ang surviving spouse. Yung mga matitira pong ganyan, yan po ay yung free portion ha. And ang free portion lang po, nagkakaroon ng free portion lang sa testamentary dispositions. Wala po yan sa intestate estate. Wala po yan sa intestate succession. So kung may 2 or more legitimate children and surviving spouse, so half ng estate do sa legitimate children, kung ilan man sila, tapos may surviving spouse, kung anong share po ng bawat isang anak. And of course, you know that kasi ganun din po ang sa intestate succession. Pero dito po may free portion pa rin diyan ha. Okay, please don't forget about the free portion. Okay, so just to remind you, if you were to ask me, kung tatawagan niyo ako, Tony, pwede mo magpagawa ng will? Malamang sa malamang, I will discourage you. I will discourage you from making a will. Ganon, attorney, opo, as a CTEP professional, I will discourage you to do that. Kasi there are other better tools of estate planning that may be more responsive to the needs of the decedent and his or her heirs. Siyempre, if I were to make you a will, most likely I would follow the track of the late great Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson po ay yung namatay yata 600 million ng kanyang estate. So ang ginawa po niya bago siya namatay, gumawa siya ng living trust. Okay, may living trust po siya, and since because singer-songwriter siya, may mga royalties siya, gumawa po siya ng pour-over will. The pour-over will's function is to state that lahat ng ari-arian na that will accrue after I die goes into the living will. Living trust. Boom. Tapos. So walang masyadong pinag-awayan sila. So sa trust nakalagay na ron kung sino ang beneficiaries niyo, sino yung mga heredero niyo, kung sino gusto niyo bigyan, etc., etc. Okay? Collation. Okay, the concept of collation, this is for both testamentary and intestate proceedings. So when you collate, you bring into the mass of the estate any property which was disposed of during the lifetime of the testator by gratuitous title. So kung nag-donate siya sa isang heredero, then for purposes of computation ng legitime, inaano po yun, sinasama po yun. Okay? Eto, bakit mo sinabi na pwede rin siya sa intestate succession? Kasi, pag nag-uusap kayo ng di ba kung gagawa kayo ng ng pangalan nito, ng extrajudicial settlement of estate, lumalabas yan eh. Ate, daya-daya mo, makikishare ka po sa amin, binigyan ka na nga ng malaki ni Papa, di ba? Dinonate sa iyo yung ganitong etc., etc., di ba? So, yan na. So para pumirma lahat, okay, kailangan you will have to recognize na sige, kung binigyan ako ni Papa, sige, isama na natin yan doon sa pool, saka natin pagkati-hati. Okay? So ganun po yan. Kaya po, by experience lang po yan ha. Kaya sinabi ko na ang collation ay nagagamit din sa intestate. For computation of legitime, okay? For imputation, yeah. For reduction. Siyempre, kung malaki ang binigay sa iyo, i-reduce na yung legitime o yung share doon sa intestate proceedings. Sinabi ko kanina, preterition. Now, when we say preterition, we talk about the total omission of a compulsory heir from the inheritance. Okay? Now, ang preterition po works also in intestate proceedings. Okay? Especially kung kayo ay extrajudicial settlement of estate. Kung meron kayong black sheep, okay? Tapos talagang inichipuera nyo, ang tawag ko po dyan inichipuerang heir, ang tawag po doon ay preterited heir. Okay, so even though you made the extrajudicial settlement of estate legally, at talagang inichipuera nyo siya, that person, yung inichipuera yung heir, kapatid, pinsan, can always go to court and question your document. Okay? Because there is a Supreme Court decision that states na kapag ang mga hindi kasama or who was not, those persons who were not notified of the extrajudicial settlement of estate, they cannot be held bound by that document. Okay? So kung initsipwera niyo siya, hindi siya bound by your agreement. Kasi heredero siya, kailangan meron siyang parte. Okay? But this definition, pag binasa niyo siya, it's all about testamentary proceedings. Okay? Kasi let's read. So it is the total omission of a compulsory heir. Like I said, when you say compulsory heir, that means we are talking about testamentary dispositions from the inheritance. It consists in the silence of the testator with regards to a compulsory heir. So alam niya na tatlong anak niya, okay? Or alam niya na may ika-apat siyang anak pero hindi niya sinabi sa kanyang last will testament. So silent siya. Okay? Or by not giving him anything in the hereditary property without expressly disinheriting him. Okay? So this is the case where apat ang anak niya, tatlong legitimate, Aquino versus Aquino says na wag na natin gamitin yung legitimate and illegitimate. Let's call them marital children and non-marital. So when I say non-marital, that's your illegitimate children. So pag may isang non-marital ka, in-acknowledge naman ng tatay doon sa kanyang heredero, sa kanyang last will and testament, pero hindi niya binigyan ng kahit isang kusig, then that is also preterition, according to this definition, by the heirs of Policronio Urreta versus the heirs of Liberato Urreta, 2011 case. Okay, so nagpapahapayaw na ako ng estate plan. Okay, so like I said kanina, it's best if you have an estate plan that you yourself will set up. Okay, para yung mga decision mo at yung mga gusto mo ang masusunod. Kung mamatay ka ng walang estate plan, ang estate plan na susundin ay yung law on intestate succession. That's why I call it is the estate plan by default of the Philippine government. Okay? So kung hindi ka gumawa ng last will and testament, ito ang susundin natin. Ito yung bulk ng ating pag-usapan. Time check, 10:16. So based on the rules of intestate succession, so the law of intestacy is found. Okay? I love this when I read this about a few years ago. So gusto ko lang mapabasa sa inyo para at least alam nyo kung ano ang pinanggagalingan ng intestate succession. So it is founded, yung law on intestacy, on the presumed will of the deceased. Ayan. So love, it is said, first descends, pababa. Okay? And then ascends, tumataas, and finally spreads sideways, meaning collateral. Okay? Thus, the law first calls descendants to the succession. Then the ascendants, tumataas, and finally to the collaterals. So yung mga kapatid mo. Okay? Always preferring those closer in degree to those from far. I'm sorry. Preferring those closer in degree to those of remoter degrees on the assumption that the deceased would have done so had he manifested his last will. Okay? So ina-assume ng ating gobyerno through the law on intestacy kung ano yung gusto noong decedent. Kasi hindi naman alam ng mga tao kasi nga namatay siya ng walang last will and testament or any other estate plan. Okay? So kung susundin natin, yung law, the provisions on the law on intestacy, which is in the book, yung book 3 ng ating civil code, which is succession. Okay? So punta tayo sa relationship para alam niyo yung degree, yung line, etc. etc. So proximity of relationship is determined by the number of generations. Okay? Each generation forms a degree. Now, ano yung line? A series of degree forms a line which may either be direct or collateral. So kung ang nanay at ang kanyang mga kapatid ay isang degree kasi isang generation yon, yung anak kayong mga anak at yung mga first cousins nyo kasi anak yun ng mga kapatid ng nanay tatay nyo, that is another degree. At yung mga anak ninyo, which is apo ng mga ng inyong nanay at tatay at yung kanilang mga kapatid, okay? That is another degree. Pag pinagkabit-kabit nyo yun, that's now a line. And that line goes directly downward, which is your line on descendants line. Pag tumaas naman kayo, okay? So titignan nyo yung nanay nyo. Tapos kung buhay pang kanyang mga magulang, so yung lolo nyo o lola. At kapag buhay pa rin yung tatay ng lolo at lola nyo, then that is your great-grandfather. So that is each generation, a degree, pero pataas naman tayo, that is your direct ascendant line. And when you say collaterals, your line, na kung kayo ay 5 magkakapatid, then yun yung collateral line nyo. Okay? So you don't Hello?
Yan, okay na, attorney. Okay, go na po.
Ayan, so
Technical
pasensya na po
difficulties.
kayo. At least nasabi ko kanina may problema ang PLDT sa amin for the last 5 days. Teka lang po, share ko ulit. Saan ako? Yun! Okay, so pasensya na po ha. Sabi nga nila technical difficulties. Shoutout po kay Miss Esther dahil nag-text siya sa akin. Good morning po. Saan ako? Ayan, so teka lang, balikan ko lang ha. Ayan, so okay. So relationship pa rin. The direct line is that constituted by a series of ascendants or descendants. Sabi ko na yan. Ang collateral line nyo is constituted by a series of degrees among persons who are not ascendants or descendants but who come from a common ancestor. So yun, common ancestor nyo ay yung nanay nyo o tatay nyo, then therefore yun yung inyong collateral line. Okay, so I leave this to you. So in-explain ko na yan ha, di ba? Ito yung line, ito yung collateral line nyo downwards. So kung dito ko naman magsisimula, ang ascendant line mo ay collateral line. Sorry, I apologize. Ang descendants line nyo ay pababa. So kung dito ko galing, ang ascendants line mo ay pataas. A, B, and C are the collateral line. Okay? So I guess alam niyo na to eh. Just review lang. Doon po sa mga bagong brokers, at least kahit paano, I hope you can follow kahit mabilis ang pace. So intestate or legal succession takes place by operation of law in the absence of a valid will. So take note of the word valid will. Kahit may will kayo, sinabi ko kanina, baliwala po yun. At kapag nabaliwala yung last will and testament by order of the court, then the law on intestacy will be used. So ito yung rule of preference of line. So the 3 lines of relationship are descending, ascending, and collateral. Sinabi ko na yan. So the law lays down the order of preference among those lines. So pag ang unang-una pong palagi, kaya rules of preference, palagi pong bababa. So take note yung sinabi yung Supreme Court decision kanina, di ba? It assumes that love goes down first, then goes up, then goes to the sides. So descendant muna. Kapag bumaba po sa descendants, it excludes the ascending line as well as the collateral line. So kung may anak po, definitely hindi po magmamana ang parents, grandparents, pati mga kapatid, tito and titas. Kapag ascending line po, okay, walang anak. Kung walang anak, pupunta po kayo kaagad sa pataas. So ang mga tagapagmana po ay yung nanay at tatay o lolos o si lolo sa si lola. Kung wala na pong direct line, descending or ascending line, then that's the only time you go to your brothers and sisters, yung iyong collateral line. At sa collateral line, doon din nanggagaling yung inyong mga nephews and nieces. Okay? So kung matandang dalaga, si testate, si decedent, at marami siyang properties, doon po magagaling yung ang collateral line po ang sumasagot doon sa nephews and nieces. Okay? May ganyan po akong client eh. Sabi ko sa kanya, Nanit, ang dami mo binibilang properties, wala kang anak. So sabi niya, o nga attorney sasabi ko, alam mo, planuhin mo na yan kasi ayokong akong haharap sa iyong mga pamangkin at mag-aaway-aaway sila sa harap. Papatukan ko lang sila. Hindi, actually, sabi ko, sisisihin kita. Yun ang sinabi ko. Sabi niya, bakit attorney? Kasi hindi ka nagplano eh. So, babalikan ko po siya. Titignan ko kung nakapagplano siya in accordance with our discussions. Rule on intestacy. The rules of proximity of degree. So yung, di ba? Nearness. So, ang una pong tagapagmana ay yung mas malapit. At ang huli if they're in the same if they're in the same line. Syempre, it will exclude the remotest. Meaning, sa isang line o sa isang degree, kung sino yung pinakamalapit sa iyo. So, full blood as compared to half blood or stepsisters, stepbrothers. Yeah. Okay? Without prejudice to the right of representation. So, rule on equality among relatives of the same degree. The nearer, so pag sinabi nating same degree, so pareho kayong same generation kayo. Okay? So, if the nearer excludes the remote, logically, those of equal degree should inherit in equal shares. So, kung 5 kayong magpo-first cousin, okay? 5 kayong magpo-first cousin, then equal ang inyong distribution kasi same degree lang kayo. As opposed doon sa isang kadegree nyo na hindi naman full blood na cousin nyo. Okay? So same degree kayo, pero dyan din papasok yung proximity of degree. I hope everyone understands kung ano sinasabi ko. Hindi na ako ngayon, plus yung chat. Ay, gumana ng chat ko. Mahina ang audio. Sir, pasensya na po. I'm trying my best. Kung mahina po, pakilagyan lang po ng ng speaker. Okay? Ng Bluetooth speaker. Oh, tanong. Pwede po ba i-apply yung ginawa ni Michael Jackson dito? Of course. Okay? Actually, I am developing a lecture on trust. Okay? May upcoming lecture ako sa Registered Financial Planners of the Philippines with regards to legacy planning. Okay, so doon sa legacy planning, kasama po doon sa lecture na yun yung trust. Kasi 'di ba, if you want to leave a legacy, then kailangan may isang entity na magpapatuloy noong iyong sinimulan. So that's your legacy. Okay? So sabi ko, maganda siguro to develop that. And hopefully it gets approved by the CPD Council if ever I propose na yung topic na yun as a lectures for CPD natin. Kasi yun ay CPD lecture ng Registered Financial Planners of the Philippines. Alright? So exceptions to the equality of the same degree. Okay? So may rules of diba? Yung sinabi ko diba? Same degree kayo, may mga mga exceptions yan. So may rules of preference of line. So descendants muna bago ascendants. Distinction between the legitimate and illegitimate filiation. The marital and non-marital filiation. Okay? Alam niyo naman, ang ratio nila is 2:1. Rule of division by line in the ascending line. Ano po yan? So pag tumaas kayo, buhay ang step parents niyo, in-laws niyo. Parents-in-law saka yung mismong parents-in-law saka yung tawag ito, yung inyong mismong mga magulang. Okay? So sa ganon, syempre, mas malapit sa iyo yung kadugo mo. So doon po punta po. The right of representation, when it's properly taken. So this is an exception to the law, to the rule on equality of the same degree. So the distinction between full blood and half blood relationship among brothers and sisters as well as nephews and nieces. Okay? So kung may full blood, half blood, iba po ang treatment niya. Of course, mas malaki po ang share ng mga full-blooded relatives as compared to half-blooded, relatives. Concurrence of nephews and nieces and uncles and aunts. So that's Article 1005. So meaning, ito actual case ko po to. Pag may concurrence ng lahat ng nephews at hindi. I'm trying to save on time eh. 17 silang nephews and nieces noong kanilang tita na namatay. Pero during the time na na 5 years before, may buhay pang kapatid. Si property owner. Okay, so kapag buhay ang aunt and aunts saka yung mga nephews and nieces, okay, kasi patay na yung kapatid nung aunt, yung nanay nila na kapatid ng aunt. So, ang po doon ay ang sharing ay per capita. Meaning, kung apat sila magkakapatid divided by 4, bago mo i-divide doon sa isang 1/4 kung ilan man silang anak. Okay? So, kung 5 sila dito sa isang branch, then divided by 4 mo. Ang per stirpes po is kapag patay na po lahat ng mga magkakapatid, then lahat silang 17 ay heredero na kasi wala na po aunts and uncles, then divided by 17 po ang sharing, meaning that's per stirpes. Okay? Mahabang kwento po kasi yun eh. Ang pinag-aawayan lang property ay along Quezon Avenue. During the time na pina-appraise namin, it's about almost more than 2 billion. That's with a B as in boy. Hindi po M as in male or million, billion, 2 billion yung pinag-aawayan. Kaya alam mo na magtatagal ang usapan kasi syempre billion ang pinag-uusapan. Effects of renunciation by all of the same degree. Okay, so same degree, magkakaano po kayo, magkaka-generation kayo. The right of succession should first be passed on to the heirs in succeeding degrees, okay? In successive orders before the next line can succeed, okay? Because of the rule on preference of lines. So kung ano pa po, sa degree niyo muna po siya, yun ang sinasabi nito eh. Bago mag-renounce kung sino-sino, dun muna, ang tatanggap po muna ay yung nasa same degree niyo. Okay? Kung magkakapatid kayo, so dun muna dapat, okay? You cannot assume that there is a renunciation of the share by your brother or sister. Okay? Of the same degree po ito ha, or yung inyong pinsan kasi same degree rin yun. Okay? So pag-usapan natin yan, the descending line first. Okay? So descending line, if all the descendants of a certain degree renounced succession passes to the descendants in the next degree rather, so on and so forth. Okay? So if you can visualize yung pinakita ko kanina na parang family tree, so kung dun sa apat na magkakapatid, yung isang kapatid ay nag-renounce, then saka lang siya bababa dun sa next degree, which is, so meron kang magkakapatid, then yung pamangkin. Kasi next degree, kasi yung kapatid nila ay nag-renounce ng kanyang succession. Okay? And so on and so forth. Pababa. Ascending line, ganoon din. Pataas. Collateral line ang last. Only if all the descendants and ascendants renounces will the collateral relatives acquire the right to succeed. Galing. Naiwan yun. Okay. So rules on representation. So sa rules on representation, ito po yung mga this is the right of the heirs by fiction of law, by virtue of which a representative is raised to the place and the degree of the person represented and acquires the right which the latter would have if he were living or could have inherited. So kung buhay siya, then siya yung tagapagmana. since patay na siya, then by right of representation, yung kanyang mga anak ay nagiging heredero. Okay? Tumataas. Instances when representation operates. So kung namatay yung anak una sa kanyang ama o nanay, ama o ina. Incapacity. Isang kapatid ninyo ay convicted ng crime, ng criminal case, tapos one of the penalties is civil interdiction. So if it is civil interdiction, then you are incapacitated to inherit property. So pag ganon, mababa siya kagad doon sa kanyang mga anak by right of representation. Unworthiness. Right? So I am not worthy. So disinheritance, kapag disinherit ka, and take note, disinheritance only applies if there is a document, typically in a last will and testament, that states that you are being disinherited. A person, an heir is specifically disinherited. Okay? So ang tanong, attorney, pwede bang ma-disinherit ang isang tao kung wala siya sa will? There's a Supreme Court decision that states that even though hindi siya sa will, parang nag-declare lang siya na dinidisinherit niya because there was an attempt in the life, etc., etc. So in that case, ang sabi ng Supreme Court, parang siyang testamentary disposition in accordance with Article 923. And therefore, since ang mangyayari niyan, kapag dinisinherit mo siya at walang testamentary disposition, valid pa rin yung yung disinheritance na yon. Okay? Even though it is not couched in the term of last will and testament, at ang mangyayari nun, the law in intestacy will apply to the remaining heirs except the one who was disinherited. Okay? So ganun po ang nangyari dun. So cases under 975, 989, and 105. So ito po yung tatlong yan. Okay? Hindi ko po na muna explain at kukulangin tayo ng oras. Rules on representation. There is no representation for heirs who repudiated their share. So kung ni-repudiate yung isang heredero, then wala siyang right of representation. Okay? Ang pinag-aawayan po dyan is yung timing ng repudiation. Okay? We will talk about that later. Di ba? Kasi sinasabi ng mga anak, hindi naman valid yung repudiation ni Papa. Okay? So, diyan ngayon nag-aaway-away. So, that's the timing of the repudiation and how valid was the waiver or the repudiation of the successional rights. The repudiation of inheritance shall be made in a public instrument. So, ladies and gentlemen, when we say public instrument, that means, in writing, and it has to be notarized. Okay? So alam nyo na, pag hindi notaryado, sulat lang, simpleng sulat lang, okay, then the repudiation is not valid. Okay? Because of the word shall be made, meaning mandatory. Okay? Now, kung verbal siya, okay, hindi rin po siya valid kasi nga, ang sabi ng 1051, it has to be made in a public instrument. Meaning in writing, and it has to be notarized. Okay? So alam niyo naman yun eh. If a document is not notarized, if a contract is not notarized, then it's merely a private instrument. In what line does representation happen? So with respect to the legitim, so direct descendants only, but never the ascending. Okay? Right of representation only, for purposes of legitim lang testamentary disposition, pababa lang po. With respect to intestacy, okay? In the direct descending line only. Okay? Pababa lang po siya ng pababa. Hindi po tumataas ang right of representation. In one instance, in the collateral, okay, nephews and nieces representing brothers and sisters of the deceased. Pwede pong mangyari yon. Okay? So hindi lang po siya pababa, nagiging collateral din po siya. Under 975, which is yan. Okay? Okay. Ano pa? Representation by illegitimate children. Ito po, 972, dati po hindi po pwedeng maging through right of representation, hindi po pwedeng magmana ang non-marital. Now, like I said kanina, Aquino versus Aquino ay 2021 case. Demolished. That's ganda ng word, ano? Demolished the Iron Curtain rule. Okay? So ngayon, pwede na po mag-inherit ang legitimate children doon sa legitimate line ng kanyang magulang. Okay? If the child to be represented is illegitimate, okay, both the legitimate and illegitimate children or descendants can represent him. Adopted. An adopted child can neither represent nor be represented. You know why? Because ang successional rights lang po ng adopting parent at ng adopted child ay sila lang dalawa. Okay? So hindi po yan bumababa, walang descending line, walang ascending line. Sila lang po ang tagapagmana ng bawat isa. Okay? So please take note of that because actual case ko po yan. Okay? So humahabol yung mga anak ng adopted. Okay? Doon sinabi ko sa kanila na wala naman kayong karapatan eh. Hindi, attorney, anak po yun. So yeah, I understand. Nakita ko yung legal adoption. May court po may court decision galing pa ni Tarlac. But you failed to or sino man yung tinanong nyo, failed to tell you that the successional rights between the adopted father or mother, the adopted parent, and the adopted child is between them only. Doesn't go down, doesn't go up. More. Okay? So sila lang po. Okay? So pag may kapag mayroon kayong example na ganyan, please take note. Okay? So para din sa malaman nyo na alam nyo wala kayong habol dito. So hindi nyo pwedeng ibenta. But para sa kaalaman nyo, please consult a lawyer para maliwanag. Pero sa pagkakaalam ko, hindi po pwede. Okay? Siyempre makita nyo yung lungkot noong kausap ko na anak ng adopted child. Sabi ko, ma'am, pasensya na po kahit anong gawin nyo, kahit anong habol nyo. Hindi po pwede. Kasi nga po, ang tagapagmana lang po ng lolo nyo, which is the adopted parent, is yung nanay niyo. Wala na pong iba. Inheritance already vested can be waived or renounced. Okay? Take note, renunciation or the waiver can only be vested when renunciation or waiver of the inheritance can only be made when the right to inherit has been vested. Meaning, pag namatay na po. So, yung mga assuming na sinasabi lang, Nay, Tay, dahil sobrang galit ko sa inyo, masyado nyo ako minamagtrato, ayoko na nang makikita kayo at ayoko na rin ang ipapamana nyo sa akin. Those words doesn't mean anything kasi buhay pang nanay tatay. And therefore, your future inheritance cannot be waived. So ayoko na, hindi ko na tatanggapin ng mga nyo, ang inyong ipapamana sa akin. Assuming ka, buhay pa nanay tatay mo, since sutil ka, malamang sa malamang baka i-disinherit ka. O baka bigyan ka lang ng kalit-lit na portion. Okay? Said waiver is ineffective if executed prior to the death of the deceased. Okay? May actual case po akong ganyan. Okay? So, sabi ko, ano ba nangyari? Kasi pinapirma ko yung si Papa kasi black sheep eh, di ba? So, ganun ang scenario. So, ganun ha? Ayaw mo muna sa akin? O sige, yung mga kapatid, sa sobrang galit siguro, pinapirma ng kapatid nila. Hindi na ako magpamana sa tatay ko, etc. Notaryado pa. So yung ngayon na pinipresent sa kanila. Wala kayong karapatan dito sa mga lola niyo, sa property ng lola niyo kasi ito, yung dokumento. Siyempre, yung binasa ko siya, kailan ko namatay yung yung lolo niyo? Let's say, the document was executed 2000. Sample lang to kalimutan ko na 2010, for example. Then, 2017, namatay si Lolo una. Tapos, later on, sumunod. Pinitisyon ka agad noong Lolo si Lola. So, halos magkasunod na sa within 6-month period. Okay? So, sabi ko, ay may habol po kayo. Kasi ito po sinasabi sa amin, ay hindi, huwag niyo pansinin yan kasi pinapirma ho ang tatay ninyo dyan nang hindi pa nang buhay pa po ang kanyang magulang. Diba? So, inassume nila na valid yung or by greed only, diba? That's the only reason yun, greed lang eh. Papapirmahin mo yung kapatid mo. Sige, pumirma ka na para wala ka nang mamalahin kay nanay tatay. Okay? So be very careful with that when you have those clients. So you have to take note. Okay? You have to ask those questions. Kailan nung namatay? Kailan nung pinirmahan ba yan ng tatay niyo? Opo, pinirmahan po ng tatay. Opo. So kahit pinirmahan ng tatay niyo, doesn't mean it. Because it was made prior to the death of the decedent. All right. So anong qualification ng representative? Kailangan capable ka rin to succeed. So hindi ka rin dapat convicted and you are suffering from civil interdiction as a penalty for your conviction in a criminal case. So dapat capable ka rin. Okay? In the collateral line, representation does not go beyond the nephews and nieces. Okay? Consequently, grandnephews and grandnieces are excluded. Yan. Salaw versus Salaw. Naya, 70s, CRA, 65. So kung may grandnephews and grandnieces po, hindi na po kasama yun. Okay? Kasi ilang line na yun? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines na from the Okay? At some point, Tony, di ba perpetual yung line? Opo, perpetual yung line. Pero take note, collateral line po ito ha. Hindi po siya direct descendant. Sorry, hindi nyo nakita yung yung gestures ko. Hindi po siya direct descendant. Hindi siya bumababa. So, nag-collateral muna bago siya bumaba. Okay? So, may hangganan po kapag collateral bago bumaba. Pag direct descendant ka, wala pong ad infinitum like you read kanina. Pero dito, nag-collateral, nag-branch out muna bago siya bumaba. Okay? And therefore, grandnephews and grandnieces are excluded when that happens. So, hindi pwede na kahit silang may hawak ng title, for some reason, nahawakan nila yung title, you have to tell them very gently, ma'am, kung grandnephew o grandniece kayo, hindi po kayo pwedeng tagapagmana. Okay? Shucks, 17 questions na. At meron pang may questions pa po na na pinadala prior. All right. Time check, 10:46. So representation by grandchildren and representation of nephews and nieces. If all the children are disqualified, the grandchildren inherit by representation. Example lang to ha. For example, 3 yung anak na tapos the 3 children attempted on the life of their parents. So dinisqualify sila. Okay? Dinisinherit sila. Therefore, yung mga anak nila can inherit. If all the brothers and sisters are disqualified, the nephews and nieces inherit by capital. Ibig sabihin kung ano lang po yung share ng kanilang nanay ng mga magulang nila, yun lang po mag-i-share nila. Okay? So that's Article 975. So kung patay na po lahat ng mga brothers and sisters, iba na po, magiging first tier press na. Each one of them will be have their own share, hindi lang share ng kanilang magulang. If only some, not all children brothers are disqualified, the rule is the same. So punta po tayo sa order of intestate succession. Ito yung pagkakasunod-sunod. Okay? So like I said kanina, almost always direct descendants ang una pong magmamana. Especially when it comes to intestate succession. So basta may anak, automatic anak. Excluded po lahat. So the direct descending line under 970 refers to the legitimate descendants. Okay? But legitimated children, okay? Yung mga pinanganak na anak na hindi pa kasal yung mga magulang, pero wala silang impediment to marry each other during the time na pinanganak ng kanilang anak, that can be legitimate. They can apply for their child to be legitimated. Okay? So kasama rin po yun doon sa definition dapat ng Article 970. Kung adopted children, then alam nyo na hanggang sa adopted child lang. Okay? They are included in the coverage of the direct descendant. And like I said, kung adopted siya, period na hanggang doon sa adopted child. Okay? Ito hindi ko na po this is for your for your for your reference lang po. So I made it this way para simple lang po, para pag binasa niyo siya, okay? When the disease is illegitimate, at tapos illegitimate yan po. With po yan, with provisions ng ating batas. Pag diniscuss ko po to, hindi na natin madidiscuss yung hindi ko na masasagutin yung mga tanong. At of course, in my opinion, the value of this seminar is when I answer your questions. Okay? Kasi baliwala naman to sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kasi minsan, hindi yan yung mismong point of interest nyo kasi hindi yan yung transaction. So, magtatanong kayo based on sa transaction nyo or some issue na malapit sa inyo na mismo sa family nyo. And that I would want to focus on in a little while. Okay? Ito po, babasahin ko lang pero bibilisan ko lang kasi ito yung rules of inclusion and concurrence. So, ibig sabihin po nito, children include in proper cases yung includes other descendants, okay? Ibang mga children also could be marital or non-marital, and parents meaning kasama po dyan ng other assets. Okay? So, I made it this way para at least hopefully madaling maintindihan. So, like I said kanina, when you have legitimate children, the parents, the collateral, and the state are excluded. So, wala na kayong pag-iisipan kung sino pa ang mga heredero. Okay? But kapag ang legitimate children ay may surviving spouse and illegitimate child or non-marital children, may concurrence sila. Concurrence of heirs. Ibig sabihin, hati-hati sila. The legitimate child, the marital child, the non-marital child, and the surviving spouse. Okay? And take note, when you say are excluded by no one, meaning hindi sila pwedeng ma-exclude. Ever, basta legitimate ang child. Okay? So, ibig sabihin yan, kapag pinretreat mo ang isang legitimate child, then you are going to be in big trouble. Okay? Because they should not be excluded ever. Okay? So, ito illegitimate child, it excludes and kung ano yung mga concurrence niya. Okay? Bibilisan ko lang po Okay? So, legitimate parents, ano yung exclusion and inclusion niya, sa concurrence niya. Legitimate parents excludes etc. and concurs with etc. Surviving spouse, it excludes collaterals, okay, except the brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces, and the state. Okay? There's an actual Supreme Court kalimutan ko na ito pong nangyari mag-asawa, wala silang anak, dami ng property, 14, actual case po ng Supreme Court na dumating na decide sa Supreme Court. Namatay si Mrs. Ang ginawa ni Mr., affidavit of sole adjudication. Tinransfer niya lahat ng property. Sabi niya, wala kaming anak, akong legal wife, akong legal husband. Akong mga heredero. So, kinwestiyon yan nung mga kapatid. Ay, teka muna, hindi. Wala namang will si ate. So, ikaw, bilang asawa, hindi ka namin tinatanggalan ng karapatan. Pero, basahin mong batas, kasama kami. True enough, kasama po sila. Okay? 1/2 kay surviving spouse, 1/2 doon sa brothers and sisters. So, kung ilan man brothers and sisters sila, kung siya man sila na surviving, then yung 1/2 ng estate mo, ng estate ng asawa mo, ibabalik sa mga kapatid. Now, think of it. That is my example kapag nag-lecture ako ng estate planning. Paano kung ayaw ng asawa mo yung mga kapatid at walang iniwang last will and testament or hindi siya nag-estate planning? Matatanggap ba ng sister mo na yung pinaghirapan yung mag-asawa ay kalahati na ipupunta doon sa mga doon sa mga undeserving brothers and sisters niya na minatamata at pinahirapan at hindi man lang pinansin yung effort ng kanilang kapatid. Okay? So, be very careful. If you have that kind of situation, mga clients kayong ganyan, sabihin nyo sa kanila. Yan ho mangyayari kapag wala kayong ginawa. At iplanuhin ang inyong future. Okay? Because everyone dies eventually. Okay? It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Kailan tayo mamamatay? Take note, the surviving spouse is excluded by no one. Basta legal wife po, basta merong, hindi po yung pwedeng kinakasama, hindi po yung pwedeng common law wife, common law husband. Kailangan po kasal sila. At pag kinasal ka naman, segue ko lang, at ayaw mo yung iyong pinakasalan, din ngayon wala kang magagawa until mag-file ka ng nullity of marriage. Ngayon, kung gusto nyong hintayin yung divorce bill na ipasa ng ating Kongreso, then wag muna kayo magpakasal, ladies and gentlemen. Hintayin nyo muna maging effective yung yung divorce law. Okay? Para at least kahit paano, nakakasiguro kayo na, may divorce law na, mas madali na makipag-iwalayan. Okay? But me personally, being a Roman Catholic, I am opposed to the divorce law. Kahit alam ko na naghihirap, may mga babae naghihirap doon sa relationship nila ngayon. Because I have had cases na kawawang-kawawang babae, hindi sila makapag-move on kasi nga kasal sila. Legitimately kasal sila doon sa isang tao na hate na nila ngayon. Okay? So brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces, yan po yung exclusion and concurrence niya. Other collaterals. Ang collaterals po, yung, like I said, yung brothers and sisters, yung mga nephews and nieces. The state, of course. Bakit nandiyan ang state attorney? Because kung wala po heredero talaga na mahanap, si state po ang tagapagmana niya. But take note, the state excludes no one, okay? Concurs with no one, and is excluded by everyone. So talagang last choice. Okay? So like I said, in my 23 years of being a lawyer, wala pa po ako nakikita na isang property na napunta sa state. Okay? Almost always may makikita ka na heredero if you look for them properly. Lalo na ngayon, the age of Facebook, mahahalap mo kung sino yung anak ng ganito. So combinations of intestate succession. So legitimate children alone, yan, the entire estate is belongs to them and equally divided doon sa number of legitimate children. Okay? Or marital children. So syempre, pag may marital child at may non-marital child, so ang share ng non-marital ay 1/2 of the share of the marital child. Okay? So, ito, legitimate children and surviving spouse, etc. Hindi ko na po masyadong i-discuss sa inyo. Time check, 11:57. So, mabilis lang po So, essential na. Kasing 21 questions lang ang nakikita ko. Nephews and nieces, uncles and aunts. Okay? By inference, uncles and aunts are excluded. Okay, so that's Bakay versus Borromeo. Nephews and nieces inherit in accordance with item 22, which is fourth count. Ano yung item 42 na yan? Okay, so dito ko lang kukwento yung case ko. Okay, here's the case. 3 properties pinangalan sa PWD. Okay, na tapos yung PWD na yon may merong guardianship. So bago namatay si PWD, ang ginawa ng magkakapatid, gumawa sila ng corporation, kinonvert nila yung share ng PWD kasi na-operahan yun so may brain damage na. Yung share niya 70% ng corporation. So per lot may ginawang single asset corporation. Okay? So those are 3 lots. Actually 4 lots. Okay? So kaya siya umabot ng billions kasi it's along Quezon Avenue. Yung 1, 2, Three lots. Yung isa nasa likod. Nasa Times Street yata. So, PWD, 70% ng corporation nasa kapangalan sa PWD. At may legal guardian siya. Yung namatay si legal guardian na kapatid, nagkaaway-away na sila kasi napunta na sa isang family na hindi naman inetsupueran yung mga ibang pinsan. Okay? So isa-isang namatay yung magkakapatid. Okay? Until ang huling namatay po ay yung last guardian kasi kada namatay yung isang guardian kasi papalit yung isang kapatid as guardian. Okay, yung namatay po yung huling guardian na kapatid, then wala na, labo-labo na sila. So nung buhay pa, ang ano nila, ang sharing dapat nila ay kung 4 na magkapatid sila, okay, divided by 4 ang sharing nila. Tapos 3. Tatlo sila. Patay na nga pala si estate owner. So ang estate niya basically ay shares of stock. Okay, 70% of each corporation is yun ang pinag-aawayan nila, control of the property. So 3. Isang branch, 11 ang magkakapatid, 11 ang magkakapatid, yung isa po ay 2, yung isa ay 2, yung isa 3. Kaya 17 lahat sila. So imagine me trying to placate 17 individual republics. Okay, nag-aaway-away sila, sharing, etc. Okay? So yung buhay pa yung isa, kada branch divided by 3 lang sila kasi buhay pa yung magulang. Divided by 3. Tapos, like I said, that's per capita. Okay? Now, yung namatay, yung pinakahuli, so per stirpers na, divided by 17. So ngayon, doon sila nagkakaan. Me, being a person who does not like litigation, although I am a litigator, ang ayoko lang is yung for the rest of my life, maglilitigate ako ng isang kaso na kaya ko namang pagkasunduin, hindi ko mapagkasundo kasi lumalabas yung kanilang mga deep-seated family yung family squabbles. So biglang lalabas yung kasi si ganyan ganito ang treatment nila kay mommy, so kaya sila galing yung tipo gano'n. So lahat ng mga nire-lecture ko na dapat iwasan yon nasa kanila. Okay, so yung pinag-awayan na. So sabi ko sa kanila, plus the fact na ang case is in Quezon City. And since I am from Inbang Cavite, ayoko na mag-travel. Okay, kahit bayaran mo ko kahit bayaran mo ko ng 5,000 na appearance fee or even 10,000 na appearance fee, I would not go there because it's just too wala pang Skyway noon So kahit sabi nila, Atty, ikaw naman, sabi ko, alam mo, sobrang layo na, just get Quezon City lawyer. So pinasa ko na lang sa kanya. So hindi ko lang alam kung tapos pa. Tapos na. Although, ang nangyari is, nanalo kami sa Supreme Court at nanalo sila sa Supreme Court at kaya sila nanalo is because yung suggestion ko na ginawa. Okay? So ang brilliant na suggestion, humility aside, the reason why I called it sa brilliant suggestion na ginawa ko, na inoperationalize namin is ayaw pumirma ng EJS. Okay? Kung ayaw pumirma ng EJS, sige. So this is me thinking out of the box. 17 kayo. Yung gustong pumirma na 11 which is from the one branch of the family, do sa family tree nila, 1 degree, sabi ko, okay, pumirma kayo lahat. Pag pirma nyo lahat, ilagay nyo lang doon yung mga ayaw pumirma. So walang preterition. At ibigay nyo sa kanila yung draft, pumirma na kayo, please, ayaw pumirma. So, bakit ko pinabigay sa kanila? Kasi para notified sila. Okay? So, ano sabi ko kanina, di ba, doon sa Supreme Court ruling na sinabi kapag wala sa EJS, hindi sila affected, nasa EJS sila, hindi lang sila pumirma. Di ba? So, sinabmit sa BIR. Ano nangyari? Sinabmit sa BIR, so I argue. The law says that all heirs must sign. Okay? But it doesn't say there na kapag hindi pumirma, hindi tutuloy yung EJS. All heirs are here. It's just that 6 of them did not want to sign. But sabi ko, ina-argue ko, May preterition ba? Wala. So, iyan nyo na to. So, naniwala sa akin si RDO, yung sa PIR, so, kapag bayad ko ng estate tax, etc. etc. Armed with the car, yan. So, nagkaso na sila. So, sabi ng lower court, okay, valid yung ano ha, valid yung EJS. Okay? Kasi I was trying to dare the people who do not want to sign the EJS. Sabi ko, kaya mo silang pumunta sa korte at makipaglaban sa inyo with regards to the validity of the EJS, which they never did. Okay? So alam nila na may EJS, ayaw nang pumirma. So walang preterition of error. Okay? So panalo sila sa court. Panalo sila dun sa court na dun sa partition agreement because we're talking about shares of stock, di ba? Partition, manalo sila hanggang sa nag-appeal sa Court of Appeals. Panalo din sa Court of Appeals. At tuwan-tuwa ako nung binabasa ko yung kasi I was given a copy of that. Tuwan-tuwa ako kasi sinasite nila yung validity noong EJS na kahit hindi sila pumirma, the court still considered it valid. Now, nasa Supreme Court na, hopefully maniwala rin ang Supreme Court doon sa brilliant, right? Doon sa brilliant thinking out of the box suggestion and solution. Okay? So lahat sila, yun yung sinasabi ko na per state pets at per capita. So that's nephews and nieces na nag-aaway-away. Article 975. Okay? So you have to be very aware of that. Now, pag nag-aaway-away na ganon, please consult a lawyer kasi hindi na po kaya ng broker yan. Okay? Kahit may ilan sa inyo alam ko na ang forte ay settlement of ST. Okay? When it comes to legality, please do not think na kakayanin niyan as a mere broker. Please tell them to engage the services of hopefully a real estate lawyer. Okay? But any lawyer would do. Okay? The state. Okay? So, ito yung ano niya, ito yung kanyang share dun sa interstate succession. I will not discuss this because I will be discussing SG. Okay? But ang ano lang yan, bakit sa SG proceedings kinukuha ng state? Dahil under the law, lahat ng makukuha niya from the SG proceedings will redound to the benefit of public, educational, and charitable institutions. That is that's indicated in the rules of court. Okay? In the respective municipalities. Okay? So, tignan natin to. Heirs of Sandejas versus Lina. So the issue here is whether or not the probate court has jurisdiction over the contract of sale of realty belonging to the estate of the decedent. Pag may pinapabenta po sa inyong property, ladies and gentlemen, please ask, nasa korte po ba to? Okay? Because if it is in under litigation, whether there's a will or not, meaning probate proceedings or intestate proceedings, basta nasa court po siya, ang may kapangyarihan po magbenta niyan ay yung executor, if there's a will, or the administrator, if there's not a will, or whatever would happen to the case. Basta may administrator or executor lang. With the court authorizing them specifically to sell the property. Okay? So kung hihingi kayo ng authority to sell, please ask the ATS from the executor or the administrator and not to any of the heir because they don't have the right to sign the authority to sell or the listing agreement. Okay? Klaro po yan because nasabi nga dyan, it also extends to matters incidental or collateral to the exercise of the probate cognizant recognized powers such as selling, mortgaging, or otherwise encumbering realty belonging to the estate. Okay? E ngayon, kung hindi naman po nasa korte, kung wala po siya sa korte, then mag-EJS na lang po kayo. Okay? Ay, gumalaw. Ayun. Cruz versus Cristobal, 2006 case. Whether or not the deed of partition executed by one of the heirs is valid against another group who was left out. Of course. Okay? Alam niyo na sagot dyan eh. Pero ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Okay? So Section 1, Rule 74 states that the fact of the extrajudicial settlement or administration shall be published in a newspaper of general circulation, but no is there. So kaya mo siya pinapublish is for the notification of the entire world. Okay? However, if there's no extrajudicial settlement, no extrajudicial, EJS na lang, okay, para sobrang haba. Kung walang EJS, ang EJS ay hindi binding doon sa mga tao na hindi nag-participate and no notice. Yan. Okay, so dito ko nakuha yung aking brilliant idea kanina, di ba? Ibigay ko yung draft doon sa mga magpipinsan na sinasabi ko na, syempre may formal letter in eh. Please sign, kasi ito yung, akala ko itong pinag-agreehan nyo, ayaw nila pumirma. Ang gusto nila sa kanila, for whatever reason, I don't want to go into the reasons kung ayaw nila mag-sign. At least, hindi man sila pumirma, hindi sila preteritated, nandun yung pangalan nila, okay? Pero may notice sila. And that was also one of the things na sinabi ng Court of Appeals. You were notified of this, binigyan pa kayo ng kopya ng e-car, and yet anong ginawa nyo? They did not go to court to question the EJS, which I dared them. Kasi yun ang ano ko eh. Kung ayaw nyo usap sa amin, edi ayaw naman namin magkaso, okay, then let them, I told them, sige, i-dare natin yung mga pinsan. Sabi ko sa client ko na 11. I-dare natin yung mga pinsan nyo. Let's do it this way, yung solution ko. Okay? If they want to bring it to court, then that's the time we answer them. Siyempre, alam ko na yung mga sagot ko. Bakit hindi naman invalid yung EJS? Hindi naman kayo preteritated. Ano yung pangalan? Hindi lang kayo pumirma. But you were notified. Under the said provision, without participation of all persons involved in the proceedings, the EJS is not binding on the said person. Okay? If I preteritated them, then the EJS is not binding on them. But if I include their name, but still they are notified, but yet they did not sign, then in my opinion, it is a valid EJS. Okay? So, hinihintay ko na lang yung Supreme Court decision. Hopefully, tama ako. Okay? Kasi syempre, di ba? Thinking out of the box yun. Okay? So, mawalang galang na po kung sabihin niyo, yabang naman yung attorney. Kasi alam niyo, yung mga panahon na yon, it was a novel solution to a problem na nag-aaway-away yung mga heredero. Okay? So, if you want to use it, ladies and gentlemen, you are free to do it. Just inform me. Tapos, pakapihin niyo ako. Kasi, di ba? Kasi natutunan niyo sa akin yun. So, summary settlement. Ito yung sinasabi ko, summary of settlement. 20,000 lang po yata ito. So, it's proceed summarily. So, wala siya yung, mas mabilis po siya at halos walang litigation. Kasi, gusto mo lang padaanin sa korte. Is cheat. Okay? The act of the government in claiming the unsettled estate of the estate called is cheat. Time check 11:11. It is a proceeding where real properties and personal properties in the Philippines of a deceased person who has no will or heirs becomes the property of the state. This is based on the principle that the state has the ultimate ownership of all properties within its jurisdiction. Okay? Similar yan doon sa Regalian Doctrine. Lahat po ng bagay-bagay, the water, the minerals, all belongs to the state. Okay, so hindi ko na masyadong anuhin to kasi this is legal proceedings. Basahin nyo lang po kapag actually hindi ko pa naibibigay yung na-convert ko na po siya sa PDF pero hindi ko lang po na-send kay Miss Emily. Okay? Of course, may hearing yan. If there's actually an heir entitled to the estate, the heir may file a claim within 5 years. So kung may sumulpot within the 5-year date of the judgment, mahahabol pa po niya yun. If no claim is made within 5-year limit, any claim is forever barred. Okay? Ako naman po kasi pag una kong tinatanong po, bigyan niyo nga ako ng pag magulo, bigyan niyo nga ako ng family tree. From there, para malaman ko at hopefully ninyo kung sino yung dapat pumirma sa dokumento at kung meron pa talagang heredero na pwedeng humabol. Okay? Ang acts of reversion or escheat also can be used for properties alienated in violation of the Constitution. Ang example po dito is may naibentang property. Ano po to tagal ng case. Naibenta po yung property ang na-transfer po sa foreigner. Okay? Now, bakit sinasabi niyo foreign? Bakit foreigner to? Hindi naman pwede yun. Opo, ang problema kasi yung foreigner na yun, sa ano po yun, sa corporation. Yung 60-40 po, hindi na siya 60. So, hindi na siya Filipino. Never foreigner na siya. So, kung ganon, nailipat sa pangalan ng corporation na hindi na Filipino, then the government can run after that by filing an escheat proceedings. So, reversion po ang tawag doon. Ito, malapit na po tayong matapos, Act of Partition. So, ano pong diferensya nito, Acts of Partition? It is a judicial controversy between persons who, being co-owners, seek to divide or partition among themselves the property held in common and giving each other his or her rightful share under the law. This can be used in ordinary co-ownership po. Pero, take note, di ba? Alam niyo na to, kapag kayo ay naging heredero ng isang estate, all of you become co-owners of that piece of property. Okay? Unless may waiver, etc., etc. Okay? So partition presupposes the existence of co-ownership over the property between two or more persons. Yan. Okay? So kung meron kayong gustong ipapartition, kung gusto niyo makuha yung share niyo doon sa inheritance, ito po ang pwede niyong i-suggest doon sa inyong abogado na attorney, instead mag-file tayo ng petition for petition for letters of administration, okay? Pwede po kayong dumiretso sa action for partition. Okay? Petition a complaint for partition of real and personal properties of the deceased. Pwede po 'yan. Okay? So kung ang tatanong naman diyan minsan pag nagpo-proceed na yung case, isa lang naman ang tinatanong ng judge hindi ba kayo pwede mag-usap at magkasundo para tapusin na natin itong kaso. Pag di po kayo nagkasundo, then the judge will appoint 3 competent and disinterested persons as commissioners. Okay? Now, the court may order it assigned to one of the parties willing to take the same if you cannot agree among yourselves na i-partition yan equally. Okay? So, bakit po ganun? Kasi gusto nyo hati-hatian into 3. Ang problema, wala namang gusto doon sa divide by 3. Iba yung gusto nila. So, kung merong may isang tao sa inyo, co-owner nyo, co-heir nyo, na may kakayahan, bilhin na lang niya lahat yung property, tapos i-divide by 3 yung halaga, tapos ibigay na lang niya sa hindi naman sa ulian, bigyan na lang niya kung ano yung share, rightful share. Of course, dyan papasok yung mga real estate appraiser kasi kailangan ng proper valuation. Hindi pwede na yung magbibigay ng pera sa kanila ay siya ang magdidikta kung anong presyo. Paano kung 1,000 per square meter? Di ba? Kawawa naman yung mga... So dapat mag-agree sila doon sa actual valuation. Okay? Ngayon, kung ayaw nilang magano, walang may kakayahan sa kanila na nabigyan yung mga share, ibigay yung mga monetary share ng bawat partido, edi sasabihin ni court, okay, ang commissioner, bigyan nyo nga ng value yan. No, pag meron ako yung value, benta nyo yung property at a public sale. So, mag-order ako. Okay? Ano pa? Extrajudicial settlement of estate. Okay? Ito, review lang sa inyo. Galing po yan sa Rule 74 ng ating House of Court. Okay? Under Section 1, there are 2 exceptions to the requirements that the estate of the deceased should be judicially administered. Number 1 is extrajudicial settlement of estate, and number 2, yung affidavit of self-adjudication, which is basically the same. Ang diferensya lang nila sa isa't isa ay yung extrajudicial settlement, 2 or more, ang heredero, yung self-adjudication or sole adjudication is kahit sa isang heredero. Okay, the parties to an extrajudicial settlement shall file a bond, okay, with the register of deeds in an amount equivalent to the value of the personal property involved, as certified under oath by the parties concerned and conditioned upon the payment of any and just claim that may be filed under Section 4, Rule 74. Bakit ko nilagay dyan? Kasi ngayon po, ewan ko na kung experience nila to ako, sa amin po, nabigla ako for the last 2 years, yung pati po mga personal properties kailangan i-register na sa RD. So ano yung mga personal properties na nire-register sa RD na kinagulat ko for the last 2 years? Yung pong mga bank accounts. Okay? So dyan kayo kailangan kumuha ng heirs bank. Okay? So pag tinanong niyo, bakit Bakit po humihingi ng heirs bond? Ito po ang pinanggalingan niyan at ito po ang ini-implement ng ating register ng registries of deeds. Okay? So this is section 1 of Rule 74. Kailangan mag-file ka ng bond and that is your heirs bond. Okay? So ito namang 2-year na yan. So that is the 2-year period of restriction na naka-annotate po yung 2-year lien na yan doon sa title na lalabas based on the extrajudicial settlement. Okay? And please take note that pag nag-EJS po kayo, kung nagbayad na kayo sa PIR, so habang hinihintay niyo yung e-car, ipapublish nyo na po yung EJS. Okay? Para paglabas ng EJS, meron na rin kayong affidavit of publication which you have to submit to the RD in order to transfer the titles from the decedent to the heirs. Okay? So of course, bago dyan. So of course, yung rule, pag nakita nyo na Rule 74, Section 4, Rule 74, dito po galing yan sa Rules of Court. Okay? So that is required by the Rules of Court na i-annotate po yan doon sa title. Ito, nabasa nyo na kanina, no extrajudicial settlement shall be binding upon any person who has not participated therein or had no notice thereof. So may advantage po talaga na nagle-lecture ka. So yung mga abogado po dito, try nyo mag-lecture kasi kung mas updated kayo sa mga Supreme Court decision, you get more ideas on how to handle the cases that you get confronted with. Okay, so diyan ko po nakuha yung aking brilliant solution. Yabang naman ni attorney, actually yung brilliant na yun ang nagsabi po nun yung kliyente ko na architect po. Attorney, that is a brilliant solution. Sabi ko, oh, you think? Yung sabi ko. So syempre, patendaan. Kasi, di ba? Nanalo na sila sa hanggang Court of Appeals. So when you see an annotation of the land title regarding the 2-year lien created by Section 4 Rule 74, this signals that the parcel of land is an inheritance for the deceased person. And therefore, sabihin niyo po yan sa kliyente niyo. Okay? Lalo na kung kamamatay lang. Okay, ma'am, hindi po natin alam. Extra ingat kayo. Due diligence, mamaya pag-uusapan natin yan. Sa due diligence niyo, pag mas maingat kayo. Lalo na kung within the 2-year period. Kasi, baka may biglang umapir na pretreated heir, patay ang inyong kliyente. Magkakaroon pa siya ng sakit ng ulo kasi hahabulin yung property na pinili. Of course, minsan, meron akong ginawa dyan na within the 2-year period, sabi ko, mag-heirs bond kayo within the 2-year period. So kahit kung may pumunta man, may lumabas na pretreated heir, the heirs bond will handle that claim. Of course, pag nag-heirs bond ka, ito, natatandaan ko kailangan meron kang property na parang imo-mortgage sa bonding company. Okay? Not necessarily mortgage, pero parang yun yung claim nila. Just in case, kasi let's say 20 million yung bayad lupa. Ang heirs bond ay, let's say, 5% ng 20 million yung premium. So aside from the premium, meron pa rin yung yung parang security. Okay? Just in case. For 2-year period lang naman. Okay? So more on that later pag nag-due diligence kayo. So EJS is valid and binding as long as the essential elements are present. Okay? Take note. So dito rin galing yung brilliant solution ko. Walang heir, walang will, walang debt. Lahat ng heirs ay of legal age, and if they are minors, sila ay legally represented and by a attorney in fact, at meron silang SPA, and the heirs agree that they will divide the estate as they deem fit. Okay? So the requirement that is embodied in a public instrument is merely evidentiary. So para malaman mo kung ano yung hatian, dapat may papakita ka dokumento na yun nga ang hatian. Okay? Paano Tony kung hindi nga pumirma? At least yung naghatian sila, base yon sa laws on intestacy. So we did not violate any provisions of the law on intestacy. An extrajudicial settlement is not a testamentary disposition among the heirs, but a contract and is governed by the law on the contracts. So I also tell this when I lecture on estate planning. Okay? Pag nag-estate plan kayo, ang masusunod ay yung inyong kagustuhan. Kapag nag-EJS, ang masusunod ay yung kagustuhan ng mga eredero. Eh, wala ka na, hindi ka naman pwedeng tanungin eh. Tanungin muna natin si tatay. Kakatok dun sa dun sa lapida. Tay, payag ba kayo sa hatian namin? Hindi mo pwede yun, di ba? So the inclusion of an additional stipulation which later turns out to be null and void does not affect the validity of the rest of the contract. So kung ano man yung provision that makes it null and void, then it does not affect the EJS. So for example, okay, na ang inyong EJS ay that you will hold on to the property for the next 25 years as co-owners. You cannot do that because there is a provision on co-ownership na hindi pwedeng tumagal ang co-ownership for more than 20 years. Okay? By agreement of the parties. So more than 25 years, that is contrary to that provision of the civil code, then therefore that will be stricken down. Okay? So the 2-year lien on the real property distributed by extrajudicial or summary settlement shall be annotated on the title issued by the distributee to the distributee after the lapse. And after the lapse of the period may be cancelled by the registry of deeds without need of a court order. Okay? So this is LRC circular number 143/1964, January 20. So take note, kung gusto niyo patanggal yung 2-year lien, hindi na po kayo pupunta ng court ha, kasi meron, okay. Kaya ako palagi nabanggit ko na kanina, di ba? If ever may mga pangangailangan kayo sa mga real estate, mga problema kayo, it is almost, I always prefer na real estate lawyer ang mag-handle. Okay? Kasi, meron po, kung abogado lang, lalo na yung mga matatanda, tapos yung mga criminal law minsan hindi nila alam yung mga yan, mga circular na yan. So, sasabihin nila, sige, magpa-file tayo ng petition to cancel the 2-year lien. So, pupunta pa kayo ng korte. So, syempre, papayag kayo ng abogado, etc. Pero kung alam ng real estate lawyer niya yan, attorney, may problema ko kayo, paano kung gagawin para mapatanggal yung 2-year lien? More than 5 years na po. Gusto patanggal ng buyer namin. Okay? Actual case yan. Okay? So, sabi ko kasi nung isang abogado, kailangan kong pumunta kami sa court. Wala akong kami pambayad ng yung nagtanong sa akin, sabi ko, simple lang po yan. Ito po, bibigyan ko kayo ng petition, gayahin nyo lang po, paggawa nyo. It's a petition, okay, addressed to the Register of Deeds, meaning si attorney so-and-so, kung sino man siya. Because when we say register, we refer to the person. When we say registry, we refer to the office of the Registry of Deeds. Gawa kayong petition, ito lang yan ninyo, ito sasabihin nyo, tapos ipasa nyo lang yan, magbabayad lang kayo ng wala pa yatang 600 pesos yun eh. Recently lang, may tinulungan din ako ganyan. Kung sino man nagsabi siya abogado yan, hindi niya alam ang pinagsasabi niya. Yan ho, hindi na dumadaan sa korte, diretso na po kayo sa RD. Sino sa inyo ang may experience na? Paki-chat na. Siyempre, mamaya ko na mababasa yung chat. Pero di ba, isa pa, kaya maganda rin na real estate lawyer ang kukunin nyo kasi meron din yung mga reissuance of title, okay? So may SPA, ito CRB to CRB. Ang SPA holder si CRB, taga Parañaque siya, ang lupa, excuse me, nasa Mindoro. So ano nangyari? Nag-file, sabi ng abogado niya, sige, file tayo ng nawawala eh. Sige, file tayo ng petition for the issuance of a new owner's duplicate title sa Parañaque. Attorney, bakit po sa Parañaque? Taga-junk ka eh. Tama ba yun? Okay? Sasabihin ko sa inyo, mali yun because under the law, under the rules, kailangan po ang filing nyo ng petition ay kung saan located yung property. Which means dapat nag-file ka sa Mindoro. At si attorney, sinabi pa niya, nung tinanong, attorney, dismiss po tayo. Bakit kaya ganun? Ba't kaya dinismiss ng court? Yun ang sagot sa kay CRP. Siyempre, nagtanong siya sa akin, edi siyempre, ang sabi ko sa kanya, huwag mo na sabihin sa akin kung sino yung abogado kasi may inis na ako sa kanya. At ang sabi pa ng abogado, sige, mag-refile na lang tayo. O, sige, mag-refile siya at panibago daw, panibagong fee. Diba? So, nagkamali na nga si attorney, doon sa una, nakakolekta na siya ng fee. Gusto niya, pa nag-file doon sa Mindoro, may panibago bang fee. So, ingat po kayo doon sa mga tatanungin ng abogado. Such lien cannot be discharged for the annotation canceled within the 2-year period. Hindi mo pwedeng pa-cancel yan within the 2-year period, okay? Hindi po makakancel yan. Even if the distributee offers to post a bond to answer for a contingent claim for which the lien is established. Eh, Tony, anong ginawa mo doon sa example mo kanina? Nagpalagay lang ako ng AS bond, hindi ko naman pinatanggal yung annotation within the 2-year period. Okay? So I did not violate any rules or regulation, nor did I violate any of the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court. Okay? Sabi ko, within the 2-year period, naandyan yan, natin pwede tanggalin. Pero kung may magpa-file man ng kaso, ang magbabayad niyan yung bonding company, which is an insurance company. Okay? Mafre Insurance po ang kinuha. Okay? So plug yun. Spouses, EJS po, Spouses Maria Bityong Villafria versus Plazo, Atty. So ang tanong dito, ang issue dito is nag-file sila ng judicial partition with annulment of title and recovery of possession. Hindi sila nag-file noong petition for letters of administration kasi na-air sila. So sabi ng court, it has been repeatedly held that when a person dies without leaving pending obligations to be paid, his heirs, whether of age or not, are bound to submit the property to a judicial administration, which is always long and costly, or to apply for an appointment of an administrator by the court. So hindi ka bound, yung sinasabi ng court. So kung hindi ka bound mag-file ng judicial proceedings for the settlement of the estate, pwede ka mag-judicial partition. Yun ang sinasabi ng Supreme Court. Okay? Kasi ang argument dito, hindi dapat mag-file muna sila ng kasi pareho naman kaming heredero. So like I said kanina, during the time of partition, yung the issue on partition, pwede ka mag-file ng partition nang hindi ka na mag-file ng probate proceedings or yung letters of administration, na petition. So it has been uniformly held that such case in the judicial administration and the appointment of an administrator are superfluous and unnecessary proceedings. Thus, respondent committed no error in filing an action for judicial partition instead of a special proceeding for the settlement of estate as the law expressly permits it. Kaya ko sinama yan kasi baka yung lawyer na sasabihin, okay, ay alam mo dapat mag-file tayo ng ganito, ganun. Okay? So sabihin lang, attorney, may narinig ako, may nabasa ako kaso na sabi ng Supreme Court, pwede namang na dumiretso tayo sa partition, baka yun mas maganda. Okay? So, ako, pag ginanon ako ng kliyente, hindi ako nagagalit kasi, like I said, I do not know everything. Diba? So, I am humble enough to accept yung mga inputs na gano'n. Ganun mo ba? Sige, pag-aaralan ko yun. Yun na sasabihin ko. Diba? And like I said, I do not claim to know everything because I have not read all of the decisions of the Supreme Court. Okay? So can the children waive their rights to receive the inheritance during the lifetime of their parents in favor of the siblings? No, diba? Like I said kanina. Article 1347, katulad ng isa kanina, diba? Yung article naman on laws on succession. It clearly prohibits the contracts on future inheritance. So hindi mo pwedeng i-waive, hindi mo pwedeng ibenta yung future inheritance. Kailangan mag-vest muna. Okay? And how does it vest yung right to succession? It gets vest upon the death of the decedent. So I'm not saying napatayin niyo yung yung mamala, yung kusang kayo magmamala. It's just kailangan lang alam yung rules. Okay, 905 the Civil Code says that every renunciation or compromise as regards future legitimate between the persons owing it and his compulsory heir is void. And the latter may claim the same upon the death of the father. So kung meron kayong ganyang situation na naghahabol ng property, kasi minsan tinatanong yung brokers uy, Mr. and Miss Broker, meron akong property na ganito kaso sabi nung mga tita ko, wala na raw kaming karapatan kasi pumirma daw si daddy ng dokumento nito. Like yung example ko kanina. The waiver of the inheritance operates as a donation of an inchoate right in favor of the siblings who did not waive his future inheritance. So donations cannot comprehend future property. Anything which donor cannot dispose at the time of the donation cannot be saan tawag ito? Any disposition with regards to that is full. Okay? Kaya nga importante alam yung rules na to. So finally, the law requires that the donor to have ownership of the thing or the real right he donates at the time of the perfection. So hindi mo pwedeng i-donate ang isang bagay kung hindi mo naman talaga yun pag-aari. So kung future inheritance, like what the rules said and the jurisprudence says, you cannot waive yung mga future inheritance. Therefore, you have to be cognizant of that fact. Yes. Punta tayo sa estate tax amnesty. So estate tax amnesty natin, okay, this started doon sa 11231, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Yung kaso ko na na 17 ng heirs, namatay ang decedent January 1, 2018. Sakto eksakto doon sa estate tax amnesty. Okay? Now, train law pa nga yan eh. So anyway, alam naman natin ang benefits ng estate tax amnesty, di ba? Hindi tayo magbabayad ng surcharge, ng penalties, ng interest, etc. etc. Lalo na kung namatay siya 10, 20 years ago. At ang estate tax amnesty rate noon hanggang ngayon ay 6% only, katulad ng train law. Okay? Kasi ang train law, from those who died from January 1 to 2018 onwards, to this date, saka lang mag-apply 6%. So assuming na walang estate tax amnesty, babalik po tayo dun sa 20%, sa yung mga multi-tiered estate taxes. At bukod pa doon, meron pang syempre na babayaran ka na lump sum. Di ba? Yun yung ating graduated schedule of estate tax rates. Okay? So syempre ayaw natin yun. Okay? So after that, nagkaroon ng yung 11231 ay hanggang 2021 lang. Okay? So when Congress decided na sige i-extend natin kasi maraming hindi nakapag-avail, so 11569 was signed into law, which extended the availment of the estate tax amnesty to June 14, 2023. Okay? Na ngayon, alam na natin na yung ano na yan, yung that deadline came to pass hanggang sa nagkaroon na ng bagong batas. Okay? So this is ito nga sabi nga ni Atty. Cherry kanina, mainit-init pa. I forgot ko 11956 nga ba? Please correct me if I'm wrong. That is the new law which lapsed into law. Hindi po yan pinirmahan ni Presidente. Bakit? Kasi ito lang ang analysis ko. Kasi 'di ba parang ayaw niyang beneficiary siya niyan eh. Whether or not as you know, 'di ba? I think the Supreme Court has decided with finality na yung kinokolekta ng BIR yata ay hindi na pwedeng kolektahin ng BIR nga ba? Tama ba yung pagkakarinig ko? So, pwede niya ngayong gamitin ng family niya, kung sino man ang file ng estate tax niya, pwede niya gamitin itong itong batas na to. Kasi mawo-waive lahat ng penalties, surcharges noong estate ni Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Okay, so the reason why hindi niya pinirmahan, ginawa niyang lapsed into law lang because under the Constitution, if the President, if an enrolled bill comes to his desk, he or she, the President, has 30 days to sign that piece of legislation, an enrolled bill. Kung hindi niya mapirmahan yun, it lapses into law. Okay, without any action from the President. So that happened on August 5. If I'm not mistaken, August 5 po, 2023. So when it lapsed into law, kasi nagpo-post ako niyan, sabi ko, pipirmahan ni Presidente, hanggang sa lumagpas na yung June 14, at ang tagal-tagal na, akala ko sasabihin niya sa State of the Nation, hindi niya binanggit. Sabi ko, bakit kaya hindi binanggit? So, nag-isip-isip ako, yun ang naisip ko, siguro, maglalapse into law na lang yan. Kasi para hindi niya sabihin na pinirma niya isang batas na magiging beneficiary siya at ang pamilya niya. This is just speculation on my part, but it really lapsed into law. At, okay, sabi ng batas na yan, the BIR has 30 days, right? Has 30 days to come up with the IRR, which is the revenue regulation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, when it lapsed into law, ang ginawa po ng Malacanang was to publish the said law on August 5, 2023 sa website ng OG, ng Official Gazette. Okay? So 15 days thereafter, magiging effective na yung batas. Tapos, pag magiging effective siya 15 days after, under the law, the BIR has 30 days to file its, or to promulgate its IRR. Okay? So, yun po yan. Basically, it extends the availment period of the estate tax amnesty from June 14, 2023 to June 14, 2025. Okay? At ang kagandahan pa niyan, nag-extend, hinabaan pa nila yung period of availment. So kung ang inyong mga decedents ay namatay ng May 31, 2022, then sila po ay yung kanilang estate ay covered ng estate tax amnesty. Okay? So klaro po 'yan. So itong lumabas ngayon, Revenue Regulation 1023. Last week when I was looking at the website ng BIR, wala pa ito. So hindi ko lang siya natignan this week. Okay? Monday, Tuesday, and kanina umaga hindi ko na rin nakita. Pero ito po ang nakita ko, and I shared this with I think the first person I shared this with is to Atty. Cherry. Sabi ko, Atty. Cherry, ito hinihintay. Okay, so Revenue Regulation 10-2020. It's basically the same. Yun lang, may period of availment na hinabangan lang, etc. etc. Lahat po ng mga previous revenue regulations, revenue memorandum orders, etc. etc. is still the same. Siyempre, with this amendment only. Okay, so this consists of 4 pages. Yan po yan. Almost the same. Yung mga documentary requirements ay naandyan din. Okay? It's almost the same. At ano pa ba? Oh, ang isa pong benefit nito is pwede ka na magbayad electronic. Okay? O yung sa mga di ba? Hindi ka na kailangan pumili sa bangko, electronic na lang. Ang ano ko lang diyan is paano kung malaki yung estate tax na babayaran mo. So ako, if I were to advise the client like that, mas gusto ko naka-NC. Unang-una, hindi ko lang kung kaya yung i-Gcash yung 2 million na ano. Okay? Ito nakakatawa eh. Prior to the expiration, meron kami nilalakad na na estate. So the estate tax amnesty, the estate came out as 1.5 million. So nagulat yung mga clients. Attorney, bakit 1.5 million ang babayaran namin? Akala ko ba may estate tax amnesty, ma'am? Ma'am, kulang kayo, sabi ko. Tingnan niyo po yung properties nyo. Meron pong 2 hectares, meron pang ibang may isang 1.5 hectares. So, sa laki po ng properties ng mga magulang nyo. Pag kinumpute po natin, so kinumpute namin, what's 6% of that? 1.5 million. Ay, oo nga, no? Sabi ko, yan po kasi ang problema kapag sobrang yaman. Sabi niya, natawa siya, ikaw talaga. Hindi naman. So sabi ko, hindi po. I'm just trying to prove a point na kapag wala ng estate planning na nangyayari is talagang kailangan bubunuin nyo yung estate tax kahit 6% na siya. Kasi kung 100 million ang inyong property, what is 6% of 100 million? It is a lot. So yan ang sinasabi ko. Okay? 50 million lang eh. Di ba? What's 6% of 50 million? 6 times 5? 30? 3 million ba? Yeah. Ang magagawa, 6% na nga yun eh. Diba? Whether na nag-estate tax amnesty ka or yung moving forward, yung train law, is still a lot. Okay? it is better than the 20%, di ba? Kasi graduated tayo nung panahon eh. Basta lumagpas ka ng 10 million, di ba? 20% na kagad ang estate tax mo. So, isip kayo, kung meron kayong, if you have, ito, personal, if your properties now is around 20 million, 30 million, 40, 50 million, mag-isip na kayo mag-estate tax. Okay? Huwag nyo nang pahirapan yung susunod na generation. Okay? So September 5 po ito napirmahan. Natanggap ko to. Basta on a Friday ko natanggap to eh. Kasi may mga syempre, may mga bubuit ako. So, Tony, ito na yung pinakahintay mo. So yung natanggap ko yan, like I said, ang unang kong pinasahan ay si Atty. Cherry. Tapos in-inform ko yung Rebap Metro Tagaytay, which I am a proud member. Yeah. So yun yung cascading ano nun. Okay, and take note. Okay? This should be published daw in the newspaper of general circulation ng official gazette. Ngayon, yung pumunta ko ng official gazette ng Philippines, hindi ko nakita yung publication na to. Pero nakalagay dyan, it takes effect immediately from the date of its publication. So kasi ang advice namin sa client namin, ma'am, hintayin lang po natin yung paglabas ng revenue regulation. So yung magpa-file na kami nang lumabas na to, ayaw pang tanggapin kasi sabi na to, hindi pa namin alam kung kailan siya na-publish. Okay? Okay? May storya pa yan kasi dapat kung immediately yan, dapat hindi na nga pinublish yan sa OG para maging effective immediately. Kasi extension lang naman, etc. So, anyway, so sinabi ko doon sa mentor ko, si Atty. Mendoza, kasi pag-usapan namin yan sa CTEP, mentor ko siya sa CTEP, sabi niya, Atty., wala akong magawa eh, kahit anong i-argue kasi may Supreme Court decision na nagsasabi na pag ganyan lang siya, na in-extend lang niya yung isang ng effectivity ng batas, hindi na kailangan niya i-publish it. So anyway, so sabi ko, wala akong magagawa kasi ayaw nung RDO. Kung ayaw ng RDO, hindi susunod yung mga revenue officers. So hintayin ko na lang. So next week pa kami magsasubmit ulit. So these are your documentary requirements. Okay? So thank you very much for listening. Tama-tama hindi pala. Time check 11:45. So maraming salamat po sa pakikinig at ito po ang text-in questions. As far as I can see, we have 33 questions. So ito po muna ang aking sasagutin. Hindi ko lang alam, Miss Emily, kung magmo-moderate pa kayo, but after this, siguro pwede nyo basahin yung Q&A. So kasi nga, this is a text-in questions. So this was sent to me about, hindi ko lang kung yesterday or the other day. So if this is your question, then these are the answers. Okay? So may 1,000 square meter property that is registered under si Lola with 3 children and her old 3 deceased. Okay? Surviving heirs are 3 manugangs and mga apo. Shall they, surviving heirs, need to pay 2 estate taxes? Yes po. Okay? So, dun po sa mga si Ma'am Esther, alam to. So, kada isang estate na sinesettle nyo, pwede nyo pong gawin yan sa isang EJS. Pero kada isang estate na sinesettle, that's one payment. Typically, ang payment mo is between 5,000 to 10,000 pesos. Kung divide yan at yung gross estate ay mababa pa doon sa doon sa mga deduction. Kasi may mga standard deductions, etc. Okay? Ang gagamitin yung batas kapag kayo ay nag-handle nito, ladies and gentlemen, for arguments sa mga RDOs, the law effective at the time of the death is the one that you will follow. So kung namatay siya 2017, ang susundin nyo is yung mga deductions that was inexistent during the time of the death. Okay? So, funeral expenses, ano pa ba? Funeral expenses, medical expenses kung meron kayong proper resibo, etc. Okay? Doon po sa mga nagtataas ng kamay, pasensya na po. I cannot engage you kasi mahahaba po yung discussion natin, and like I said, tapusin ko muna po yung mga nag-type ng question, yung mga type-in questions. Okay, so you have to pay 2 estate taxes. Kada isang estate is 5,000 to 10,000 po. Okay? Uy, nag-text ang PLDT. Ang sabi niya, thanks for your patience. Kasi nga, may technical difficulties. Okay? But ang comment ko lang po dito, ang surviving heirs yung tatlong manugang. Ladies and gentlemen, hindi po tagapagmana ang manugang. Kasi hindi po sila direct line. Please remind yourself na hindi tagapagmana ang manugang. Meaning yung asawa ng anak. Okay? Hindi po tagapagmana si asawa. Kasi di ba manugang eh. Ang tagapagmana lang po ay yung mga apo. Yung mga anak nila. Hindi po kasama sa pirma ng EJS yung mga babae o basta yung mga in-law. Okay? Please be reminded of that. Because ang dami, paulit-ulit na po ako nagsasabi niyan. And I hope you don't make that same mistake. Okay? Kasi may mga, attorney, di ba kailangan pumirma yung asawa? Hindi po, kasi hindi naman silang heredero. Ang heredero po nila ay yung asawa nila na anak noong property owner. At kung patay na po yung asawa niya, ang may right of representation po, hindi si spouse, is yung mga anak who are the direct descendants. Okay, so yun lang po ang comment ko doon. So I don't know about the liquidation of estate assets. So pag nag-liquidate po ka ng estate assets, it's either through the courts system or through consent. So bibenta po para magbayad muna ng mga utang. Take note, ang binabayad pong utang, ladies and gentlemen, ay ang uunahin po pala sa settlement of estate is yung bayad ng utang, hindi po nga yung shares ng mga heredero. Okay? So let me just be clear on that. Okay? Kasi meron pong iba na ini-insist nila na kailangan may share muna sila. Magbayad muna kayo ng utang bago kayo makipag-share. Okay? Kasi kasama po sa inheritance nyo yung utang. So alam naman di ba? Alam naman i-divide sa inyo yung utang. So bayaran muna yung utang at nakukuha nyo lang yung net estate. Next, is it safer to have EJS first and have DOAs between the heirs? Sorry. Between the heirs and the buyers versus EJS with sale? That depends on the buyer. Kung ang buyer nyo po ay may magaling na abogado na nag-due diligence, pwede na pong diretsyo ng EJS with sale. Okay? Pero kung gusto nyo, EJS muna first, tapos like yung isa pong ginawang yung in-structure ko na din kasi gusto ng client na kailangan nakalagay muna sa mga heirs bago nila bilhin. Okay? So gumawa lang po ako ng memorandum of agreement na kung ano yung bayaran. Pagka EJS, then after about ilang months, then magdodowas na. Tapos before magdowas, siyempre full payment yung dowas, may mga milestones. May mga milestones kami. So lumabas na yung nabayaran na yung taxes. So may unang bayad na yun. After lumabas yung taxes, may pangalawang bayad kapag labas ng e-car. So paglabas ng e-car, may bayad. So tapos nung pag nabayaran na sa RD, yung registration fee, may bayad na rin. Tapos pag full payment upon the surrender of the title na na-issue na ng RD. So may depende yung sa structure ng inyong deed. Okay? So meron naman po kasing iba na walang pangbayad ng EJS. So ang ginagawa nila, EJS muna, pero naka-contract to sell sa buyer kasi yung pambayad ng estate tax ay magagaling sa bentahan with the buyer. So it all depends on you. Okay? What is it possible that the heir or heirs may rescind the deed of sale after it was executed and notarized due to whatever reason they may have? If they sign, okay, let's make it this way. If they fully know that they are signing a deed of sale, and if they happily sign the deed of sale, then consent was freely given, then wala na po silang karapatan to rescind the deed of sale. Now, kung ang pirma po nila as heredero ay sa deed of sale ay pineke, then meron po siyang karapatan to ask for the annulment of the sale and for the reconveyance of the hindi reconveyance, and for the annulment of the sale and the title that was already issued in the name of the buyer. Okay? So depende na po yan dun sa abogado nyo kung anong assessment niya, kung anong gustong gawin. Okay? Sana ba? How to process title for untitled properties with only tax declaration owned by deceased Perez with only one living heir. If there's only one living heir, then ang inyong transferring document is an affidavit of sole adjudication. After that, yun pong gagamitin nyo para makapag-provide kayo ng estate taxes. Paglabas po ng e-car, nakalagay po doon sa e-car is yung tax declaration number. Okay? So, yung tax declaration number, you have to register it sa RD. Okay? If you don't know this, meron po tayo under PD 1529, which I forgot the specific provision, but there's a book of untitled properties in the books of the Registry of Deeds. Meron po yung specific meron po yung specific provision ng ng ating PD 1529, which is the property registration decree. Okay? So you have to you have to, kahit po siya tax deck lang at hindi titled, pinaparehistro pa rin po yan sa RD. Dapat pala kinuha ko yung slides ko doon sa isang lecture ko. Pero meron po yung meron po yung actually meron pong LRA circular number yan na nire-remind ng public na kapag tax deck lang, ito ang sasabit nyo sa RD. Okay? So, bakit ni-require yan? Kasi ni-require na rin ng ating assessor na bago nyo maipalipat yung tax declaration sa pangalan ninyong mga heredero o kahit sa isang heredero, kailangan po isasubmit nyo yung certified copy ng lahat ng dokumento, ng affidavit of sole adjudication, e-car na sinabit nyo sa RT. So, kukuha kayo ng certified copy nun at yun ang isasubmit nyo ngayon sa city assessor or sa provincial assessor para may transfer. Kung hindi po yung certified copy ng RD, hindi po yun itatransfer ng inyong assessor. Okay? So kung merong instances na may alam kayong assessor na hindi po pinadadaan muna yung mga documents sa RD, sabihin niyo po sa akin. Kasi po dati, once upon a time, yung mga Caviteño po dito, di ba? Sa atin po sa Cavite, once upon a time in 2017 paatras, hindi po nire-require ng mga assessor natin na isubmit natin ang dokumento natin sa RD. Recently lang yan during the pandemic, naglabas ang LRA under si Administrator Bermejo si Judge Bermejo ang nag-issue ng mga LRA niya, reminding all assessors na ito dapat ang gawin niyo. Okay? Itong hingiin niyo para mapilitan mag-register ang mga property owners ng kanilang properties na kahit naka-tax deck lang. Okay? Mamaya pag-usapan natin how safe it is to buy a property na tax deck lang. Is it sana? Okay. Okay, na-discuss ko na po yung estate tax amnesty under 11956. Like I said, pareho lang po yan ang submission ng But I guess you have specific questions. Si Miss Esther Ditor pala, sorry. May tinanong siya sa akin kahapon at sinagot ko naman. If you have the same question regarding the waiver, kasi di ba EJS with waiver of rights, right? So yun lang ang sasabihin ko muna. Sa EJS with waiver of rights, typically po, pag ang waiver is general in nature, then it means that hindi po kayo dapat tinatax on donation. Has to be a general waiver. But if it is a specific waiver to a specific heir, kasi yung property na to mapupunta kay Tony Jojo, yung property na to sa kapatid ni Tony Jojo. If that is the case, may computation pong gagawin. There's a revenue RMO ba o RMC? I forgot. That will that states na that's the only time na kayo ay hindi naman kakasuhan. Sorry. Kayo ay i-impose ng donor's tax. Okay, hanapin ko lang yung yung sagot ko kay Ma'am Esther. Ito ang sabi ko sa kanya. Okay? So ang general renunciation ng waiver ay dapat para hindi kayo ma-tax ng donor's tax. So ang sabi ko sa kanya, Revenue Regulation number 12-2. Sorry, hindi ko na nagawa ng slide. Pero ito yung sagot ko sa kanya. Revenue Regulation 12-2018 dated January 25, 2018, ang Section 12 states that general renunciation of by an heir includes the surviving spouse of his or her share in the hereditary estate left by the decedent is not subject to donor's tax. So, klaro po yun dun sa Revenue Regulation 12-2018. Unless specifically and categorically done in favor of identified heirs to the exclusion of or disadvantage of the other co-heirs in the hereditary estate. Ayan. So, ang nakakalam lang po niyan ay yung mga real estate loans. Kasi alam niyo kung bakit? Kasi may mga kumpanyeros and kumpanyeras ako na syempre, kilala nila ako sa real estate lawyer. So, pag ano nila, ang unang tinatanong na regarding real estate ako. So, sabi nila, bakit gano'n yung isang yung isang client ko tinaksa ng ng donors tax. So, sabi ko, pakita mo nga sa akin yung transferring document. So, yung binasa ko, kasi specific yung waiver mo. Brad, sa susunod, okay? Para kasi nabanggit ko na sa kanila syempre, ang alam lang nila pag gano'n, kung ano may napag-usapan namin. So sabi na, next time, huwag specific. Dapat general waiver lang. So anong general waiver? I hereby waive my share in this inheritance. Period. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please do it that way. I hereby renounce or waive all of my share in the estate of so-and-so. Period. Okay? Don't say to my mother, to my daughter, etc. Don't do that. Just general waiver lang po. Wala kang pinaano. Kasi, pag minave mo siya, so iisipin ngayon, saan pupunta yun? Di ba ang pupunta yun dun sa remaining? So yun yung general waiver po natin. Ngayon, pag despite the general waiver, at hindi ko lang alam kay Ma'am Esther kung may general waiver siya, despite the general waiver, at tinax pa rin kayo ng inyong revenue officer, then hindi naman makipag-away, makipag-discuss kayo. Bakit? General waiver naman to eh. So, para maging para maging smart kayo ng konti, banggitin nyo yung revenue regulation. Kasi alam mo, ma'am, under Revenue Regulation 12-2018, ito ang sinasabi niya. Diba? Baka magulat pa sa inyo yung revenue officer na, ganun ba? So, it's a general waiver, ma'am. Hindi yan specific waiver. So, therefore, hindi mo ako dapat kinakasuhan. Hindi mo dapat ako sina-charge ng donor's tax. Right? Recommendation on selling just portion of an inherited lot which is not yet subdivided. Well, ang recommendation ko dyan, number 1 yung gagawin is pasukat nyo. Then, pag pinasukat nyo po siya, make sure na yung sukat ay papa-approve nyo sa LRA or sa regional office kung saan located yung property ng DENR. Okay? Because you can, as a co-owner, you can sell your property, your share to an estate, to a specific property, but you are only selling the inchoate share or the aliquot part, ALIQUOT. Ibig sabihin nun, alam mo merong share ka 1/5 pero hindi mo alam kung nasa north, south, east, west, upper side, lower side, or any specific Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin yung 1/5 ko nandun sa side na yun without a approved plan. So pasukat mo muna at pa-approve mo yung plano at based on that, that's the time na gagawa kayo ng deed of partition or there's another term for deed of partition. It is a partition agreement. One and the same lang po yun, magkaiba lang ang title. That's the only time. Kasi pag gusto niyo bayakin ngayon yung title o yung tax declaration based on the approved plan, then hihingin sa inyo ng assessor at ng RD yung deed of partition or yung partition agreement. Okay? Ma'am Emily, can you read the questions?
Yes, attorney.
Attorney Jojo, are you okay?
I'm okay. Like I said, I can do this all day. Sabi nga ni Captain.
All right. Okay po. Make sure you hydrate po. Drink water. To everyone. Yes, hydrate. Lalo na ngayon
Yes.
napakainit po.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Yes, for the first question, for dual citizen who chose U.S., settlement documents issued by the U.S. are presented in the PH and BIR to transfer assets. No settlement of PH estate taxes?
Oh, pag ganyan po, pag may settlement documents na in-issue ng US, Okay, for example, dumaan sa probate court ng California or ng Virginia or whatever state in the United States, pagdating po dito, hindi po siya pwedeng ipresenta kaagad sa BIR. You need to contact a lawyer because under the rules of court, you have to file a petition for recognition of foreign judgment. Because the judgment of the probate court in the United States is a foreign judgment, and therefore it has to be recognized here first before you can use it for the transaction. Okay, so ganun po yung proper proper
Okay,
procedure.
Okay, that is from, thank you, Atty. That is from Christian Roman. And Trustee Bea, another question.
Yes, ito po. This is an interesting question po, Attorney. Question is, husband and wife are naturalized Canadian citizens. They bought a pre-selling condo from a developer and executed a contract to sell. They were able to fully pay last March 2006, but the wife died last January 2006. Developer paid withholding tax and VAT last March 2006. Until now, deed of absolute has not been executed. How to go about this issue po? Can the title be transferred to the name of the children?
No. All right, two parts. Number one, if that's hindi po pwede, how do I say this? Una, hindi ko tatanungin yung developer kasi may inis lang ako. Number two, doon sa tanong na can it be transferred to the children? Can the title be issued to the children? Hindi po. Kasi kung nabayaran na po yung taxes, ang lumabas po sa e-car noon is yung pangalan po noong spouses. Okay? Kahit patay na po siya ngayon. Okay? So, hindi na po pwedeng baguhin yun. Kung gusto niyo pong baguhin yun, then kailangan na po, since bayad ng taxes, mag-EJS pa kayo, etc. Okay? So, it can never be immediately, the title can never be immediately issued in the name of the children. Okay? So doon naman po sa anong gagawin, dyan sa mga, since nasa developer pa po yan at fully paid na sila, your cause of action should be filed is, let's say, a petition for the issuance, parang mandamus, okay? So, complaint for the issuance of the title, for the immediate issuance of the CCT, okay? And you file that with the HSAC. So HSAC is the Human Settlement Adjudication Commission. That is one of the government agency now that was created when the DHSUD was created. Dati po kasi, di ba, may HUDCC, saka may HLURB. So nung lumabas po yung law creating that DSUD, kinumbine po yan, tapos yung adjudicatory function, when you're filing cases po sa HLURB, now wala na po yun sa DHSUD, nasa HSAC na po siya, the Human Settlements Adjudication Commission. So please tell the clients to, if they wish, they could file a complaint sa HSAC. Ngayon, baka naman makausap yung developer na i-issue na kagad yung CCT. The problem is, pag labas ng CCT, it's still in the name of the spouses who signed the contract to sell. Okay?
Ayan. Thank you, Attorney. Another question from Mr. Christian Ginto. Ito kasi madami ako nababasa regarding this. If there is a will, can someone with no blood relation inherit?
Opo, like I said kanina, ang tawag
Okay.
po dun ay legatee and devicee. Okay? Help me out. Attorney Cherry, nakalimutan ko na ngayon eh. I think ang devicee is the one who inherits from the testator real property. At ang legatee is the one who inherits personal property. Pinamana ka ng kotse, shares of stock, so that's a legatee. Ladies and gentlemen, that is allowed if the legitime is fully given to the children, and the legacy and the device Okay, meaning yung mga properties given to the non-blood relative heirs, yun po ay galing sa free portion. Kaya may free portion po. Sorry kung hindi ko na-explain kanina kasi nagmamadali nga tayo. Diba may mga free portions po eh. So kung may free portion po na allowed pa, basta nakumpleto mo na yung legitime, so yung mga legacies and devices ay should come from the free portion. Okay, so that's allowed. Kung may will lang po kung walang will, like I said kanina, hindi po pwede mag-inherit ang non-relative because very specific po ang laws on intestacy. Next.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Attorney. Ito po, marami pong tanong talaga. Mainit itong topic natin na ito. As
Grabe,
much as
oo.
we want to display or ask all these, hindi po natin makakaya. Pero ito pa, may mga iba pong mga itatanong lang po sana. Ito po. Can the heirs sell the inherited lots without securing a COR and license to sell? The lots have become capital assets of the heirs and no longer relative assets due to succession. This was a question by Maria Teresa Bongko. Thank you for your question po.
I need more context kasi hindi ko alam kung ba't kailangan ng COR, meaning Certificate of Registration from DHSUD. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you will partition as a lot at ipapartition nyo lang po siya at allowable yun, you can do the partition. Papayagan po kayo ng LRA at pwede nyo po siyang ibigay sa mga heredero as long as limited lang siya sa heredero. Okay? So if you have a 1 hectare property, dinivide nyo siya into 5 because you have 5 heirs, kahit may kalsada siya, hindi nyo po kailangan na kumuha ng COR kung ibebenta nyo siya sa ibang tao kasi third party na yun eh. Ngayon, kung may property po na inherit kayo at dinivide nyo po siya into 9, kasi di ba, alam nyo naman yan eh, yung mga hindi matatanda, yung mga veteran brokers, di ba, may nakapagsabi sa inyo na kapag dinivide sa 9, pwede yan. Hindi ka na kailangan kumuha ng COR at LTS. Now, I'm here to tell you, oh God, sika, ang dami kong information. May LRA ruling po yan na kapag nag-subdivide kayo at kahit dalawa lang at ibebenta niyo yon sa public na hindi yung mismong heredero ninyo, ladies and gentlemen, ang sabi nung nung LRA circular na yun, then you have to secure a development permit and a COR and LTS sa DHSUD. Attorney, totoo yan? Opo. Doon po sa mga progresibong mga munisipyo at syudad, alam na po nila yung ruling na yun. So if you're going to, hindi na po uso yung divided by 9. If you're going to sell it to the public meaning hindi yung heir, you are now required na mag-LTS. Okay? You are now required to get a COR sa DHSUD. Alright? Pag progresibo yung inyong municipality. Now, sa silang, kung sino po dito ang tumitingin ng mga properties in Silang because we have good weather in Silang, Cavite. Kapag mag-ingat po kayo ng bibili ng mga properties na wala pong LTS kasi this comes from the mouth of the good mayor, si Mayor Kevin Anarna. Alam na niya yung ruling na sinabi ko. So sabi niya, henceforth, we will not issue locational clearances, permits, permit for fencing, permit to, kahit anong permit na kukunin sa kung tinignan namin yung inyong development kung saan kayo nakabili, at kung wala silang LTS, wala silang development permit from the munisipyo, hindi po sila mag-issue for purposes of Meralco, for purposes of utilities na tubig. Okay? So kung ganun ka progresibo ang mayor nung isang ng isang syudad, sorry, hindi pa syudad na munisipyo, okay? You will get stuck. So it goes both ways to our brokers. CRBs, please do not sell properties na meron nga kayong DHSUD, parang ako meron akong DHSUD DHSUD certificate of registration, okay? Even though meron ganun kayo, you cannot sell projects that are not registered with the DHSUD, because if you do at nag-operate ang NBI sa anti-illegal real estate practices interagency task force at nahuli kayo na nagbebenta ng properties na walang LTS, na walang COR, magkakakaso po kayo kahit licensed kayo, kahit updated 2024 expiry ng inyong license, kahit merong ang inyong DHSUD certificate of registration ay mag-expire ng December 31, 2023. The fact that you are selling a property that is not registered with DHSUD, you are still in violation of the law, ladies and gentlemen. There's an actual case in Tagaytay, RTC Tagaytay na hanggang ngayon ongoing. Licensed real estate broker, kinasuhan siya ng NBI and DHSUD Region 4 kasi nagbebenta siya ng property ng walang LTS at ng COR. So sinasabi ko po yan sa CRBs ng Metro Tagaytay at sasabihin ko po sa inyo LMP at Davao kung meron, at yung iba pong CRBs and non-CRBs na licensed real estate practitioners, don't focus on the commission. Focus first on the compliance of your developer. Okay? Meron po, ito na, real talk lang. Meron po kasing mga CRBs na nagbebenta ng properties na walang LTS. So pag lumapit sila sa amin, sinasabi ko sa board namin, huwag nyo silang anuhin, huwag nyo muna silang entertainin kasi wala silang LTS. Alam ko kasi dumadaan ako dun sa lugar na yun. And halughog ko ang Cavite. Pag dumadaan ako doon, nakikita ko walang LTS. So pag di ba magsusponsor sa NGMM etc. Sa CGMM. Sinasabi ko, huwag niyo munang anuhin kasi mapupuwersa tayo na ibenta yung property. Wala naman silang license to sell. So kung kayo, LMP or yung sa Davao, kung may ewan ko hindi ko lang alam. Pero sa akin po, hindi po pwedeng maging sponsor namin yung mga projects na walang LTS. Alright? Because compliance yan. That is, you will be in violation of Section 38 of Republic Act 9646. Okay? Right? So, ingat lang po sa pagbibenta.
Thank you po, attorney.
Trustee Bea, are we going to
41.
ask questions pa again? Another questions?
Actually, that was the last question for now kasi we will be having a quick break, lunch break po muna, no?
Oo, but before that, may isa pa daw.
No,
Attorney. Yeah.
If we're going to have a break, can I ask for 1 hour? Kasi masakit lang ang So, today's, the time is 12:16. So, if we could,
Okay.
I can answer one more question, okay lang. Pero kung kailan tayo mag-break, just give me 1 hour just to rest the voice.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, time is now 12:16. But yeah, one more question to answer.
Okay. Go ahead, Trustee Bea.
Okay. Sige po. One question, maiksi lang po ito. Instead of having a will probated in court, can the heirs just agree to do an extrajudicial partition to save on court fees?
Yes. That's the example of That's the example of the mother of Congressman Lani Mercado Revilla. Okay, so kung hindi nyo po alam, I was former the Chief Legal and Legislative Officer of Senator Bong Revilla. Kaya ako po nagawa yun. So if you have a will, just to cut on court cost, ang ginawa ko po, lahat po ng heirs, miniting ko at sabi ko, ito pong gagawin natin para mawalan kayo ng sakit ng ulo doon sa babayaran ng court fees. Pati sa legal fees, attorney's fees, appearance fee, etc. So, kailangan po pumayag sila lahat, tapos gagawin niya yung EJS, tapos pipirma sila lahat. So, pwede po yun. Final question lang po, may nakita ko si anonymous attendee. Sino kaya siya? Attorney, what
Sige
if
po.
the heir is a foreigner? Pwede ba siya magmana? Of course. That is one of the exceptions sa ating rule na foreigners cannot own properties in the Philippines. If a Filipina married to a US citizen dies and the US citizen has the Filipina has a lot of properties here in the Philippines. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen, that's allowed by law. Pagdating ng EJS, nakalagay doon si husband because the husband is an heir as well as the children. Kahit foreigners lahat sila, then they will by succession, by intestate succession, the foreigners are allowed to own that piece of property or have their names in the titles of the property. Kahit lupa po, hindi lang po konti. So, marami pong ano yun eh. Marami pong naguguluhan sa ganun. Okay? So, pwede po. So, wag yung masyasya kung nakalagay dun, may ganyan po kasing client eh. Filipina, married to a Japanese, may anak sila. So, lahat po, nung namatay si Filipina, yung mga properties na minana niya sa kanyang magulang na nakapangalan sa kanya as a single person ay napunta lahat po doon sa Japanese individual sa kanyang mga anak. Okay? So because that is that is intestate succession. Hindi po pwedeng ipamana ng isang Filipino yung kanyang property sa foreigner husband niya by will. Okay? I made an article on this. Nakalimutan ko lang. Hanapin nyo lang po sa hanapin po lang po sa realattorney.com yung article na yon, okay? Kasi that clarifies everything. Hindi po pwedeng, you cannot give by will, if you're a Filipino citizen, you cannot give by will a property to your foreigner husband. Mangyayari lang po yun if it's intestate succession, meaning wala pong will. Namatay po siya ng walang will. Okay? So I hope that's all for now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yan. Thank you so much, attorney.
Oh, excuse me.
Grabe. I was about to, to chat regarding sa water. Kasi nakikita ko na yung nahirapan na si attorney. But anyway, thank you po. Trustee Bea, we have this evaluation na kailangan na nating pictures for the first. Attorney, wala pong
Mute po kayo.
volume. Apo.
Attorney, mute yourself, please. Pa-unmute po.
Sorry. So I was asking kung magpipicture pa for the morning session. So kung hindi naman,
Yes. Actually, pwede rin naman po. Morning.
alright.
Before tayo mag-evaluation.
Alright.
Let's have a picture. Group picture.
Okay. For afternoon na lang po para po
Okay.
sure na everyone po is still here kasi po kasama po itong for the whole day po magiging track po yung attendance ng ating mga attendees for their CPD units.
Okay.
Diba po? So even po after while having lunch, please keep logged in lang po para hindi na rin kayo mahirapan mag-log in, log out later. So just keep it logged in. Tapos maganda rin po actually yung topic din ni attorney after lunch. Isa pa to, mainit-init din po na topic. But this one is, thank you po, attorney. This was a very hot topic. Kumbaga, marami pong mga natanong at marami ding nasagot. At marami pa rin isasagot pa.
Palagi yan. Basta mana, palagi yan. Sobrang daming tanong.
Yan. Trustee Bea, we need to send us evaluation form to our participants for them to answer before tayo mag-lunch. Then,
And po, bale po, we will be sending out an evaluation form for the morning session din po natin. So please do, nakalagay naman po dito sa webinar chat natin. Nandun po yung link. please click lang po and answer as much as you can. And yes, we'll see you all later for our picture then. After lunch. So
Okay. Then Trustee Bea, I think President Baquero of Davao is here. We can call him to say
Yes.
hi and hello lang.
of course, I am Buntag, Press John. Sir John, Press John. And are you there? Saglit lang. And also, we also would like to acknowledge NB Karen Madlang Bayan. Good morning po.
Morning.
Good morning.
Opo. Tapos, Press John Baquero.
Okay. Mukhang wala pa si mukhang
Parang
wala
wala.
si President later na lang siguro. Oo.
Yeah. Sige po.
Okay, let's have our lunch na. Please don't forget to answer the evaluation form. Needed yan for the CPD units.
So,
Yeah.
bale, right now, time check is 12:24. Please be back on your seats for the afternoon session of the CPD seminar. So, let's just say around 1:20. Opo. So,
Okay.
the link for evaluation form, we'll just resend it here sa chat box. Nandito lang po yan sa chat box. So, okay, so may you all have a sumptuous lunch.
Yeah. Well, they having their lunch break. They can listen to the video from BPI and the MCI projects. Yan.
Yes po. Ingat po and see you later.
See you later.
to next? We often find ourselves asking this question. Looking for an escape? Waiting for the next getaway? But you don't really have to search far and wide for an adventure or a retreat. It is an experience that's yours to live. That is life at Solmera Coast. Nestled in the stretch of warm sands, Solmera Coast is the only tropical Asian-inspired beach park condotel in San Juan, Batangas. A haven that seamlessly blends with nature, where you get to wake up to the soothing sound of ocean waves, catch the magnificent sunrise, and savor all the things you'd want from a vacation. This expansive 7.5-hectare beach park development houses 5 mid-rise buildings with studio, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedroom units. Along with a myriad of restaurant amenities, garden promenade, and wide open spaces for a tropical getaway experience like no other. Get a taste of the Asian artistry with thoughtfully designed details and decors without having to fly out of the country. Take a refreshing dip and immerse in endless fun in the swimming pool. It's truly exhilarating how your view changes from the garden promenade to the palm area and all the way to the beachfront. Or just lounge in the sky deck pool and revel in the majestic view of the beach. Find solace as you rejuvenate your mind, body, and soul. Challenge your limits in the modern indoor gym and cool down with a refreshing stroll outdoors. Step up the excitement with a friendly basketball game or play by the beach as you soak in the sun and sand's warmth. Stroll along the pristine shores and do fun water activities. Delight in a scrumptious feast with your loved one or friends amidst the coastal backdrop. Retreat into a beach camping adventure. Discover the mesmerizing wonders of the sky. Take your meetings out of the ordinary and make special moments even more special, no matter how big or small. Solmera Coast has all the space and amenities for all the memorable experiences you're yet to enjoy. It is the first development of DMCI Homes Leisure Residences in Luzon, the newest brand of the quadruple A developer DMCI Homes, renowned for engineering and construction expertise over the years. And now, DMCI Homes is venturing into providing true resort living in the most sought-after holiday destinations all over the country. While Solmera Coast brings in the ideal tropical vacation experience within the property, there's more to explore around the town. It's a leisure drive from Metro Manila, which will be even shorter with ongoing road developments. San Juan, Batangas has been a go-to weekend destination for those who seek a quick getaway. The waters surrounding San Juan are part of the Verde Island Passage, a strait that is extremely rich in marine biodiversity, making it home to a range of sea creatures and impressive corals. San Juan, Batangas is also home to vast and lush mangrove forests, alluring islands, snorkeling spots, adventure parks, pottery shops, picturesque heritage houses, historical churches, and a whole lot of must-try local delicacies. So you'll never run out of adventures and relaxing places to visit whenever you want to break away from the ordinary. With its natural charm, San Juan, Batangas was declared an ecotourism zone. And there are ongoing local efforts to promote tourism, culture, sustainability, and livelihood in the area. The rise of commercial centers, retail establishments, and restaurants will also help lift its local economy. And Solmera Coast will actively take part in this too. You can embrace all the wonders of San Juan, Batangas, all while enjoying the benefits of having a paradise you can call your own. So whenever you think of your next destination, know that it doesn't have to be just a vacation. own a piece of paradise. Live to the fullest. Share it with your loved ones and more. Experience the tropical beach park lifestyle at Sulmera Coast, a flagship development of DMCI Homes Leisure Residences.
Discover how exclusivity and vibrancy come together to create a harmonious living experience. Introducing Sonora Garden Residences. An exceptional medley. Sonora Garden Residences is the first partnership project by two of the country's most reputable names in the real estate industry. Robinson's Land Corporation, an expert in creating world-class mixed-use projects, and DMCI Homes, a premier developer of resort-inspired residential communities. In perfect composition, Sonora Garden Residences is a 3-tower development featuring a modern tropical architecture. It is conveniently positioned in the midst of Alabang Zapata Road and right within the vicinity of Robinson's Place Las Piñas. Exclusive yet connected, Sonora Garden Residences is in close proximity to key areas such as hospitals, schools, commercial centers, and point of access to central business districts. Symphony of recreational thrills. Home is where the fun is. In Sonora Garden Residences, there is always something that will capture your interest. Amenity core. Lap pool. Kiddie pool. Lounge pool. Children's play area. Basketball court. Picnic area. Reception area. Lounge. And Sky Promenade. In tune with your lifestyle. Sonora Garden Residences will have the direct access to Robinson's Place Las Piñas, creating a superb lifestyle just for you. Watch movies with your kids or dine out with your friends. Get fresh items from the supermarket or shop till you drop from a selection of retail outlets right at your doorstep. Seal of quality. Recognized as the country's first quadruple A developer, DMCI Homes delivers with world-class craftsmanship and renowned quality. Sonora Garden Residences is designed with Lumivan technology, a smart engineering feature that enables natural light and fresh air to flow through the building and spaces within. Here is a home that is specially designed with your needs in mind. Exclusive and modern, laid back yet vibrant, relaxing and at the same time exciting. Experience life in harmony in Sonora Garden Residences, a joint venture of Robinson's Land Corporation and DMCI Homes.
So the first day that we signed up for Monday.com, our department was already able to connect our processes, our software, actually everything into one centralized place. So the first day. Before Monday.com, our teams worked on different platforms. We couldn't find stuff. Things were falling through the cracks. Monday.com didn't just close these gaps, they sealed them shut. Like every detail of our work now has a place on a platform that's...
Isn't it fascinating how life's finest things unfold before your eyes? For more than 20 years, DMCI Homes has been building a strong foundation of experience and expertise in building quality residences. And as it nears its silver anniversary, DMCI Homes, through its exclusive brand, introduces a rare flagship community, the Fortis Residences. One address, a multitude of conveniences. The next chapter for your life begins at Fortis Residences. With its forefront location along Chino Rosas Avenue, Fortis Residences will be a gateway to an emerging special mixed-use district in Makati City. Fortis Residences is a 37-story residence that exudes grace and quality, nothing less. It will stand adjacent to a modern commercial building, the One Fortis Plaza. This high-value residence matches the needs of those who are always at the top of their game. One address, valuable neighborhood. What's another remarkable aspect of Fortis Residences? Its top-tier location is in a city that never ceases to impress. Fortis Residences will rise along the emerging special mixed-use district, the Makati Southwest Gateway. There will be an impressive array of commercial establishments, business centers, restaurants, and recreational centers. You are now a stone's throw away from Makati's prestigious educational institutions. World-renowned medical facilities and prominent malls. You also have the benefit of urban connectivity. Being in a transit-oriented development will surely increase the land value of Fortis Residences and One Fortis Plaza. You'll be close to major thoroughfares such as EDSA, Skyway, SLEX, and Osmeña Highway. Meanwhile, lessees and occupants of One Fortis Plaza will enjoy access to the MRT 3 line. It will be a short drive to Makati Central Business District, Bonifacio Global City, and Asiana City. One address, boundless bliss. Coming home to Fortis Residences starts with a grand entrance. The drop-off promenade and reception lobby will surely impress you and your guests. The tasteful interior and green open spaces blend harmoniously to create an authentic welcome home experience. It's clear that from the entrance alone, Fortis Residences is designed for your health and wellness. Fortis Residences is not just your typical community. Every day is made extraordinary in its multitude of recreational and resort-inspired choices. Soak in the sparkling pools or relax under the shade. Sit around at a lounge for an afternoon tea. Watch your kids run in the play area. Work out at any time convenient to you, or invite your friends for indoor entertainment. Step up your game on the basketball court on top of One Fortis Plaza, and take a break at the lounge bar. Marvel in the city view in the sky deck pool, or relax in the sky promenade designed with cozy seating. Every amenity in Fortis Residences is designed to your liking. Now, wouldn't it be enticing to stay at home all day? One address, lavish comfort. Your home should suit your taste for success. Every unit in Fortis Residences is designed with impeccable detail, superior finishes, and unmatched quality. You'll never have to limit yourself. Spacious units are meant for your opulent lifestyle with no room for compromise. Step into your balcony and revel in the city's skyline. you'll enjoy all the magnificent views right in the comfort of your home. One address, pure excellence. Invest in what is truly valuable. DMCI Homes Exclusive puts forward its excellent signature in Fortis Residences. As a licensed quadruple A real estate developer, DMCI Homes recognizes Fortis Residences as an exceptional development. Expect an upscale lifestyle with cutting-edge residential features and underlined with world-class quality and innovation. All of these have been relentlessly proven and trusted over the years. And investing in valuable real estate such as Fortis Residences is wise even through uncertain times. One address, absolute service. When we say you deserve only the best, you're in for a personalized treat. DMCI Homes Exclusive will offer top-notch customer service for you. It begins with a dedicated customer care team and detail-oriented building concierge. You can also tap the worry-free assistance of DMCI Homes leasing services and property management. All of these seamlessly happen once you choose Fortis Residences. Be spoiled with lifestyle choices. Relish in a distinct living experience, all in just one address. Fortis Residences. One address, endless possibilities. An upscale development of DMCI Homes Exclusive.
Araw-araw ang free ship
Where to next? We often find ourselves asking this question. Looking for an escape? Waiting for the next getaway? But you don't really have to search far and wide for an adventure or a retreat. It is an experience that's yours to live. That is life at Solmera Coast. Nestled in the stretch of warm sands, Solmera Coast is the only tropical Asian-inspired beach park condotel in San Juan, Batangas. A haven that seamlessly blends with nature, where you get to wake up to the soothing sound of ocean waves, catch the magnificent sunrise, and savor all the things you'd want from a vacation. This expansive 7.5-hectare beach park development houses 5 mid-rise buildings with studio, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedroom units. Along with a myriad of restaurant amenities, garden promenade, and wide open spaces for a tropical getaway experience like no other. Get a taste of the Asian artistry with thoughtfully designed details and decors without having to fly out of the country. Take a refreshing dip and immerse in endless fun in the swimming pool. It's truly exhilarating how your view changes from the garden promenade to the palm area and all the way to the beachfront. Or just lounge in the sky deck pool and revel in the majestic view of the beach. Find solace as you rejuvenate your mind, body, and soul. Challenge your limits in the modern indoor gym and cool down with a refreshing stroll outdoors. Step up the excitement with a friendly basketball game or play by the beach as you soak in the sun and sand's warmth. Stroll along the pristine shores and do fun water activities. Delight in a scrumptious feast with your loved one or friends amidst the coastal backdrop. Retreat into a beach camping adventure. Discover the mesmerizing wonders of the sky. Take your meetings out of the ordinary and make special moments even more special, no matter how big or small. Solmera Coast has all the space and amenities for all the memorable experiences you're yet to enjoy. It is the first development of DMCI Homes Leisure Residences in Luzon, the newest brand of the quadruple A developer DMCI Homes, renowned for engineering and construction expertise over the years. And now, DMCI Homes is venturing into providing true resort living in the most sought-after holiday destinations all over the country. While Solmera Coast brings in the ideal tropical vacation experience within the property, there's more to explore around the town. It's a leisure drive from Metro Manila, which will be even shorter with ongoing road developments. San Juan, Batangas has been a go-to weekend destination for those who seek a quick getaway. The waters surrounding San Juan are part of the Verde Island Passage, a strait that is extremely rich in marine biodiversity, making it home to a range of sea creatures and impressive corals. San Juan, Batangas is also home to vast and lush mangrove forests, alluring islands, snorkeling spots, adventure parks, pottery shops, picturesque heritage houses, historical churches, and a whole lot of must-try local delicacies. So you'll never run out of adventures and relaxing places to visit whenever you want to break away from the ordinary. With its natural charm, San Juan, Batangas was declared an ecotourism zone. And there are ongoing local efforts to promote tourism, culture, sustainability, and livelihood in the area. The rise of commercial centers, retail establishments, and restaurants will also help lift its local economy. And Solmera Coast will actively take part in this too. You can embrace all the wonders of San Juan, Batangas, all while enjoying the benefits of having a paradise you can call your own. So whenever you think of your next destination, know that it doesn't have to be just a vacation. Own a piece of paradise. Live to the fullest. Share it with your loved ones and more. Experience the tropical beach park lifestyle at Sulmera Coast, a flagship development of DMCI Homes Leisure Residences.
Discover how exclusivity and vibrancy come together to create a harmonious living experience. Introducing Sonora Garden Residences. An exceptional medley. Sonora Garden Residences is the first partnership project by two of the country's most reputable names in the real estate industry. Robinson's Land Corporation, an expert in creating world-class mixed-use projects, and DMCI Homes, a premier developer of resort-inspired residential communities. In perfect composition, Sonora Garden Residences is a 3-tower development featuring a modern tropical architecture. It is conveniently positioned in the midst of Alabang Zapata Road and right within the vicinity of Robinson's Place, Las Piñas. Exclusive yet connected, Sonora Garden Residences is in close proximity to key areas such as hospitals, schools, commercial centers, and point of access to central business districts. Symphony of recreational thrills. Home is where the fun is. In Sonora Garden Residences, there is always something that will capture your interest. Amenity core. Lap pool. Kiddie pool. Lounge pool. Children's play area. Basketball court. Picnic area. Reception area. Lounge. And Sky Promenade. In tune with your lifestyle. Sonora Garden Residences will have the direct access to Robinson's Place, Las Piñas, creating a superb lifestyle just for you. Watch movies with your kids or dine out with your friends. Get fresh items from the supermarket or shop till you drop from a selection of retail outlets right at your doorstep. Seal of quality. Recognized as the country's first quadruple A developer, DMCI Homes delivers with world-class craftsmanship and renowned quality. Sonora Garden Residences is designed with Lumivan technology, a smart engineering feature that enables natural light and fresh air to flow through the building and spaces within. Here is a home that is specially designed with your needs in mind. Exclusive and modern, laid back yet vibrant, relaxing and at the same time exciting. Experience life in harmony in Sonora Garden Residences, a joint venture of Robinson's Land Corporation and DMCI Homes.
you're like me and you really want to be efficient when it comes to writing and editing your papers, I definitely recommend that you download Grammarly. Your own
Isn't it fascinating how life's finest things unfold before your eyes? For more than 20 years, DMCI Homes has been building a strong foundation of experience and expertise in building quality residences. And as it nears its silver anniversary, DMCI Homes, through its exclusive brand, introduces a rare flagship community, the Fortis Residences. One address, a multitude of conveniences. The next chapter of your life begins at Fortis Residences. With its forefront location along Chino Rosas Avenue, Fortis Residences will be a gateway to an emerging special mixed-use district in Makati City. Fortis Residences is a 37-story residence that exudes grace and quality, nothing less. It will stand adjacent to a modern commercial building, the One Fortis Plaza. This high-value residence matches the needs of those who are always at the top of their game. One address, valuable neighborhood. What's another remarkable aspect of Fortis Residences? Its top-tier location is in a city that never ceases to impress. Fortis Residences will rise along the emerging special mixed-use district, the Makati Southwest Gateway. There will be an impressive array of commercial establishments, business centers, restaurants, and recreational centers. You are now a stone's throw away from Makati's prestigious educational institutions. World-renowned medical facilities and prominent malls. You also have the benefit of urban connectivity. Being in a transit-oriented development will surely increase the land value of Fortis Residences and One Fortis Plaza. You'll be close to major thoroughfares such as EDSA, Skyway, SLEX, and Osmeña Highway. Meanwhile, lessees and occupants of One Fortis Plaza will enjoy access to the MRT3 line. It will be a short drive to Makati Central Business District, Bonifacio Global City, and Asiana City. One address, boundless bliss. Coming home to Fortis Residences starts with a grand entrance. The drop-off promenade and reception lobby will surely impress you and your guests. The tasteful interior and green open spaces blend harmoniously to create an authentic welcome home experience. It's clear that from the entrance alone, Fortis Residences is designed for your health and wellness. Fortis Residences is not just your typical community. Every day is made extraordinary in its multitude of recreational and resort-inspired choices. Soak in the sparkling pools or relax under the shade. Sit around at a lounge for an afternoon tea. Watch your kids run in the play area. Work out at any time convenient to you, or invite your friends for indoor entertainment. Step up your game on the basketball court on top of One Fortis Plaza, and take a break at the lounge bar. Marvel in the city view in the Sky Deck pool, or relax in the Sky Promenade designed with cozy seating. Every amenity in Fortis Residences is designed to your liking. Now, wouldn't it be enticing to stay at home all day? One address, lavish comfort. Your home should suit your taste for success. Every unit in Fortis Residences is designed with impeccable detail, superior finishes, and unmatched quality. You'll never have to limit yourself. Spacious units are meant for your opulent lifestyle with no room for compromise. Step into your balcony and revel in the city's skyline. You'll enjoy all the magnificent views right in the comfort of your home. One address, pure excellence. Invest in what is truly valuable. DMCI Homes Exclusive puts forward its excellent signature in Fortis Residences. As a licensed quadruple A real estate developer, DMCI Homes recognizes Fortis Residences as an exceptional development. Expect an upscale lifestyle with cutting-edge residential features and underlined with world-class quality and innovation. All of these have been relentlessly proven and trusted over the years. And investing in valuable real estate such as Fortis Residences is wise even through uncertain times. One address, absolute service. When we say you deserve only the best, you're in for a personalized treat. DMCI Homes Exclusive will offer top-notch customer service for you. It begins with a dedicated customer care team and detail-oriented building concierge. You can also tap the worry-free assistance of DMCI Homes leasing services and property management. All of these seamlessly happen once you choose Fortis Residences. Be spoiled with lifestyle choices. Relish in a distinct living experience, all in just one address. Fortis Residences. One address, endless possibilities. An upscale development of DMCI Homes Exclusive.
Who's ready to
Where to next? We often find ourselves asking this question, looking for an escape, waiting for the next getaway. but you don't really have to search far and wide for an adventure or a retreat. It is an experience that's yours to live. That is life at Solmera Coast. Nestled in the stretch of warm sands, Solmera Coast is the only tropical Asian-inspired beach park condotel in San Juan, Batangas. A haven that seamlessly blends with nature, where you get to wake up to the soothing sound of ocean waves, catch the magnificent sunrise, and savor all the things you'd want from a vacation. This expansive 7.5-hectare beach park development houses 5 mid-rise buildings with studio, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedroom units. Along with a myriad of restaurant amenities, garden promenade, and wide open spaces for a tropical getaway experience like no other. Get a taste of the Asian artistry with thoughtfully designed details and decors without having to fly out of the country. Take a refreshing dip and immerse in endless fun in the swimming pool. It's truly exhilarating how your view changes from the garden promenade to the palm area and all the way to the beachfront. Or just lounge in the sky deck pool and revel in the majestic view of the beach. Find solace as you rejuvenate your mind, body, and soul. Challenge your limits in the modern indoor gym and cool down with a refreshing stroll outdoors. Step up the excitement with a friendly basketball game or play by the beach as you soak in the sun and sand's warmth. Stroll along the pristine shores and do fun water activities. Delight in a scrumptious feast with your loved one or friends amidst the coastal backdrop. Retreat into a beach camping adventure. Discover the
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of our CPD session now. Okay. Good morning, VP Emily.
Good morning again, Trustee Bea, and good morning to everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Actually, I've been challenged Sabi, for an icebreaker. Kasi I recently discovered the talent of mine. Kung wala kayo ng sports fest, natuto po ako mag-beatbox on the spot. So, gusto ko po kayong turuan. Or si VPMs, tuturuan kita. It's very easy. So, everyone who's watching, pwede nyo rin po itry at home. It's super duper easy. Ganito lang po yun. So, ang sabihin mo lang, VPMs, it's just say, boots and cats.
Again?
Boots and cats. So,
Boots,
ito type
boots and cat.
and cats.
Sige, type mo. Okay,
Boots,
boots and cats.
So, ganito lang po yun. So, boots and cats, di ba? So, ang beat po na mangyayari dyan is like this. So, it's going to be boots and cats. Di ba? Pero pag sabi nun, it's only boots, cats, and boots and cats. Boots and cats. Boots and cats. Parang ganun. Sige nga, ikaw naman.
Grabe siya. Walang rehearsal, biglaan. My God, sige.
Boots and cats and
cats.
ba?
Cats. Nakaloka.
So, ayun. So, so ito po.
Well done. Well done yan.
Cats. Boots, cats. 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 But anyway, ayun lang. So right now, we are around 162 participants are back. Earlier, umabot po tayo ng 180.
Yeah.
So, ayun nga po. Always remember boots and cats. Tama,
Boots and
Ems?
cats. Sige, ipapractice natin yan. Boots and cats.
Yeah.
Sige.
Anyway, additional information
Sige.
lang yun. Or pag nasa
Baka mamaya
spotlight.
mag-boots and cats ako, ah. But anyway, Trustee Bea, kamustahin natin sila? Kamusta naman ang lunch? Although di sila pwedeng magsalita, di ba? Thumbs up lang.
Webinar chat. Yes, ano pong kinain natin ngayong lunch? Medyo mainit no? Ano? Kaya ako hanggang coffee or iced drink. Sarap. Ito pa, ano pong mga lunch po natin dyan? Pa-type na lang po dito sa chat box. Okay? Okay. Hi, Celine. Hello. Oh, wow. Ham and cheese sandwiches.
Oo nga, social.
Ang sarap. Sige.
Ang sarap mag-ice coffee ngayon.
Drinks po ninyo. Since, I mean, most of us naman talaga are coffee drinkers. Pero ito po, meron tayong chicken liver adobo o pizza. Yan. Pansit
canton. Yung mga mabilisang lunch to, ah. 'Di ba? Kasi kailangan bumalik agad.
Of course. Ano yung favorite coffee drink mo?
Ako, caramel macchiato or cafe mocha. Brewed coffee, ganon.
Yes, black. Ganyan.
Oo, black.
Oh, wait. Si Katrina Maria Roman. Mocha Frappuccino with coffee jelly. Yum! Ang sarap nun. Teka, parang gusto ko yun Ang init kasi. Ako yung salted caramel.
Siya, masarap yun.
Masarap yan.
Ako, kapeng-kape na tayo, Trustee Bea. Pero before natin ma-imagine yung coffee na yan, we have special visitor, diba?
Yes.
Oo.
To acknowledge the presence of Tita Cora Cabug. Good morning po.
Hi, good morning po sa inyo, lovely moderators. And good morning po din sa ating lahat ng attendees. Congratulations, you have so many attendees. That's 180 plus kanina, now it's 166. Happy for you. Very successful.
Thank you, MB Cora.
Yes.
And may isa pa tayo.
Go, please.
Yeah, nandito din si NB Karen Madlang Bayan, the beautiful and very
Yes.
kind.
Yes. Good morning, NB Karen.
Hi!
Ayan,
Nakikita ba ako?
Yes!
Ayan, bagong paligo.
Okay.
Okay, congratulations ha. Ang galing-galing niyo naman. Naiiyak ako. So congratulations to this full-packed seminar. How to, ano bang title natin? Mahaba yun. How to safely purchase real estate properties. So registered under deceased individuals. O, mahaba pero talagang nakakakiliti, no? Pag nabasa mo yun, parang gusto mo mag-attend. So yun, I'm so happy kasi yung tick box ko, yung best practices on how to conduct a great seminar. So talagang you followed them to the hill. So it's just it's such a joy, to work with pliant and young, energetic, talented individuals na nakagaya ninyo. So I'm sure yung mga elders ninyo talagang smiling from ear to ear. Kasi nakikita nila yung new breed handling the chapter very well. So to you, the host, VPM, at saka si Trustee Bea, of course si IPP, and our national auditor, si Auditor Cherry. Of course, may sinabi pa kayo doon sa chat, si Trustee Richard ba yun? Tsaka yung lahat ng boss, tsaka yung CPD committee. So talagang thank you sa pag-launch ninyo nito. So maraming nakikinabang. And then also yung timing nyo ng topics perfect kasi nga recent naman yung extension ng amnesty law, and then na-lift na rin yung pandemic status. So meron tayong panahon para to handle more transactions tsaka i-address yung mga estates ng ating departed relatives. Ako mismo, yung father ko passed away a year ago or 2 years ago. So congratulations sa lahat ng mga attendees kasi talagang wise choice ang ginawa niyo today kasi hindi lang kayo magre-renew ng license nyo, you will also be able to get or you are getting yung mga lifelong lessons na about your rights. So kapag malaman mo ang iyong karapatan, ipaglaban mo. Yun lang po.
Thank you so much, NB Karen.
And wait lang, Emsa. Not just na nakinig tayo kay Attorney Jojo kanina. Ngayon, medyo warming up na po siya. But yung presentation po niya kanina.
Ready na daw si Attorney.
Nasa amin na po. And you can also have a copy of it, right? Yung slides. Attorney,
joke.
Please take the mic, the virtual mic, VP Emily.
The copy of the
slides.
Kanina. We'll send that later after this this webinar.
May bayad pong coffee, cup of coffee.
Yes.
Cup of coffee lang.
Joke. So, game.
Game na.
Alright. Okay. Before I start, shout out lang po kay Ma'am Cora. Hi, Ma'am Cora. I love you.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon po.
Okay. Sorry. Sobrang... Tapos, sino po bang hahayahan ko? Si ano po? Ma'am Karen.
Hi,
love
sir.
you po because yan po yung mga guest namin.
Galing-galing mo, sir.
Konti lang. Sorry. Teka, hindi ko kayo makita eh. Bakit hindi ko kayo makita? Sorry. Can you see I hope you can see my screen because I can't see it. For some
we can
reason.
see your slide, sir.
Yes, but we can see it, Attorney.
All right. Okay. So aside from Ma'am Cora, aside from Ma'am Karen, thank you for for gracing us in our 10th year anniversary ng Rebap Metro Tagaytay. Shoutout lang po sa ka-RMT ko, si Ma'am Chriselle Palafox. He's a member of Rebap Metro Tagaytay. And Sir Eugene Gasinganyo. Boss, hindi ko alam, sorry, hindi kita napansin. Nakita ka lang. Yes! Yan, ang aming member ng Rebap Metro Tagaytay. Okay, so this afternoon, I hope you are awake enough. Doon sa matutulog, sleep at your own risk, I always say, because it is another session of full of information. If you sleep, you will fail to hear the information. Okay, so wala na po akong magagawa. Okay, so the afternoon session is the legal due diligence for real estate properties with deceased owner. So naka-centralized po tayo sa deceased owner. But of course, the slide is more, mas magiging general po siya because more than anything else, before being a broker, I am a real estate lawyer and this is what I do. I conduct legal due diligence for clients. Okay, so I just like to share with you kung anong ginagawa ko para po sa kliyente yan. Okay, so like I said, I always start the presentation with the objectives. So you will know for the next wait lang. Yes. Okay, nakausap po ng anak ko ha. Sorry po, homeschooler sila eh. Sa ko lang na naiwan with them. So anyway, number one objective po is to learn how to mitigate the risk when purchasing real estate by conducting proper legal due diligence. You will also discover this afternoon how to verify the authenticity of tax declaration or tax declarations, and what extent of traceback is needed to determine ownership of real properties and to prevent loss or injury to prospective client buyers. Okay? And finally, we will understand the meaning of the different annotations registered on the tax declarations. Okay? So basically, ang sasabihin ko po sa inyo, kung ano nakalagay sa title, pwede rin pong i-annotate yan sa tax declaration. So more on that in a little while. So ito po, nakita ko itong post na to. I saw this post siguro a year ago. So syempre, nag-screenshot po ako tapos gusto ko po kasi nga na i-discuss ito. So the question is it still safe to buy subdivided lots with only tax declaration? Yes, provided na you conducted your legal due diligence very well. Okay? So that is the answer. So yan po ang ating backdrop for the discussion this afternoon. So let's just define terms. So when we say diligence, it is the use of care or persistence in performing duties. So thorough attention po yan on two matters, heedfulness and assiduity. Okay? Sorry. Yeah. So diligence is the opposite of negligence. So when you are diligent, then you are not negligent. Okay? So that is the only thing that you should remember. So diligent, pag diligent ka, hindi ka negligent. So the fault or negligence of the obligor consists in the omission of that diligence which is required by the nature of the obligation. So titignan niyo po yung nature of obligation niyo and corresponds with the circumstances of persons, of the time, and of the place. So kung simple sale of property of a tax declaration, nang buhay pa po ang tao, ang registered owner at nakausap nyo at nakipag-deal kayo kasi you represent your client, then that is a simple, straightforward transaction. Now, it gets a little bit more difficult when when the registered owner has already passed away. Okay? Kinukulta ng anak ko. Wait lang po. Sorry po. Okay. Emergency lang. Anyway, so the fault or negligence of the obligor consists of the omission of that diligence that is required. So kung simple lang po ang inyong transaction, then simple lang po dapat ang inyong legal due diligence. But like I said kanina, kung ang ating pong transaction ay tungkol sa bentahan ng registered owner na patay na, then that requires a little bit more than your average due diligence, legal due diligence, okay? So dun po, yun po yung sinasabi natin that based on the circumstances of the person, kasi patay na siya, time, kung matagal na pong namatay, recently lang namatay, at saka yung place kung saan nyo kayo magta-transact or saan yung location ng inyong property na binibili nyo. Okay? So if the lower contract does not state the diligence which is to be observed in the performance, that which is expected is a good father of a family. Yun po ang requirement. So the diligence of a good father of a family. So ano po ba yun? Excuse me. What is the diligence of a good father of a family? It means a person of ordinary or average diligence. So hindi po siya extraordinary, ordinary po siya. So to determine the prudence and diligence that must be required of all persons, we must use as basis the abstract average standard corresponding to a normal orderly person. Sorry, normal orderly person. So anyone who uses diligence below this standard, the diligence of a good father of a family, is deemed negligent. Okay, so yung po ang yung po ang standard natin, the good father of a family. So that's the ordinary or average diligence. So that's a Supreme Court decision also, and as you saw kanina, that is based on Article 1173 ng Civil Code of the Philippines. So tawag po dyan ay bonus pater familias. So under the law, we are all. So sama na natin lahat po ng CRBs dyan. We are all required with the obligation of conducting our affairs and actions with the diligence of a good father of a family. But ano ba talaga ang ibig sabihin nun? So the diligence of a good father of a family reminds us to deal or conduct ourselves to others with the kind of diligence that we ourselves ought to exercise in handling the affairs of our family. So example, kung may kliyente kayo na gustong bumili ng isang lupa, so i-assume nyo na lang na kayo ang bibili ng lupa and you will do all necessary actions in order to assure na yung bibilhin mong lupa o yung bibilhin mong lupa para sa client mo, ay parang ikaw na rin bibili. And therefore, mas magiging masinop ka. So yun ang yun ang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo. So that's, in my opinion, the diligence of a good father of family. Mas masinop ka kasi ikaw ang bibili. So ganun dapat ang treatment mo doon sa mga clients mo. Gawin mo na feel na ikaw ang kunyaring bibili. So that you will know all the steps, you will know all the steps that is necessary for you to fulfill that diligence of a good father of a family. Okay? Now, next, what is due diligence? So, nilagay na natin yung diligence. So, what is due diligence? So, may two words na. So, due diligence is the use of reasonable care ordinarily required by the circumstances. So, like I said, depende po yan sa circumstances. Sa circumstances ninyo. Okay? So, whether depende sa circumstance, depende maging dependent yung inyong due diligence doon sa circumstances. Especially if your circumstance is that you are buying for your client a property na nagustuhan niya but the registered owner has already passed away. At hindi lang namatay na yung may-ari, tax declaration pa. Diba? So doon tayo muna mag-concentrate. Pero ang discussion natin will also cover those na may title kasi gusto ko rin malaman ninyo para isang anuhan lang, para hindi lang tayo masyadong mayupik sa tax deck. Kasi meron din namang meron din namang value na malaman kung ano yung mga kung how to conduct proper legal due diligence for titled and untitled properties. Okay? So in civil law systems, due diligence is the duty analogous to reasonable care in common law systems. So reasonable care. So what is legal due diligence? So it is a comprehensive assessment of the possible risk related to real property, right? Possible risks. So pag nag-umpisa kayo, well, normal sa abogado yung yung mag-isip yung mga possible risk. Okay? Because as lawyers, we want to prevent legal complications. So yun yung mga risks na dapat namin malaman para kung suungin man ng aming kliyente, malalaman namin kung ano yung dapat gawin. If and when that risk comes up. Okay? So it is a comprehensive assessment of possible risk, whether or not it happens, but at least you thought about it and planned for it. Yun naman ang dapat gawin nyo. Related to the real property is registered owner and creditors. Okay? So kung gusto nyo bumili ng property tapos may nakita kayong real estate mortgage, pwede naman pong bilhin yun. Pero syempre, you buy it with the annotation na naka-mortgage siya sa ibang tao. So you have to expand your legal due diligence to include also yung creditor. Sino ba siya? Ano ba yung nature ng utang at gaano pa katagal babayaran, etc., etc. It works as a precautionary exercise through which one can know the status and liabilities of a particular property and help to identify the red flags or any legal hazards before entering into the transaction. Okay? So, kung hindi kayo masyadong sanay sa legal due diligence because you are into project selling, then at least for your information lang, malalaman nyo na if you do want to spread your wings na gusto nyo rin mag-general brokerage, then legal due diligence is a must for you to understand. Okay? Kasi sa project selling, hindi naman kayo nagko-conduct ng legal due diligence sa project selling kasi hopefully, ang inyong projects na binibenta ay may LTS, excuse me, license to sell. May COR siya, Certificate of Registration from DHSED, and meron po siyang development permit from the LGU where the land is located. Okay? So the common objectives of legal due diligence are as follows. Ito yung objectives niyo dapat. To make an informed decision on the proposed purchase of real estate. Okay? So in order for you to come up with an informed decision, you should take into account all hazards or all risks involved. Number 2, to assess the risk and liabilities, kung meron man. And lastly, to uncover potential threats and exposure of the property and its registered owner. Okay? So these are the things that you have to know when you conduct your legal due diligence. Ay, meron pa pala, sorry. To arrive at a proper valuation to improve the parties' bargaining position. Okay? Kasi, di ba, may mga tao na bumibili ng lupa na may problema. And that is, may mga ganyan po akong kliyente. So, dyan ako sanay. So, my clients and sometimes, I also purchase property na may problema. And before I purchase it, in order for me to make a good, a good valuation, I have to take a look at all the hazards, all the angles that will drain money if and when I purchase that property. Kasi hindi ka naman pwedeng bumili lang basta-basta ng property na meron palang tenant. So pag hindi nyo pinag-usapan yung tenant, edi more or less ikaw ang magbabayad, di ba? Kasi binili mo siya, let's say ang binili mo siya as is where is. So kung hindi ka nag-legal due diligence, hindi mo alam na may 3 tenants yung property if it's an agricultural lot. Okay? So you would also want to conduct legal due diligence para mas maganda yung bargaining position mo. Okay? Kasi kung alam mo yung mga different risks. For example, nagkonduct ka ng legal due diligence, nalaman mo na yung binibili mong property sa loob ng subdivision ay may arrears in the HOA dues. So, at least sasabihin mo yon pag kinausap mo yung seller, ma'am, nalaman ko na unpaid ang inyong legal ang HOA dues nyo. pwede bang bayaran niyo muna bago ko bilhin? Sabi so that's that's my position. So sasabihin naman ng seller, ganito na lang po. Iawas na lang po natin doon sa ano po? Doon sa sa total contract price yung yung outstanding COA dues para hindi na po ako maglabas ng pera. Okay? So depende po yun sa usapan niyo. So that's why proper legal due diligence improves your bargaining position in any negotiation. Okay? Kasi alam mo lahat yung mga that would cost you or your client money to make the property right, so to speak, and to make it if it's a commercial real estate, to make it ang tawag nito, mag-ROI siya ng mas mabilis. Ayan. So syempre, kasama po doon is you come up with a proper valuation. So sa proper valuation, if you conduct your legal due diligence, malalaman mo kung ano yung mga easements, kung may easement man, right? So you can reduce or negotiate the valuation based on the results of your legal due diligence para to come up with a fair value for the property. So legal due diligence is crucial for several reasons. Number one, you assuring that the other party to the proposed transaction is abiding by all applicable laws and legal obligations. Okay? So, if you did not conduct your legal due diligence, binili mo lang yung property, tapos nalaman mo na, ay, hindi pala siya nagbabayad ng kanyang real property taxes for the last 20 years. So, nagkapirmahan na kayo ng deed of absolute sale. So, sino ngayon magbabayad nun? Kung hindi mo sinabi na ang magbabayad nun ay yung previous owner, yung seller, then it is you as the buyer who will shoulder that tax bill. Okay, that real property tax bill. So you're preventing fraud involving fake titles or yung inauthentic tax declarations or forged deeds. Diba? So if you conduct your legal due diligence, baka malaman mo na hindi lahat ng heredero ay pumirma. Okay? So kasama yun sa legal due diligence yung dapat eh. Okay? So pag ako if I am representing my client, ang una kong tinatanong is, ma'am, pwede po bang, can you provide me with a sorry, ang daming nasisip ko. Ano yun? Yung family tree. So pag binigyan ako ng family tree, so malalaman ko na, so ito patay na. Ilan pong anak ni letter A, ilan pong anak ni letter B. Oh, ito po ba mga anak na to ay galing sa kasal na legal o hindi po? Yeah. So at least malalaman mo na, di ba, kung sino yung non-marital children. Okay. So malalaman mo kung ano pa yung defect based on doon sa relationship ng mga parties. Okay? So para at least alam mo na nakakasiguro ka na you did your proper due diligence. And why do you need to conduct proper legal due diligence? Because if you want to set up your defense, the complete defense of innocent purchaser for value, then you have to prove to the court, pag dinimanda kayo, let's say for reconveyance, sabihin mo, Your Honor, ang defense ko po dito ay kami ang innocent purchaser for value. And therefore, bakit namin nasabi yan? Kasi ito po ang ginawa namin when we investigated the property prior to the purchase or when we conducted legal due diligence prior to the purchase of property. So, isa-isahin mo, ito po yan. Napunta po ako dun sa property. O nakakita po akong tao. Tinanong ko po yung tao, sino po may-ari nito? Sinabi naman nila yung may-ari ay yung nakapangalan sa tax declaration. Diba? So, tatanong ko na rin, sa pagkakaalam nyo, ilan po bang anak ni Kapepe? Kung sasabihin niya na, ang pagkakaalam ko dyan 4 po sila, lahat naman po yung mga batang yun, nakikita ko dito sa lupa, pupunta po sila. So 4. So pag tinanong mo yung heir, ilan ba kayo lahat, magkakapatid? Naku, ito, 3 lang kami. So may discrepancy na, di ba? So at least malalaman nyo, pag nag-due diligence kayo, malalaman nyo kung sino sinungaling, kung may incomplete facts, etc. etc. So at least alam mo na, kung tatlong sinabi ng air, sabi mo, kasi balita ko 4 kayo eh. So at least prepared ka na baka may pretreated air. Meron silang inichipuerang isang air. Okay? So that all comes out with proper due diligence. Okay? Salako. Avoiding litigation in the future because litigation is very time-consuming and a costly endeavor for all parties concerned. Ang yumayaman lang po sa litigation ay yung abogado. Okay? So, pag bumili ng property yung client through you as a broker, then hopefully, in your mind, you will think na dahil sa ginawa yung due diligence, hindi na siya madidemanda. Pero, since we are a litigious nation, hindi mo pwedeng mapigilan ang pag-file ng kaso ng isang tao laban sa isang tao, then magkaroon mo ng kaso, okay, mananalo yung kliyente mo because you did the proper legal due diligence. So in my practice po, there are different levels of legal due diligence, and this is my own po ha, I'm just sharing with you, hindi po to galing sa libro. So number 1 is we have the cursory legal due diligence, which I do not do because this is very, very haphazard po ito. Ito yung nakikita, ito po ang ginagawa ng mga koloro, yung mga cursory legal due diligence. You have the ordinary legal due diligence and you have the extraordinary legal due diligence. Okay? So I'd like to quote Charles Lotzar, who is the real estate attorney of Robert Kiyosaki. So a piece of real estate isn't just a piece of property. It is an asset that brings with it the need for appropriate entity structure. So pag bumili ka ng property, papangalan mo ba? Kanino mo papangalan? Sa anak mo ba? Sa iyo? O sa corporation mo? So yun yung entity structure. Kung corporation, anong pipili mong corporation? Yung ordinary corporation, ordinary stock corporation, or OPC, one person corporation. So that depends on you. Identification of risk, allocation of risk, and mitigation of risk and liabilities, and a host of other legal protection and caveats associated with its development, management, and eventual sale. Okay? So that's basically what we do as real estate brokers, and more especially for real estate lawyers. The primary task of CRBs and licensed real estate brokers is to mitigate the risk. You first identify, study the risk, and hopefully you can mitigate it. Okay? So what are the risks rather of buying real estate in the Philippines? Number 1, the rate of appreciation is uncertain. So dati po, prior to the pandemic, parang every year 3 to 5% po ang increase in land values. Now, depende pa po yan kung may magbubukas po na highway. Example ko dyan, I remember this kasi member po ako dati ng Moonreb, yung Pareb Moonreb before I transferred to RNT. Bago po buksan yung Skyway na doon sa may Alabang, that extends up to Alabang, prices sa Ayala Alabang was about, if I remember correctly, mga 75,000, 80,000. Mataas na yun ha. So I think it's between 50 to 80,000. Nung nagbukas yun, for some reason, nung nagbukas yun, a week after, may nag-advertise na 100,000 hanggang umabot sa 110,000, 120,000 per square meters. Another case in point, yung binuksan po yung MCX, yung Muntinlupa Cavite Expressway, dun po sa mga LMP, alam nila yan, di ba? Kung saan yung MCX. Dati po ang tawag doon ay Muntinlupa Cavite Expressway, MCX. Dahil binila po sila ng Villar Group, ang tawag po ngayon dyan sa expressway na yan ay Manny and Cynthia Expressway. So MCX. So yun po, yung bago buksan yun, ang valuation ng land sa Portofino is about 30 hanggang 50,000. So hindi sila nagiging kasing taas ng Ayala Alabang, pero mga ganun ng mga panahon na yun. Nung binuksan po yung MCX, ladies and gentlemen, which was still under the management of the Ayala Group, From 50,000 naging 70, 75 hanggang 85,000. Hanggang 100,000. During that time, you own yung lupa sa Portofino. Okay? So ganun po ang ano niyan, ganun po ang that's how uncertain is. Okay? So kung bibili kayo ng mga lupa at mag-legal due diligence kayo, isama niyo na po yung mga infrastructure developments within the community. Okay? So para malaman niyo, di ba? Dito po sa Cavite, dito sa Highland ng Cavite, magtatayo po ng yung CBEX, the Cavite Batangas Expressway. It's a joint it will be an expressway with the partnership between MPTC, yung Metro Pacific na tollways na gumawa ng Calak, saka po yung yung SCT, yung gumawa sila San Miguel po. I forgot kung ano yung entity nila that holds their expressways. Okay, so joint venture po yun at magkakaroon po ng Cavite Batangas Expressway, CBEX. Okay, which will pass nearby Indang Cavite kasi nasa Mendez po Cavite yung isang interchange. Yan, okay, so kung bibili kayo ng lupa dito sa Highland of Cavite, karamihan po dito ay tax declaration. So, Tony, hindi ka ba natatakot na bumili ng lupa dyan sa inyo sa Cavite na tax declaration lang? Hindi po. Kasi unang-una, alam ko mag-due diligence at alam ko rin kung yung bibilhin ko ay may konting sayad, so to speak, for lack of a better term. Pero everything is good, okay, for you to buy when you conduct proper legal due diligence. Okay? Mamaya ipag-usapan natin kung ano yung mismo step-by-step process on how to know or how to conduct your legal due diligence. Okay? So investor gives up liquidity. So minsan, Tony, may extra money ako, pwede tayong bumili ng investment property. O sige po sir, hanap ako. So pag naghanap ako, titingnan ko kung may malapit na kalye na bubuksan. So meron din po kaming Alfonso Tagaytay Bypass Road. Okay? So it's a new road that stretches from the city of Tagaytay all the way up to Alfonso Cavite. Na hindi ka nadadaan sa Tagaytay Tagaytay basta yung sa may yung major highway po doon sa ridge overlooking the volcano, Taal Lake and Taal Volcano. Right? So kung meron ganun po, dapat sisiguraduhin nyo na kapag your investor gives up the liquidity, kasi from cash, isisink in niya sa property, hoping that it will 2x, 3x the value of the property na bilhin niya 5 or 6 years down the line. Diba? Ano pa yung risk? Not maximizing leverage. So syempre, the highest return on land are found in the acquisition of the land below market value. So kung makakalisod ka because of your legal due diligence ng isang property na mababa at pwede mong bilhin, then you maximize your leverage. Pero kung bibili ka lang, let's say, attorney, bili mo naman yung property nung kung may client ka, yung property na to, 10,000 per square meter, sobrang mahal naman. Hindi, attorney. Actually, yung katabi niya, 15,000, yung iba doon, 20,000. Ito lang, kailangan lang ng pera talaga. So, mababa lang sa 10,000 ang presyo. If you don't conduct your legal due diligence at nakinig ka lang, then yung 10,000 na yun, if you take it hook, line, and sinker, then makapako ka dun. But when you conduct your legal due diligence properly, then yung 10,000 yun, maybe mapapababa mo pa because of some risk involved in the property. Nagmamadali nga silang ibenta, pero yung pala, patay na nga yung magulang. At yung isang eredero, hindi pa nila makita kung nasaan, nasa ibang bansa, kung nasaan man, MIA, missing in action. So, ano gagawin mo? Okay, so, depende po yun. Depende po yun sa, like I said, sa inyong pag-conduct ng legal due diligence. But if you don't conduct it, then this is one of the risks. You fail to maximize yung leverage ng inyong kliyente. You also run the risk of from natural calamities if you don't conduct your proper due diligence. So, syempre, part of your assignment is to ask and to observe whether it floods, whether there's flooding in the community ng iyong bibiling property for your client. May water air pollution ba o may noise pollution? Kasi ang ganda-ganda ng property na gustuhan ng ng client mo. Ang problema, nung pumunta ka, pagtungtong mo sa property, may naamoy kang pagkabaho-baho. Yung pala, may piggery na malapit doon. Okay? Tapos, yung piggery na yon, by some stroke of luck, matagal na siya, existing na siya, and therefore, vested na yung rights na doon, hindi siya ngayon pwedeng immediately ipasara ng LGU kasi may permit siya. Okay? Unless there's a sunset provision doon sa ordinance na nagsasabi na lahat ng mga backyard piggery sa locality na yun ay kailangan wala na sila doon by the end of 2030. Okay? So kung gano'n, nag-legal due diligence ka, so sasabihin mo, ma'am, ganda nga sana ng location niyo, pero ang problema po, there's a piggery who is registered sa munisipyo and hanggang 2030 pa siya mag-operate. Okay lang po ba sa inyo yun? Okay lang yan kasi investment property ko lang yan, hindi ko naman gagamitin yan. Eh paano kung sabi niyan, ganun ba? Kasi gusto ko naman pakatay ng bahay, malapit na ako mag-retire eh. So, ang pangit naman nun, di ba? Paggising sa umaga ng kliyente mo, nagsa-stretching siya, paglabas siya ng bahay, imbis fresh air ang maamoy niya yung fresh manure nung piggery. Okay? So, be very careful with yung mga pollutions na ganyan. Pero syempre, natural calamity, taal volcano, malapit ba sa volcanoes? Malapit ba siya sa fault line? Okay? Tabing dagat ba siya na kapag lumindol ay magkakaroon ng tsunami? Affected ba siya ng tsunami? Etc. etc. So, you have to know all of that. Also, you have to consider financial risk. Aside from the annual carrying cost, so ano ba yung annual carrying cost na dapat i-explain nyo sa client nyo? Lalo na yung mga bumibili ng investment property. So kung hindi nila yan, kung patutulugin nila yung pera nila sa investment property, hihintayin nilang ang tao nito, mag-appreciate yung land, yung value ng land, paalala nyo sa kanila, ma'am, you have to compute the annual carrying cost. So ano yun? RPT. Okay? So you have to compute ano ba yung RPT na natin na babayaran nyo every year for holding that piece of property. So kasama yung dapat na. Number 6, consider the risks of the market. Unpredictable changes in the economy or local factors that change land use subject the investors to a market risk. So when we talk of market risk, yung pandemic, 'di ba? Hindi natin alam na magsasara siya. Ang buong Luzon, and for that matter, the entirety of the Philippines. We were locked up in our houses for almost 3 months or more than 3 months. Okay? So, ano mangyayari doon sa investment mo sa real estate, 'di ba? Meron ka mang investment property, syempre, since walang trabaho yung mga tenants mo, hindi rin nakabayad sa'yo. So, syempre, when you are planning today, if you're going to purchase this property as an investment property, so hindi mo naman pwedeng i-predict during that time na, paano kapag may black swan event like the pandemic. So this time, as an addition to your legal due diligence, you also take into consideration those future black swan events. Yung mga kagimbal-gimbal na pangyayari sa atin that affects everyone. Okay? No one was spared from the ravages of COVID-19, especially sa health, especially sa economic realities na naramdaman natin yan. So that's part of your market risk. Title risk. If it's titled, then you have to take a look at it. So, like I said kanina, lahat po ng pwede mong itatak sa title, pwede mo rin itatak sa tax declaration. Talaga, attorney, opo, may adverse claim, pwedeng itatak yun sa tax declaration. Okay? Sino nag-adverse claim sa tax declaration ng tao na namatay na? Yung mga naghahabol na heredero. Diba? Pwede lang patatakan nyo. May adverse claim kami, hindi kami, pre-treated heir kami, hindi kami binigyan ng share namin. So, pwede lang patatakin sa inyo doon sa tax declaration. And mamaya papakita ko sa inyo kung ano examples ng mga may nakatatak na yun sa tax declaration. Okay? So like I said, kung may real estate mortgage, pwedeng i-mortgage po ang land na may tax tech lang, papatatak mo lang yung REM doon sa tax declaration po. Etc. So title risk, isama na natin dyan yung risk doon sa makikita nyo sa tax declaration as well. Heirs of Oclarit versus CA. Take note, tax receipts and declaration of ownership for taxation purposes become strong pieces of evidence of ownership acquired by prescription when accompanied by proof of actual possession of the property. So kung matagal ka lang naandoon, okay, for the longest time, ikaw ay ang mga ninuno mo ay nakatira na doon sa lupa since 1950s at wala namang ibang nagpapalis sa inyo. Okay? So you have actual possession. Kung kayo ay na-issuehan ng tax, kung ang ninuno nyo ang na-issuehan ng tax declaration, that may be a strong evidence of ownership. But of course, you have Supreme Court decisions that says that ang pinaka-strongest evidence of ownership is your land title. Those land titles registered under the torrent system registration. Now, may mga nangyayari naman na nai-issuehan ng title yung isang lupa pero wala silang actual possession. So sa ganyang labanan, kung sino po ang nakaposisyon ng matagal na, yun po ang typically may mas karapatan doon sa lupa. Okay? So hence, any person who claims ownership by virtue of a tax declaration must also prove that he is in actual possession of the property. Okay? So kaya ito, palagi pong tanong to eh. Pag may nakikilala akong client, Attorney, ito po, ganitong hahabulin po namin sana yung property ng property na napatitulahan sa ibang tao. Ganun po ba? Ang una-una kong tanong palagi, ladies and gentlemen, is ito. Sino hong nakaposisyon sa property? Who is in possession of the property? So kung yung naghahabol, kung yung magdidemanda ang nakaposisyon sa property, at sasabihin niya, opo, matagal na po kaming nakaposisyon dyan, may tax declaration po kami, nagulat na lang po kami na pinaalis kami dahil may raw titulo na nakapangalan sa ibang tao over that piece of property. Okay? So more or less, the person who has actual possession has an advantage when it comes to litigation. So thus, proof of that the property involved has been declared for taxation purposes from 1908 to 1945 did not constitute a proof of possession, nor is it proof of ownership in the absence of the claimant's actual possession of the said property. So meron ka man tax declaration na sinasabi ng Oclarit versus CA. Meron ka man tax declaration pero kung wala kang possession, mahihirapan ka pong i-claim as an owner yung property na yun. Kasi, di ba, from 1902 to 1945, sinasabi mo may tax declaration ka, pero ni isang beses ang pamilya mo hindi nakatungtong doon sa property na yun, something is wrong. Right? So, as legal due diligence, yun ang kailangan mong malaman. Bakit hindi siya makatungtong doon sa property? What is the reason why this person has no possession? Okay? And what is the reason why the person who has possession has been there for the longest time pero wala namang tax declaration? So those are the things na dapat mong malaman. Possession is open. Kasi di ba, when you have possession, then you have to have possession of the property. That is in the concept, hindi concept of an owner. You have to have possession which is open, continuous, exclusive, and notorious. Okay? So ito yung mga definitions kung ano yung apat na words niyo. So possession is open when it is patent, visible, apparent, notorious, and not clandestine o clandestine. Ibig sabihin, hindi ka nagtatago. Okay? Pinamumukha mo sa buong mundo na pag umaga, paglabas mo dun sa bahay na maliit mo at nagkakape ka, iniikot mo yung lupa mo, alam ng lahat ng tao, ikaw ang may-ari ng lupang yun. Okay? So pagdaan, Atty. Joe, kumusta? Kumusta? So at least alam nila lahat na yung property na tinatayo ko, yun ang property. Because everyone knows that that is my property. Everyone in the community knows that my family has possession of that property and we own that property. So possession is continuous when it is uninterrupted, unbroken, and not intermittent or occasional. So hindi yung tipong property ko ngayon to, tapos pag nag-abroad ako, mawawala ako, tapos pagbalik ko, ako na naman may-ari. Okay? At nung umalis ako, wala man akong iniwan na anak ko na nakapamilya ko who can prove na my possession of the property is continuous. Okay? So in order to be continuous, you have to know that the possession is uninterrupted, unbroken, not intermittent, and not occasional. It is exclusive. How do you know that possession is exclusive? When the adverse possessor can show exclusive dominion over the land and an appropriation of it to his own use and benefit. Okay? One of the sa bundle of right theory, if you remember, one of the rights of a property owner is to excuse me. One of the rights of a property owner is the right to use the property and the right to defend it. So when I say it's exclusive to me, then I could put up a fence and say that itong fence ko, itong property line ko, lahat ng nasa loob nung fence na yan akin. So exclusive yan. Okay, I have exclusive dominion over this piece of property. And I can plant there, I can make a building there, provided that I apply for development permit. Apply for a fencing permit as well as a building permit, etc., etc. Okay? Possession is notorious when it is so conspicuous that it's generally known and talked of by the public or the people in the neighborhood. Diba? Sabi nga sa sa Sesame Street, diba? Who are the people in your neighborhood? So kung sino-sino yung mga tao doon, alam lahat nila na ako may-ari nun, kahit yung, syempre, yung mga chismosa, alam ng mga chismosa na yun ang property ko. Pero yung mga hindi chismosa, okay, alam nila na ako may-ari nung particular lot na yun. So that becomes notorious. Open, lahat ng tao kita na ako may-ari nun. Pero, kapag notorious, kahit yung nasa malayong lugar, okay? Kahit yung mga nasa malayong lugar na minsan lang umuwi sa bayan namin, pag uwi nila at nakita nila, yung pala yung kay Atty. Jojo na property. So now it becomes notorious. Okay? So please keep this in mind. When purchasing a real property, begin with the end in mind. Okay? So you have, I do this, ewan ko lang kayo. Kasi tinatanong ko palagi doon sa mga doon sa mga clients ko, what is your exit strategy when you buy this? So kasi kailangan alam niya kung ano yung gagawin niya. Hindi yung tipo sobrang dami ng pera niya i-sink in, ibibili lang siya ng properties. Bahala na kung anong mangyari, di ba? So kailangan meron siyang exit strategy, di ba? Know exactly what to do with it, with the land, know the attendant risk and plan accordingly the investment scenario, and know your exit strategy. So, ang tamang exit strategy is hindi maghihintay ka hanggang mag-appreciate yung lupa. Ang tamang exit strategy is if I purchase this piece of property at 1,000 pesos per square meter, once it reaches 3,000 per square meter, whether it's within the 3 to 5 year period or even a little bit more than 6 years, then I will eventually sell the property. Okay? Hindi yung tipong, sige, pag tumaas yung property, paano kung tumaas yun ng 1.5? Bibenta mo na ba? Kasi tumaas naman yung property. Actually, tumaas siya ng 1.5 from 1,000, then you have a 50% increase in the property value. Diba? So, kailangan may specific exit strategy. Anong gagawin mo? Or how do you cash in your investment if it's an investment property? Ngayon, if it's an ordinary, let's say, a secondary home, vacation home, then ganun pa rin isipin nyo. You may not think of it that way na it is an investment property, pero you may want to have an exit strategy always. Diba? Kasi hindi mo rin alam paano kung sobrang laki na ng property, sobrang taas na ng value ng property, maybe it's time to liquidate and use the money somewhere else. Diba? So think about it. Exit strategy. The scope of legal due diligence depends on the following. Number one, prospective transaction. Okay? Especially when it is a real property with a tax declaration and registered to an owner who's already passed away. So kung like I said kanina, di ba? Kung buhay pa yung may-ari, simple lang yung transaction mo. Yung scope of legal due diligence mo would be trace back lang ng tax declarations, okay? And certification sa barangay na yung pamilya nila ay nakatira doon for 20, 30 years. Kung yun man ang gusto mong certification. The party or parties to the transaction. So sino yung kausap mo? Mahirap ang kausap ng heredero. Katulad ng ako, di ba? Clients ko, 17 sila dati. Hanggang sa nawala na yung isa, mag-pass away na. Okay? So that depends also on your legal due diligence because you may want to investigate each and every co-owner in the property. Nature of the real estate project. Okay? If it's just a simple bahay, vacation home, hindi masyadong extensive. Ngayon, kung Airbnb siya, okay? Kung Airbnb, gagawin siyang Airbnb or hotel, let's say. So, magpapasol test ka pa, di ba? Titingnan mo kung tama lang yung yung can the ground hold up the structure na ipapagawa mo doon if it's a 20, hindi naman 20. If it's a 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 10-story hotel. So yung legal due diligence mo would expand depending on whether or not the real estate project is massive or not. Kasi kung massive siya, yung nature ng real estate project ay massive, then kailangan ang dami pang i-due diligence with regards to soil test ka, diba? Like I said kanina, ano pa? Magpapaano ka? Baka hingihan ka na ng environmental clearance certificate, ECC. Okay? So panibagong legal due diligence yun. So the different scope of legal due diligence is based on the different levels mentioned earlier. Ay, wala akong ano. Anong time check? Time check po, pakilagay lang sa sa chat box. Pinahiram ko yung aking yung aking cellphone sa anak ko para kalmado siya at hindi maingay. Okay? Palagay lang po time check sa sa chat box para malaman po. Yan, nag-chat. Salamat, Ma'am Claire. 2:22. That means I still have 1 hour. And I hope to move faster kasi nga po, I'm not joking, this is 100 slides. So, mamaya mag-skip naman ako para yung mga tanong nyo masagot ko. Pati po yung tanong nyo kaninang umaga, sagutin na rin po natin kasi naawa naman ako ang dami-dami. I was reading through it while habang nagpapakain ako ng anak. At kung yung masasagot ko na kayang sagutin, nasagot ko naman. Pero ang dami pa na very interesting din also. Okay? So vetting of land titles or yung ownership documents. Tax declarations is what I call an ownership documents, okay? Related to the property. So you have to vet it properly. Next, vetting of corporate documents. Meron din po mga pagkakataon na ang property na nakalagay na ang pangalan ng owner sa tax declaration is a corporation. Okay? So kung gano'n, then dagdag legal due diligence yun. Sino ba yung corporation? So kukuha ka ng SEC certified copy ng kanyang AOI, Articles of Incorporation, pati latest GIS, etc. etc. So vetting of registration documents and regulatory compliance of the juridical party. Okay? So yun yan. AOI, GIS, AFS. AFS is your audited financial statements. So what is cursory legal due diligence? Di ba sabi ko tatlo yung, in my opinion, tatlo yung levels of legal due diligence. So cursory means hasty and therefore not thorough or detailed. Mabilisan, nagmamadali, o yung now na. Karamihan nito ay mga kolorum. Attorney, may buyer ako kasi nagmamadali na ano ba yun? Thursday. Sa Sabado na aalis So gusto nila makita yung property kaagad. Sabi ko, kung ganyan kabilis yan, huwag niyo na ako gambalain kasi hindi ako ganyan kabilis kumakbo, okay? Kasi kailangan, sure buyer to, attorney, sure buyer. So unang-una, since kolorum ka, please, I will not deal with you. Number 2, since kakilala kita, if I will deal with you, then hindi mo ko pwedeng madali. Because legal due diligence is not a hasty process. Okay? Dapat yan thorough, dapat yan detail-oriented. Yan. So, yun yung mga ano eh. Bakit? Palitas buyer, sure buyer na ito, etc. etc. So, sa cursory, ito lang ginagawa dyan. Certified copy of the land title o yung tax declaration ang ginagawa nila. So, kung walang title, syempre, certified copy ka lang ng tax declaration. Para malaman mo kung sino may-ari. Okay? So, kung sino may-ari, alamin mo rin kung anong address para mapuntahan nyo. Ngayon, kung pagpunta nyo doon, yung pala yung may-ari ay nasa abroad, so susunod na tatanungin mo, palagay ko sa cursory legal due diligence, hindi naman lumalabas yun, dapat ang itatanong mo doon, sino po ang pwedeng kausapin kung ibebenta yung lupa, kung ang owner ay nasa ibang bansa. So maghahanap kayo ng attorney. Okay? Know if the registered owner is alive or not, and if it's still living, where is he or she residing at the moment? Yan. So yun yung mga yan yung at least yung cursory. So sa sobrang magmadali nila, gusto nila makilala yung mga yung mga may-ari ng lupa. So kailangan tatanungin nila sino yung may-ari ng lupa, saan siya nakatira para mapuntahan. Ngayon kung patay, edi hindi lang po pwede yung cursory legal due diligence. And like I said, I've never done cursory legal due diligence. So I always start my legal due diligence with the ordinary legal due diligence. So ito yung diligence of a good father of a family, and this is mitigating the obvious risk based on the efforts undertaken. And finally, this is the common legal due diligence practice or should be practiced by most RESPs o yung mga CRBs natin. Okay? So, kung makakita, di ba meron ngayon dahil sa sa Viber lang eh. Oh Mars, may sasend ako sa iyo sa Viber pakitingnan nga tas ibenta natin. So, ikaw naman, sinend sa iyo, minarket mo na kagad without even looking into the tax declaration. Sino ba yung may-ari? Buhay pa ba yung may-ari? Di ba? Okay, masyadong mabilis. Yan, sa transaction. Although you may have heard that money likes speed. But when you deal with real estate, sometimes, most often, speed is detrimental to the transaction. Hindi pwedeng madalian po ang bentahan ng real estate. Okay? Tanong, attorney, gaano po ba katagal kayo mag-legal due diligence? Depende. Minsan sa ordinary legal due diligence takes around a month or depende rin sa sa complexity. Legal due diligence lang po ito hindi po yung extraordinary. Depende sa complexity, umaabot po ng 2 months o minsan 3. Okay? Lalo na pag hinahanap mo yung eredero. Kasi minsan ako, kailangan kong makita yung eredero. Or kung nasa states ang may-ari, sinasabi ko dun sa trustee or dun sa kanyang attorney fact, pwede ba makausap personally yung may-ari? Okay, why? Bakit attorney? May SPA na nga eh. Unang-una, gusto kong malaman kung totoo ba yung SPA na binigay ng may-ari. Malay ko ba kung nakapag-issue na yung may-ari ng revocation ng SPA niya. So, kinausap ko yung may-ari. Ay, naku, Tony, huwag mo nang kausapin yung kasi may, ni-revoke ko na yung SPA niya. Diba? So, okay lang. So, that's part of your legal due diligence. Hindi pwede na, pag sinabi ng tao na, authorize ako yung SPA attorney, ito yung aking SPA. Okay? Please contact the principal. Email. O pwede naman by messenger, tapos mag-phone call kayo sa messenger or sa Viber, etc. Ako lang basta ganun po ako. Kahit may kahit may SPA, I still need to talk to the registered owner to verify whether the attorney fact is indeed the attorney fact or whether the attorney fact is no longer the attorney fact. Okay? Or baka naman attorney, sino yun? Ba hindi ko kilala yun Di pa tayo na. Di ba? Ano pa? Ang ordinary due diligence ay pwedeng gawin sa house and lot, condominium units, commercial real estate, vacant lots, classified as residential, commercial, industrial, or vacant lots as well na classified as agriculture. Especially kung commercial, industrial, and agriculture. So house and lot, vetting of titles and ownership documents. So alam niyo na yung pag sinabi ko ownership documents, I am referring to a tax declaration. Okay? Corporate documents, kung corporation yung may-ari ng lupa, at saka yung registration documents, kung ano ba siya, kung developer ba talaga siya, at siya ba ay registered sa, yung kanyang project ba ay registered sa, ano to, sa DHSUD, etc. etc. O at meron siyang development permit sa LGU. So yung mga regulatory compliances. So ano pa rin tayo, ordinary legal due diligence, verified authenticity of the land titles, and tax declarations. Okay? So when you trace back, ilang trace back ng ng tax declaration? Ako po, kung ordinary lang, 3 na po, okay na. Kasi kasama po sa legal due diligence is asking the registered owner, the current registered owner, sino ho may-ari nito? Sa lolo ko ho yan. So anong pangalan ng lolo mo? Sige, sulat. So mag-trace back man lang ako, makita ko yung pangalan ng lolo niya doon sa tax declaration, then okay na ako. Ngayon, kung binili yan salin-salin ng third person, so kailangan kung sino yung original owner, yun ang makikita ko sa tax declaration. At as an extraordinary legal due diligence, I would also have to look for the owners, the previous owners. At tatanong ko, talaga po bang binenta ito ng lolo? Kasi minsan, yung mga yon, sila yung naghahabol eh. Di ba? Hindi ko namin alam yan, akala namin sa pangalan pa ng lolo namin yan, etc. etc. Okay? So pag ganun nangyari, then automatic, sasabihin ko to sa client, huwag mo nang bilhin to kasi mukhang magkakaproblema tayo. Okay? So know if the registered owner is alive or not. Okay? If it's still living, kung saan siya nakatira. So that's part of the cursory legal due diligence. So aside from that, checkin mo ngayon kung ano yung mode of transfer ng ownership. Okay? So doon sa matanda, kung patay na siya, paano niya nakuha yung property na yon? So minanaban niya yung sa niya, sa lolo niya or sa magulang niya, or pinilipan niya sa isang tao. So you have to go to the go back kung paano na i-transfer doon sa namatay na tao yung ownership ng lupang yun. Okay? So kung namatay na nga siya, sino yung legal heirs, including non-marital children, kung meron, basta lahat ng family tree ng registered owner. So check if there are liens and encumbrances indicated on the tax declaration or land titles, and your liens and encumbrances could be apparent or non-apparent. So ito yung mga apparent. Ito yung examples ha. Hindi ko na isa-isa basahin. So nandiyan yung section 4 rule 74. Ito rin ibig sabihin kapag ang tax declaration ay kapag ang property nasa tax declaration pa, kapag in-extrajudicial po yan, saan po namin tatatak yung section 4 and rule 74 kung walang title? Sa tax declaration po. Okay? Kailangan po yan. Okay, 10-year period for the limitation of CLOAS. Apparent po yan kasi nakalagay yun doon sa harap ng CLOA. Okay, nakalagay po yan. Ano pa? Sorry. Certificate of sale, sa road widening. Yan, may nakita po akong ganyan na naka-annotate. Freeze orders ng Sandigan Bayan, writ of execution on environmental basis, etc. etc. Real estate mortgage, JVA, long-term lease easements, or voluntary. Mamaya, pakita ko kayo ng voluntary easement. Adverse claim, syempre, like I said, ito pong adverse claim na to, kung pinatatatak po yun sa title, pinatatataktan din po yan sa mga tax declaration. Okay? Sample po ng adverse claim, ginawa ko. And the general rule is that persons dealing with registered land or kahit unregistered land is not required to go behind the register to determine the conditions of the property. Okay? That, my ladies and gentlemen, is the mirror doctrine. Okay? Kung anong nakalagay po doon sa title ninyo, supposedly yun din po ang nakalagay doon sa owner's duplicate copy. Okay? So pag pinasitan kayo ng owner's duplicate copy at walang clean title, okay, free from any liens or encumbrances except for those non-apparent ones na nasa title, then you are bound by that. So hindi ka na nire-require ng ating batas because of the mirror doctrine, okay, to go behind that that title or that tax declaration, if that is the case. So a person who deals with registered land is bound by the liens and encumbrances, including the adverse claims annotated below. So same din po yan sa tax deed. If you are buying a piece of property na may adverse claim na nakatatak, then you are buying the property na may lien and encumbrances. Mamaya pakitaan ko kayo na kung saan nilalagay yung adverse claim. So kung saan ina-annotate yung adverse claim sa isang tax declaration. Dependents, pwede rin po itong, like I said, ito po ay pwedeng ipatatak sa tax declaration. Ibig sabihin po nito na pinag-aawayan nyo yung inyong property. Okay? Ito po, sample ng legal easement. Basahin ko lang po, an easement of, nasabi ito, servidumbre de paso en materia de agua. So it's a water, it's a servitude for water, parang easement of water yan eh. Okay, containing a canal of 10 meters wide, yan, etc., etc. So this is an actual easement. So you have to respect that easement. If you are going to buy this, if your client is going to buy this property or you, kailangan intindihin mo kung ano yung ibig sabihin niyang binabasa niyo yan. At kung nasaan siya. So kung yung 10-meter easement, pero ang laki ng 10-meter easement, so kailangan may kanal na existing doon. So ibig sabihin, hindi ka pwedeng magpagawa ng kahit anong structure doon sa legal easement. Otherwise, gigibain po yung pinagawa niyo. Isayang lang po yung inyong ginastos ng client niyo kung magpapagawa siya ng kubol, okay, or ang Airbnb doon right on top of the easement. Ito naman po ang example ng voluntary easement natin. Okay? Ito po pinaligan due diligence sa akin. Siyempre sa sobrang tuwa ko, ay pwede itong ano tawag nito? Learning material. Kasi first time kong nakita ito. So take note, this is a voluntary easement because ang sabi rito, we shall impose upon the vendee or new owner of the property the conditions above mentioned. So anong conditions na yan? There's a 3-meter private alley. There's an alley. The alley itself, the 3-meter alley, shall not be closed as long as there's a building on the property itself. The alley shall be open to the sky. Okay? Sabihin, walang naka-overhang na any other structure and no permanent structure whatsoever shall be placed thereon. So hindi pwedeng paliitin yung 3-meter structure, yung 3-meter easement. Kailangan 3-meter siya until the end of time. Okay, so finally, the maintenance and upkeep of the alley shall be at the expense of the owners. Diba? So kung yan ang property mo at ayaw mo naman conditions na yan, then huwag mong bilhin. At syempre, lalabas lang yan kapag nag-legal due diligence ka. Okay? Ano pa po? Siyempre, may mga restrictions on subdivision. So, ito yung example nun. Okay? It is good for you to get a copy of the restrictions para mabasa niyo. So, malalaman nyo na, hindi pa na pwedeng magpagawa ng 5-story structure doon sa loob ng subdivision. So, sasabihin mo sa client nyo, ma'am, hanggang ano lang po tayo, hanggang 2-story lang. Hindi po pwedeng 2-story na may deck. Hanggang 2-story lang po tayo talaga. So, kailangan malaman niyo yun kasi you don't want your clients to be in violation of any restriction. Okay? Tandaan nyo, this is a deed of restrictions ng isang lupa and therefore the restriction is mandatorily imposed on the new buyers or the new owners. Ito po, sample na may tatak kapag hindi kayo nakapagbayad ng inyong real property taxes at in-auction po yung property. Okay, so bago i-auction, kailangan merong notice levy. Pag nangyari na po ang auction, tinatatak po yun. At kapag meron na pong 1 year, lumagpas na po yung 1 year redemption period, then tinatatak din po yun, saka po yung detalye ng inyong binayaran na taxes. After that, then you can have it transferred. Okay? By virtue of Section 75 of PD 1529. So ito po mga different, mga different annotations. Okay? 652, Article 657, tungkol po ito sa easement. Okay? 652 is the easement of right of way. So yeah, makikita nyo, di ba? Exempt from the provisions of Article 5, 6, 7. So, babasahin niyo pong klaro yung mga titles na binibigay sa inyo kasi ito. At pag nakita niyo, kailangan tanungin niyo ano kaya ibig sabihin ng Article 567 ng Civil Code. Okay? So you must you must read it carefully and understand what is that encumbrance all about. Okay? Ito rin po. Article 567. Okay? So, yan po kailangan alam nyo kung ano ibig sabihin. Hindi ko na po binasa kasi mabilis nga po ang pacing natin. Exemption from the provisions of Article 652. Ito naman yung 652. Ano ba yung sabihin niya? Oh. Ito naman 657, etc. etc. So, pag nakakita po kayo ng ng mga annotations, yung mga memorandum of encumbrances na yan, kailangan po alamin nyo kung ano po yun. Ito po, aside from that, Article 657, then may mortgage pa po. Ito po nakalagay dito, exemption from the provisions of Article 657, specifically reserved. Ang ano po kasi no, lahat po ng mga co-owners ng property ay may obligasyon na magbigay ng right of way sa katabing property nila ng co-owners kapag binenta sa third person. So yan po yung Article 657. Okay, so pag ganyan po na specifically reserved, ibig sabihin, yung provision na yon na 657 will not happen in this case. So hindi kayo obligado na magbigay ng right of way because of co-owner. Pero syempre, pwede pa rin kayong i-demanda for right of way under the Right of Way Act, or kung yung kapitbahay nyo ay gustong magkaroon ng ng right ng access papunta sa highway, then they can also sue you for right of way. Ito, real estate mortgage. Okay? So, non-apparent. Ano yung mga non-apparent? Mining Provisions Law, Public Land Act, yung CA number 141, at yung mga PD 1529 na provisions. Ito ang sample. So, pag nakita nyo sa inyong titulo na the owner thereof is in fee simple, subject to such encumbrances mentioned in Section 44 ng PD 1529, ang ibig sabihin po ng fee simple is wala pong any other annotation, any non-apparent encumbrance on the property. Okay? So, ang Section 44, sinasabi nun, kung ano man yung free of lien encumbrances ang inyong property, except those that is written at the time na pinili mo yung property. So, that's the interpretation of Section 44. Yan po yan, di ba? Dito rin galing ang ating ang ating complete defense. Your innocent purchaser for value. Okay? So pag sinabi mong innocent purchaser ka, then you are a person who you are a purchaser in good faith and for value. Ibig sabihin, hindi mo tinipid yung yung pagbabayad ng value ng property na binili mo. Okay, so that makes it a complete defense. You paid for it, market value or fair value, at in good faith mo. Ibig sabihin, wala kang notice of any defect doon sa ownership noong nakalagay sa title or the registered owner. Ngayon, ito naman yung isang title na merong subject to the provisions of the Property Registration Decree, PD 1529, Public Land Act, CA 141, and mining laws. Ay lahat, ang sinasabi lang po kasi ng mining laws, hindi porke na merong langis doon sa iyong property na binili and privately owned, hindi po ibig sabihin na kapag may langis doon sa property nyo, kayo na po may-ari ng langis. Okay? So, di ba, syempre, alam naman natin na kapag ikaw may owner ng isang property, lahat ng nasa ilalim ng iyong lupain at yung nasa ibabaw ng iyong lupain ay iyong pag-aari. Except by virtue of the provisions of mining law. So kung merong cobalt, kung merong lithium, for example, dun sa inyong lupa, hindi po yun sa inyo, yun po ay sa gobyerno because it's specifically stated in various mining laws that these minerals are owned by the state by virtue of the Regalian Law. as well as the provisions of the 1987 Constitution. So ano example ng Public Land Act na na provision? Okay? Yan. So ang example po niyan is yung mga section 113, 122, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, etc. etc. So ito po ay very you have to understand this very well kasi po ang implication po nito ay malaki. So naging commissioner ako sa expropriation cases ng mga properties expropriated for the Calax Road. Okay, so may mga tatlo na po akong cases na na-handle na ako ang commissioner. Yung mga basta nakakita kayo ng ganito, okay, ladies and gentlemen, please note that the Public Land Act 141, CA 141 annotation is referring to these provisions. Yeah. Section 109, 110, 111, 112. Ang 112 po ang pinaka-importanting malaman natin. Because Section 112 ng CA 141 states that you are the current holder of the land that has a title that can be traced sa isang patent that was issued by the state, then you are required to give at least a right of way not exceeding 20 meters. Okay? For public highways, railroads, irrigation, ditches, aqueducts, telegraphs, and telephone lines or similar works. Okay? So kung gusto rin maglagay ng airport, yan, magbibigay ka ng 20-meter easement doon sa lupa mo. At hindi yon babayaran ng ating gobyerno, ladies and gentlemen. Ang kaso po na fina-file dyan ay hindi po expropriation but an enforcement of lien. Petition or complaint for enforcement of government lien, which is Section 112. Okay, so ito yung una, 20 meters lang. Tapos all of a sudden, because of the amendment of PD 653 and PD 1361, in-expand po yun sa 60 meter ang width ng ating ng ating easement. Okay, 60 meters na siya from 20 meters. Diba ang laki? So, nag-handle na rin po ako ng cases na yung client po ay responded doon sa petition for enforcement of government lien. So, hindi sila makapaniwala. Sinabi na, Tony, hindi ako makapaniwala, hindi kami bibigyan ng pera doon sa lupa na kukunin niya. Sabi ko, bibigyan naman po kayo doon sa mga improvements na nandun sa lupa. So, yung mga puno, in-itemize po ng DPWH at ilagyan nila ng presyo base sa Provincial Agriculturist Office na listahan. Like ang isang puno ng antipolo ay, let's say, 2,000, 3,000 niya ba? Yung 20-year-old, etc. May mga presyo po silang ginawa. Tapos kung may bahay po, replacement cost lang po ang ibibigay sa inyo. Okay? Pero yung halaga ng lupa, not exceeding 60 meters in width, hindi po yun babayaran sa inyo. Pag sumobra po siya sa 60 meters or naging orphan lot po siya, ibig sabihin, yung kinuha po yung 60-meter road right of way na yon at naiwan at wala ka ng entry or access doon sa lupa na matitira, yun po ang babayaran sa inyo ng gobyerno because in excess na po yun ng 60-meter right of way. So pag nag-trace back kayo, make sure na mag-trace back kayo at makita nyo yung original na patent. Okay, it is a free patent. Pero meron din naman po na patents na yan, free patent po to na hindi po nakalagay yung section 112. Ito, 119, 121, 122, and 124. So pag ganyan po, basahin nyo kung ano yung mga sections na yun para malaman nyo. Pag due diligence kayo, ma-explain nyo sa kliyente nyo kung ano yung section 119, section 121, etc. etc. So finally, okay, ito yung last few things na kailangan mong gawin as ordinary legal due diligence. You have to check the original copies of the SPA, Certificate of Registration, or the Articles of Incorporation ng corporation, kung corporation man ang may-ari ng lupa. Sinama ko na po yan kasi may nagtanong po sa akin, paano po kung namatay na yung isa sa officers or trustee noong corporation, ano pong gagawin namin? So sagutin ko na po ngayon yon, kung namatay na po yung inyong isang officer or official ng iyong corporation, papalitan lang po yun. Okay? At mag-amend lang kayo ng GIS. Hindi po naapektuhan because ang corporations po ngayon, because by virtue of the corporation code, the revised corporation code of the Philippines, kapag nag-establish po kayo ng corporation, in perpetuity na po siya. So may forever na sa bayang Pilipinas yung term of existence ng isang corporation. Okay, so perpetual na po yan. Yung mga previous naman before the revised corporation code, hanggang 50 years lang po. So kung hanggang 50 years siya, then pangalan nito, papalitan nyo lang po yung isang officer tapos mag-update kayo ng GIS, then you're good to go as a corporation. Now, it is different when the corporation itself, who is the owner of the property, is considered dead. Ibig sabihin, tinanggalan na po siya ng franchise. Okay? Tinanggalan na siya ng charter, ng franchise, ng corporate franchise ng SEC. Kasi hindi kayo nakakapag-submit ng Articles of Incorporation, GIS, saka EFS, yung mga audited financial statements. So kung may ganyan po, kailangan, as part of your legal due diligence, babasahin nyo rin po isa-isa yung EFS, GIS, and Articles of Incorporation. Saka yung COR nila. Okay? Para malaman nyo. So kung ganyan, kapangalan sa kanila, then more or less baka hindi siya capital asset yung binibenta sa inyo, then ordinary asset siya. So kung ordinary asset, alam nyo na hindi siya CGT but CWT. Ang babayaran yung taxes at VAT. Kung mamalas-malasin tayo. Ay, may mga CRBs na hindi alam yan. Kaya nagugulat sila, Attorney, SOS. O sabi ko, sige, tawag kayo. O bakit? Attorney, sa BIR, ina-assess kami ng VAT. Bakit kami ina-assess ng VAT? Sabi ko, unang-una, tinanong nyo ba kung ordinary asset yung binibenta nyo o hindi? Ay, nga pala. So kung nakalimutan mo, kung si CRBI nagkunga pala, ibig sabihin nalimutan mo. So kung nalimutan niya, sorry, na-frustrate ako minsan sa ganun. So kung nakalimutan niya, then definitely ordinary asset siya. And kung ordinary asset siya, then more or less subject siya sa VAT as well as CWT. Okay? So sino ngayon ang sasagot ng 12% VAT? Malaki yan, 12%. Okay? So yung mga ganun hindi wala lang, natatawa lang ako. Veteran na yun, ha? So ito, pag commercial real estate, ito gagawin mo. Okay? Same din po. Kung vacant lots na agricultural lot, ganyan din po. Compliance, vetting of ownership documents. Okay? Kung patay na, of course, yung nakalagay sa tax deed, then matinding vetting pa ang gagawin nyo dapat. Pero sa ko pa rin po yun ng ordinary legal due diligence, more or less. Yeah. So how do you conduct proper legal due diligence? So what to look for when buying agricultural real estate? So the question you ask, no matter how awkward, give you the entire risk profile associated with purchasing farmlands. Okay? Kasi syempre, wala pa namang bumibili ng condominium na ang in-issue sa kanila ay tax declaration. Syempre, may CCTV. Diba? So accessibility. When you want to conduct legal due diligence, this is how you do it, especially kung agricultural real estate. Okay? Tignan nyo muna yung accessibility ng lupa. Okay? Napupuntahan mo ba? O ipaparada mo yung inyong kotse sa highway at maglalakad kayo ng 200 meters papasok sa isang lupa na hindi pa yun ang binibili. So, ibig sabihin, inner lot siya. Okay? So, pag ganon, iisipin mo ngayon, teka, may right of way issue. So, that's a risk. Okay? Ngayon, kung ganon, tatanong mo, sino kung may-ari nitong harap? Okay? Pwede ho bang makausap? Kasi hihingi ka ng right of way. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, depende na po sa inyo. Source of water. Titingnan mo ngayon kung ano yung source of water mo. Okay? So whether it's a farmland or for a subdivision, so titignan mo rin dapat yung source of water. Natural spring, existing well, or may river ba sa likod. Okay? So aside from a source of water, yun din ang inyong drainage, so to speak. Okay? So kung may source of water ka, then kung wala ka source of water, so paano ka magkakaroon ng tubig doon sa property? Okay? Paano kung subdivision yung tatayo mo? So mayroon bang linya ang water district tumatawid malapit doon sa lugar ng inyong prospective land na bibilin for your client? Then you have to look at your zoning and current restrictions in the locality. Is the advertisement regarding resorting to trust better than GAS? Teresa, hindi ko po maintindihan yung tanong. Give me more context. Okay, so zoning and current restrictions in the locality. So like, kanina, example ko, di ba? Doon sa pinuntahan mo, legal na magkaroon ng backyard farms. Okay? So kung ayaw mong maamoy umaga at magpatayo ka ng bahay doon at ayaw mong maamoy umaga yung poop ng mga baboy, then don't purchase land there. Purchase where may zoning sila na hindi pwedeng maglagay ng chicken farm, backyard hog farm, at yung iba pang agro-industrial ventures. Okay? Dito po sa amin, sa Upland of Cavite, meron pong 10-year moratorium on residential housing projects. Ang isa ko po niya ng, let me remember. Okay. Amadeo, Indang, Mendez, Alfonso, General Aguinaldo, Maragondon, ano ba? Saka, hindi ko lang po alam, I'm not sure ngayon kung kasama ang Magallanes. So that's a 10-year moratorium. The moratorium started in 2018. Okay? So dapat alam yun kasi hindi pwedeng bumili kayo ng lupa dito sa Upland of Cavite, gagawin siyang socialized housing project or economic housing project because you will not be given a development permit by the LGU and by the provincial government. Okay? So kailangan alam nyo yung mga zoning and current restrictions doon sa locality. Okay? This is part of your legal due diligence. So kung nasa ano naman kayo, kung nasa let's say syudad, dapat alam nyo yung zoning ordinances ng city. So dapat alam nyo yung FAR, yung floor ano yun? Oh shoot, I forgot FAR. Floor area ratio, ano ba? Basta kung ilang units ang pwede nyong mailagay doon sa isang piece of property. Help me out. Sorry, I forgot FAR. Floor area ratio ba? Parang ganun. I forgot, sorry. Yan, floor area ratio, di ba? It depends, kung floor area ratio yun, that determines the density of the project. So yun lang gusto kong sabihin. So kung highly dense siya or moderately dense. So let's say sa isang property, 4 lang ang units na pwede kasi yun yung farm nyo. Meron naman sa 1,000 square meter property, ang farm mo ay ibig sabihin, lumalabas siya, pag pino-compute mo ay 6 or hanggang 7, hanggang 10, hanggang 15 na units within that floor per floor doon sa inyong condominium or sorry, doon sa building na tinatayo. So dapat alam mo 'yon. Kasi kung investor ang ano mo, ang iyong kliyente, then masasabi mo sa kanya, sir, ang farm po natin ganito. Diba? Sa vision niyo po dapat 'yun. Although, syempre, kung EP ka, yung environmental planner, may environmental planner yung inyong client or may architect siya, so baka alam na ni architect yun. So, pero at least, di ba, ipakitang gilas ka doon sa client mo. Presence of utilities in the area. So, tingnan mo, may electrical post ba? Baka naman i-offer mo tong lupang to sa iyong client, pero wala naman pala siyang Meralco post na malapit. So, anong mangyayari? Di kukontakin mo pa si Meralco at ikaw pa ang gagastos para magpalagay ng bawat poste pupunta ron sa property. And it will cost your client kasi hindi naman ikaw ang titira doon sa property. Okay? So, pero kung if you plan to live off-grid, di ba? Then, okay lang na walang power lines na malapit. So, magano ka? Magsusolar ka. Okay? O kung windy naman sa area, then magpalagay ka ng maliit na na windmill. Hindi naman windmill. Tama. Para meron ka ring renewable energy sa inyong location. Also, you have to take a look kung malakas ang internet. Siyempre, di ba? In our age, technology is available to us. So, tingnan mo naman kung malakas ang internet connection sa lugar, kung doon sa lugar ng property na i-offer mo sa client. So, this is you conducting legal due diligence as well. Geohazard assessment in the area. So, flood zone ba siya? May sinkhole ba siya? Malapit ba siya sa landslide prone areas? Diba? May fault line ba? So how much, ano ang climate the entire year? Sobrang init ba? Kung mainit, gaano kainit? Diba? So mayroon bang active volcano like Taal? Okay, sa Mayon. Mayroon bang contaminant sa soil? Yan. So example ko rito palagi when I lecture, ito alam ng LMP to. Di ba meron pong Phillips property sa may Alabang Sapote Road? I know this for a fact because I live in Philam Life Village, Las Piñas, for the first 35 years of my life. So nadadaan-daanan ko po yung Phillips, Phillips property na yun. Ang nakabili po noon ay DMCI, nung dumaan po ako ng isang araw, ka-joint venture na niya ang isang real estate company. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin nakatayo. Hindi nyo ba naisip kung bakit wala pa rin nakatayo? Ang tagal-tagal na yung nabili ng DMCI. Okay? Di ba? Nakita nyo na ba yun? Now, sabihin ko sa inyo kung bakit. Kasi po, may heavy metals na nakasink in doon sa property na yun. When I say heavy metals, big sabihin, hindi heavy metal banda, yung mga lead, kung ano pa yung mga toxic. Because yung company ng during that time, di ba, hindi pa naman tayo environmentally, for lack of a better term, environmentally aware na yung mga lead, pwede na, kung may extra lead ang isang kumpanya, kapag para hindi nila i-ship, minsan binabaunan lang nila or nagli-leak sa ground through water, tapos nandun lang siya. Hanggang hindi mo nire-remediate, hanggang hindi mo ginagawa ng paraan para mawala yung lead doon sa property or kung may asbestos man siya, then hindi pwede, it's unsafe for you to, ang tawag nito? Yes, environmentally conscious, Sir Kenneth, thank you very much. So hindi ka pwedeng gumawa kasi you're going to expose yung mga buyers mo, lalo na kung may bata, di ba? Ang DMCI naman, di ba, pag gumawa sila, mid-level, mid-rise buildings, tapos may swimming pool, may playground. So kung contaminated yung area, so you're exposing your buyers to that contaminant. So, and tanongin niyo po yun if you know the location of the property. Is there a test done to check the toxic waste? Meron pong meron po yung ginawa ang DPWH, DNR po, as far as I know po. So that's the reason why hindi po nagagawa yung property ng Phillips along Alabang Sapote Road, which is around 1 kilometer or 1 kilometer away from yung Alabang Sapote flyover papuntang Coastal Road. Tingnan nyo, hanggang ngayon nakatiwang siya. Pero nakalagay na DMCI and etc. Okay, dati minarket nila yun Akala ko nga gagawin nila. Sabi ko, siguro nagawa na nila ng paraan yung mga toxic chemicals na nandoon. Hanggang ngayon binago na nila. Kakadaan ko lang the other day. Okay, hindi kagabi. Papunta ako kay Hamilton. Siyempre, di ba, nakita ko, nga pala, doon ko nga pala nakita, kagabi lang. Dumaan ako doon. Alright, so titignan yan. Kasama po yan sa due diligence mo. So, cost of permits. So, kung wala po siyang tubig, so kung magpapa-deep well kayo, siyempre, kukuha kayo ng permit. Magkano po yun? Tapos, siyempre, yung fencing permit, building permit, you have to ask that. You have to, kasi ano yan, siyempre, kung cost conscious ang iyong client, di dapat malaman mo. Liens or other restrictions based on law. So what does the certified copy of the lands or and/or tax declaration tell you? So kung may notice of levy, katulad pinakita ko kanina, ibig sabihin po nun may unpaid RPT, real property taxes. Or pwede rin po ang nagtatatak na ng notice of levy ay ang BIR po natin. Kasi meron kayong outstanding tax liabilities sa BIR. Okay, so lahat po yan ay kung nakatatak po siya, dapat intindihin nyo yon at tatanungin nyo kung paano nyo mariremedyohan. Have you personally visited the property? Okay, so you have to learn the history of the land. You have to personally visit the property. Hindi tipong pasa lang kayo ng pasa sa social media ng ibibenta nyo. Please don't sell a property without even looking at it. Okay, please, please, please. Kasi when you visit the property, doon mo makikita, kung sabi nila na vacant lot, doon mo makikita, pagdating mo doon, ay bakit may 3 bahay? Picturean mo, send mo sa ma'am, bakit may 3 bahay? Sabi niyo vacant. So masyashock ngayon sila, ano nangyari? So meron akong fellow licensed real estate broker, CTEP graduate din. Sabi niya, attorney, Rhea siya. So sabi, may pinapa-appraise sa kanya. Pagdating niya sa property, nagulat siya, napa-atras siya. Literally umatras siya. Sabi niya, bakit ganun? Sabi nung client, vacant yung property. This is in Quezon City. Pagdating niya, 400 square meters, nuknukan na ang dami ng informal settings. Sabi niya, I think ang ginawa niya, sabi ko sa kanya, picturean niya. So sabi niya, tapos sabi ko, mag-report ka doon sa iyong client. So sabi niya, attorney, pwede ko bang kunin na imbis mag-real estate appraiser lang ako, then magbo-broker na lang ako. Sabi ko, sige, mag-broker ka, pero wag kang gumawa ng real estate appraisal report. Kasi you cannot sell, okay? As you know this, if you are a real estate appraiser, you cannot make a real estate appraisal report on the property and remove your hat as an appraiser and put on the hat of a broker, then sell the property. That's conflict of interest. So sabi ko sa kanya, sis, kung hindi ka sanay magpaalis ng informal settlers, huwag mo nang ibenta yung property. Okay? Mahihirapan ka lang. Una-una, mahirap kausap ang mga informal settlers kung hindi ka sanay. Okay? Trabaho po yan nung ako na kay Senator Biason. So, hindi naman ako nagpapaalis ng informal settlers, pero kinakausap ko sila. Pinapangaralan namin kung ano yung batas. During that time, may LINA law na, UDHA, the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992, yung LINA law po yun. So, yun yung sinasabi namin. So, hindi ko kayo pwedeng paalisin sa any government land nang walang relocation site, etc. Pag hindi ka sanay, naku, mapapaaway ka, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Mahirap na. Okay? Yung commission mo is not worth it pag may informal settlers kayo. So sabi ko nga doon sa kaibigan ko yun, sis, sabihin mo sa client, as is where is yung event. Okay? As is where is, alam niyo na ibig sabihin nun, so kung sino ang buyer, siya na magpapaalis. But of course, pag as is where is, kung anong problema nun, syempre may discount na sa price. Sa akin gusto mo bang ikaw ang gusto mo bang ang owner pa ang mamblema? Ang problema, yung owners ay nasa US na. So wala sila dito sa bansa. So do you need to conduct a relocation survey? Gusto mo bang malaman kung may overlapping ng means and bounds doon sa lahat ng boundaries nyo? Okay? Gusto mo ring malaman kung totoo ba na ang nakalagay sa tax declaration ay 1,000 square meters, nung pumunta ka, kaya nga importante na puntahan mo yung property at bago mo ibenta, puntahan mo muna po, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not sell property that you have not seen in person, hindi pwedeng video lang. Please. Okay? At least you worked hard for your commission. Hindi yung tipong, diba? Gusto natin kasi madalian. But please, visit the place. Kasi pag binisita nyo siya, doon nyo makikita kung veteran broker na kayo, parang mas malaki sa 1,000 to. Kung mas malaki sa 1,000 at nakita mo sa tax declaration, 998 lang siya. So, pwede mong pasukan. Bakit? Kasi pag pinasukat mo, sabihin mo, ma'am, sa buyer mo, ma'am, ang sukat po ay 1,800. Eh, dun sa tax declaration, 999. Okay? So, pagdating sa negotiation, sabihin nyo, sir, okay lang ba hindi sir, attorney, pwede bang disclose namin doon sa property owner na 998 na ang nakalagay sa tax deck pero yung pinasukat namin more than 998. Nasa sa inyo po yun, okay? But if your client is the buyer, then loyalty to your client, sabihin mo, tanong mo doon sa client, ma'am, okay lang ba i-disclose natin? Wag. Kung hindi nila alam na ang property nila ay mas malaki sa 998, then that is their problem. So negotiate tayo na 998 ang ating pinipili. Okay, di ba? So yun yung kagandahan ng nag-due diligence ka. Pagdating sa negotiating table, di ba? You can say, oh sige, ma'am, bili na lang namin yung property ng ang asking price mo ay 1,000, pwede mong bili namin ng 750. Ay, sobrang baba naman nun. Sige ma'am, ang last final price na lang po namin, pwede ho ba 900 na lang? So, easy. O sige, pwede na 900. O, sige. Pero not knowing na hindi nila alam na mas malaki yung profit. Attorney, isn't that dishonest? So, depende po sa inyo yan. I will not judge you kung ano yung gagawin nyo. Pero, ang pinoprotektahan nyo po ay yung buyer nyo. So, kung ang kliyente nyo ay yung buyer, then syempre, if you want to protect the interest of the client, the buyer, then definitely mas mababa po ang gusto nyong presyo na makuha ni buyer, yung property. Okay? But, if you are on the seller side, and you did not disclose that, then that is malpractice, ladies and gentlemen. That's a violation of the ethical standards of our practice. Because you failed to protect the interest of your client, who is the seller. So pag pinasukat mo yan, okay? Due diligence. Parang ang laki nito. Hindi siya 998, hindi siya 1,000. So pinasukat mo, ang kliyente mo ay pumayag ang kliyente mo na bayaran yung engineer. Ma'am, lumabas na po yung result ng ating survey, hindi po siya 998, 1,800 po siya, for example. Ganun ba? Opo. You have to disclose that. If you don't disclose that, okay, then that is malpractice. Lalo na kung sinabi mo na doon sa broker, oy, pahingi ng extra dyan kasi bibilhin nyo siya ng ng presyo na gusto namin, pero mas malaki yung area na mapupunta sa inyo. So, pahingi ako ng bonus. Please do not do that because that's also malpractice. That is unethical to the highest degree. Time check, 3:09. Okay. So, dahil pa palang i-discuss, ano? So, conduct relocation survey. Sino yung kausap mo? Buhay pa ba, patay? Are you familiar with the next steps on how to cancel the annotation sa tax declaration? Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, itong example ng tax declaration, ng annotation sa tax declaration, nakalagay po siya doon sa memoranda. So, yan po, pakita ko sa inyo. Ito po ang close-up version. Yeah. So kung mapapansin nyo, may multiple claimants. Okay? So pag nakita kayo ng multiple claimants, sabihin nyo sa kliyente nyo na buyer, ma'am, huwag na natin bilhin yan kasi may multiple claimants. Kasi kung hindi kayo sanay mag-handle ng case na yan, then please don't buy the property. Pero kung sanay kayo makipag-away doon sa multiple claimants, then go ahead. Kasi nga, pwede nyo siyang bilhin ng mas mababang halaga. Affidavit of adverse claim, nakalagay dyan. Ito din, affidavit of adverse claim. At may multiple claimant na. Diba? Doble-doble. Okay? So, pwede, like I said, pwede dyan kayo maglalagay ng lease pendants. Dyan kayo maglalagay ng real estate mortgage. Kasi tax declaration mo siya. Dyan kayo maglalagay ng sinabi ko na, real estate mortgage. So, lahat ng pwede yung ilagay na amendments, annotation sa tax declaration, pwede niyo po yan. Okay? Okay, so for lack of time, siguro bibilisan ko lang yung extraordinary due diligence. Okay? So, may ano lang yan eh. Nabasa nyo na yung blue at yung green. Ang idadagdag mo lang sa extraordinary is yung yellow. So, if you want to do extraordinary due diligence, then i-verify mo yung title. Kung may title, so how do you verify yung authenticity ng title? Serial number, decree number, yung signatories, yung judicial form number, lahat ng nandun sa title. Yan. Okay? Ano pa ang idadagdag mo sa extraordinary legal due diligence? Ay, ito muna. Ito yung sinasabi ko mga yan yung decree number, ito yung mga signatories. Kasi minsan in 2005, yung mga namameke, hindi nila kilala yung mga signatories. So, minsan ang nakalagay dito is yung current official. Pero pag tinignan mo yung judicial form 2000 something, hindi pa nakaposisyon yung signatory na nakalagay dyan. Pero syempre, yung mga sindikato alam nila. Okay? So, date of issuance, dapat alam nila. Yung form number na sinasabi ko. Okay? Yan, form number. Kasi minsan, ang form number nyo ay 1977, ang form number nyo, okay? Pero ang date dito ay 1970. So, hindi pa po pwede yun, di ba? You can't have an issued title na 1977 ang form number, tapos 1970 in-issue. Kasi non-existent pa yung 1977 form. Example of CLOA and EP. Okay? Yun po yung yung mga detalye ng title sa dapat yung malaman, yung judicial form numbers. Kasi yan po, dinadaya po yan. Sample ng daya, CCT, judicial form numbers. Ito po yung samples ng peke. Bilhin nyo, tingnan nyo yung judicial form number. Ito, due diligence ko to. Yung unang kita ko, CLOA form number 2, ano yan? So alam, Xerox copy lang to. Bilhin nyo yung client, nagbayad na siya based on the Xerox copy. Sabi ko, alam niyo po, tigilan niyo na yan. Kasi naloko na po kayo ng sindikato. Okay, di ba? Ayan, 1987 kuno. Okay? So nakakita na ba kayo ng ganyan? TCT number tapos Department of Agrarian Reform na parang tinayplitan lang. So alam mong peke yan. So anyway, extraordinary due diligence, etc. So higher level na po yun. Typically, you need a lawyer for that. Hindi po kaya ng broker yun. Okay? So buy land. They're not making it anymore. So that's the advice. So is it safe to acquire lands or real estate that's untitled? Like I said, yes. As long as you conduct proper legal due diligence. Okay? So ang ano po natin, ang ating defense is you have to be a buyer for value and in good faith. Okay? Or innocent purchaser for value and good faith. So depende po yan kung anong ginamit ng ating Supreme Court. But they're all in the same. Okay? A buyer for value and good faith is one who buys property of another without notice that some other person has a right to or interest in such property and pays full and fair price for the same at the time of the purchase or before he has notice of the claim or interest that some other persons have on the property. Okay? He buys the property with the well-founded belief that the person from whom he receives the thing had title to the property and capacity to convey it. So kung tax declaration lang po, same din. Basta nag-due diligence ka, hindi mo alam na may preterated heir kasi tinanong mo lahat. Attorney nagsinungaling eh. Then that is the fault. That is not your fault. Kasi kung nagtanong ka, consistent naman yung pagsisinungaling nila, then wala kang alam doon sa defect in the title. Okay? Pero kung bibili ka ng mana at may section 4 rule 74 na annotation doon sa tax declaration, then if it's within the 2-year period, I would say huwag mo nang bilhin yung property. Look for another property. Okay? So the seller is the registered owner of land, tapos meron siyang possession. Yan yung mga titignan nyo. So at the time of the sale, the buyer was not aware of any claim or interest of some other person in the property or any defect or restriction in the title of the seller or his capacity to convey the title property. So that, pag na-prove niya ang 3 things na yan, then your defense as a buyer in good faith and for value is solid. So, more or less, pareho po yan. Hindi ko na yung ulit-ulitin. Okay? Buyer and good faith pa rin po yan. You have a copy of this. So, tingnan nyo lang po yung mga Supreme Court decisions. That is for you to read and just for your information. May I remind you, please do not dispense legal advice. Considering you don't have ATTY plus a period in front of your name. Except syempre sila Atty. Cherry. May nakita ko si Don Gallardo. I don't know if that's Atty. Don. Ang aking boss, that's si Atty. Don Gallardo. Okay? Session na po, mag-extend tayo kasi may questions po. Okay, so what's the end goal? When all efforts have been made towards the conduct of a proper and sometimes exhaustive legal due diligence, you can now reach a conclusion that is appropriate to the situation. Then you can now formulate an answer to the final question. What is the exit strategy? Okay? So, maintain a good relationship with an experienced and skillful and creative real estate attorney. So si attorney si Atty. Gallardo, if that's siya nga po yung Don Gallardo na participant natin ngayon, yung si Atty. Cherry, etc. Okay? So thank you very much. May question po. Oops, sorry. Kung may questions pa po, bahala na po sila Ma'am Emily. Sana naintindihan ko kahit mabilis ha, pasensya na. Kasi like I said, ito po, in all honesty, ang legal I've done the lecture ng legal due diligence and it was for 3 hours. 3 hours po yan. Okay, this is not a 2-hour So, syempre, nung sinabi sa akin ni Emily na, attorney, pag inahin natin, sige, sabi ko, sige, gawin na lang natin 2 hours. Pero, mabilis ang mabilis ang discussion. Okay, so pasensya na po kung mabilis.
Thank you, attorney. Kahit po siksik, liglig, umaapaw yung ninyo, marami pa rin talagang nakikinig. Kasi as of now, we are still 171 attendees. Tas marami pa pong questions po. So, attorney, magtatanong lang po kami siguro last 3 questions.
Sige, anong oras po? Anong oras na?
Is 3:21.
Sige, if you want, we can do up to 3:45. Ay, sorry. Depende sa inyo kasi nga, like I said, the value of this lecture are on answering the questions. I don't mind if we extend as long as the participants will consent to the extension. Kasi malay mo ba, di ba? Meron ko yung benta, di ba? Ano kung kailangan ko na magbenta? So, alis ka na. Siya na lang po.
Okay po, attorney. Ito po yung question. Isa sa mga, ito po. This is from an anonymous attendee. Ang sabi niyo po is, if there's no assigned executor or administrator yet for the EJS, who could sign the ATS? And would it be okay to ask all heirs to sign the ATS instead?
Yes, pwede naman po, kung kaya nyo. The problem is, if some of the heirs, and most likely because of our current situation, yung ibang heirs po nasa ibang bansa. Okay? So, kung papayag naman sila na meron silang SPA na consularized or yung may red ribbon or apostilled, then pwede naman. Okay? So please, ako nga pala, I remind you again, ladies and gentlemen, please do not sell property na walang ATS. Okay? Because, why? Bakit, attorney? Because dun ho ang magiging basihan nyo kapag hindi po kayo binigyan ng inyong commission. Because that is a paper trail. That is evidentiary in nature. And therefore, nakalagay. Siyempre, ilalagay mo dun ha, yung kung 6% ang iyong kung 6% ang iyong ang iyong commission. At pwede namang yung ilagay yon. Tapos, may holdover clause. Okay? I hope everyone understands what a holdover clause is. So, if kung ang authority to sell mo is good for 6 months, tapos you worked on it for 6 months, tapos na-ibenta siya on the 7th month, tapos buyer mo pag yung galing, so dapat may holdover clause na kung i-register mo yung property, nung buyer ng property ay ganito at within the next 30 days after the expiration of your ATS na ibenta yon, then you are still allowed to collect commission. So that is your holdover clause. Kung wala kayong ATS na may holdover clause, pasensyahan na lang tayo. Pag nagdemanda kayo, mahihirapan kayong to prove that you are that your client is liable to pay you your your commission. Okay? So, that's a lesson learned po dapat.
Yes.
Thank you, Atty.
Another question po is, if the tax declaration was issued after 1945, can it be used as a proof of ownership even if it has no actual possession of the property? By Elmer Espiritu.
Pampakiulit, teka, ano? Sorry
If tax dec was issued after 1945, can it be used as proof of ownership even if one has no actual possession of the property?
Well, that depends, okay? So kung 1945, according to our local government code, even before the local government code of 1991, nire-revise po palagi ang ating tax declaration. So from 1945, definitely na-revise po yan. Hopefully, kung nakalagay po din Juan de la Cruz pa rin po yung nakapangalan. The problem is kung walang, anong tawag ito? Kung walang possession. Now, doon sa walang possession, you just have to prove na kung sinin, if the possessor there, the current possessor there is a informal settler, or ang tawag nga dyan sa sa batas, those who forcibly entered the property. Kasi surreptitious po ang forcible entry. Ibig sabihin hindi sila nag-announce, bigla na silang pumasok at nagtayo ng bahay doon. Then they have to deal with the informal settlers na walang possession. So kung 1945, in order for you to prove your ownership, you have to get the latest tax declaration. And hopefully, when you get your latest tax declaration, kung ano pong nakapangalan doon sa tax declaration in 1945, ngayon pa rin po ang nakapangalan sa current tax declaration ngayon. And separately, you have to deal with the possession issue. So, konti na lang po ang nakikita ko na lupa na hindi na napapasok ng illegal settlers, ng informal settlers. Okay? Okay, so basahin ko lang nakita kong comment ni Attorney Don. Habang nakikinig siya sa akin habang gumagawa ng pleading. Multitasking, yan ang gusto ko. Okay? Sorry, binabasa ko po yan, yung is that the same question? Nakita ko yun biglang nawala. May tax declaration 1945 tas nawala. So anyway, I hope I answered that to your satisfaction. So kung may 1945 kayo at ngayon nyo lang naisipan na i-claim ang ownership, then I hope and pray that there is no other person who is possessing the property. Okay? So it's a legal case. Alam ng mga abogado yan, it's a legal case kapag napasok siya ng estranghero, so to speak. Right? See, for 1945, so gaano katagal yan, di ba? Tapos hindi alam ng mga tao, then baka nagawa na ng paraan na nalagyan yun ng title. Okay? So kung may na-issue ng title, kahit peke pa yung kahit may infirmity pa yung title, the problem is, kapag may infirmity yung title, naka-register na siya sa RD, then you need to go to court to have it cancelled. Tapos wala ka pang possession, so mas dobling mahirap ang nyo. But like I said, you have to consult a lawyer for that. Okay? Contact Attorney Don Gallardo, whose details are ano pa? Sino pa? Babasahin ko lang How about po if one of the titles of one piece of property is an alley? this gated property has 4 titles including this alley title. Hindi na po pwedeng ibenta unless ma-convert. Plus, the alley pa is in the name of a deceased grandmother. What will be your buy? Okay, I have an actual case on that. Miss Anonymous attendee, whether you are a male or a female, you are still anonymous. So, nangyari po yan sa Quezon City, madalas yung ganyan. Yung mga developers, nag-develop sila ng rectangular shape ng land. On the left side or the right side, yun ang right of way. Nakapangalan doon sa property owner. Okay? At doon sa nag-develop o doon sa mismong binentahan, binilhan ng developer. Tapos doon sa side, the opposite side, doon na po yung mga lots na ginawang apartment. Okay? So may technical decision, may title sila. Same situation doon sa ginawa ko. Ang solusyon po diyan, lahat po noong nakatira doon dapat mag-agree na they will share in the payment of the real property taxes of that strip of right of way. Kasi lahat naman sila nakikinabang. Kasi yung tinawag ako, and this was during my early days pa, 2007 or 2008. I think hindi pa ako broker nun. I was called kasi nga hindi na babayaran yung real property taxes kasi nakapangalan hindi sa kanila kasi yung lots nila, di ba? Syempre pag may apartment, yung house and lot mo na may apartment, may title. So yun lang ang binabayaran nila, yun ang may tax declaration. No one ever dared to pay the right of way. So yung pinaka nasa dulo uses that right of way para pumunta to ingress and egress. So ganun din po yun, di ba? Ang funny nga doon is lahat sila may susi doon sa gate, lahat ng may-ari. So kanya-kanyang bukas ng gate. So okay lang yun. So sabi ko, kung gusto niyo masolusyonan yan kasi baka nakatanggap na ng auction, ng notice of auction. Ito namang Quezon City noon, I think it was under Endriga. Sino yung pinakamagaling na assessor ng mga panahon? I think si Endriga nga. Si Mr. Endriga. In-auction niya lahat ng mga hindi nagbabayad. So natakot niya yung mga property owners. And one of those property owners was my client. So sabi ko, attorney, anong gagawin namin? So sabi ko, pag-usapan niyo lahat kayo nung nando sa property, i-divide nyo. Let's come up with an agreement na babayaran nyo yan in perpetuity kung sino man yung may-ari niyan, babayaran yung right of way doon. Okay? So yun lang, yung property na yun ang nasa tax deck pero walang title. Hindi na patitulan. So kung whether may title yun o hindi, basta mag-agree sila na babayaran nila yung real property tax din para hindi na i-auction. At ang sinabi ko nga po doon ay mas maganda kung i-annotate nyo yung inyong agreement doon sa titles ninyo para kung sino man ang bibili nun, maintindihan niya nung bibili na kailangan mag-share siya doon sa payment ng real property taxes doon right of way na yun. Okay? So I hope that satisfies the answer. So that's the actual case that I have and that's how I would solve the same problem. Marami po yan sa Quezon City. Okay? Time check po.
3:32.
Okay, so may hanggang 3:45 po. So ano pa ba? Are you familiar with the Hacienda Rojas Cloa line? Miss Anonymous attendee or Mr. Anonymous attendee? Yes, I so know the Hacienda Rojas Cloa in Nasubu, and because this is a public forum, I will not answer any question about that because masalimot po yan. Okay? Ayoko po magsalita, pero hindi po pwede mag-komento doon. Unless kayo yung isang may-ari at kayo yung part ng mga CLOA owners na noong developer, ayoko na magsabi kung sino yung developer. So question, what if a 75-year-old plus is missing for more than 10 years? Okay. Okay, I could answer yung kanina po more than 10 years already but without will po. Paano po yung process for presumption of death? What is the first step to do? Oh, you have to go to court. Okay, you have to go to court and a petition for the judicial declaration of presumptive death. Tama ba attorney Don? Parang yun eh. Sorry Ito nangyayari pag 22 years ka na in the practice. Akala mo bata ka pa pero ang dami mo nang nalilimutan na ginawa mo noong early days na yung practice. Pero as far as I remember, petition for the judicial declaration of presumptive death, yun ang ifa-file nyo. Kailangan po ma-declare siya presumptively death, tapos pag presumptively death na po siya, may you could ask the court. Don't forget to tell your lawyer to ask the court for the issuance of a death certificate. Kasi yun ang gagamitin nyo ngayon para sa settlement ng estate. Di ba? Kasi hindi nyo masasettle ang estate niya kung walang tax declaration naman ako, kung walang, ano tawag ito? Kung walang death certificate. Okay? So you have to ask the court to order the PSA to issue. Kapag dineclare siya presumptively death, kasi nga under the provisions of the family code or the civil code, presumptively death na siya, pwede na siya i-declare, then ask for an issuance of a death certificate. Okay? Para lang ma-settle mo yung estate at mabayaran mo yung tax declaration. Taxes ng estate taxes, etc. Alright? Ano pa?
Attorney,
Yes po.
this would be the last question na kasi medyo
Alright.
umuulan na po. Baka mawala ng connection. Oo, natatakot kami.
Tama yan.
Ah,
Ganito rin dyan
oo.
dito sa indang. Pag umukulan na mawala ang connection.
Oo.
Pray for
Here po
PLDT.
from PP Cynthia Passes sa Prebap LMP. When should trace back of title be done? Up to how many trace back is recommended?
Oh, that depends on your on the level of your legal due diligence. Minsan 3 titles, pero kung nakakita kayo like yung sinabi ko kanina, di ba? May nakalagay na yung subject to the provisions of the PD ano yun? Yung PD 957, hindi PD 957, PD 1529, yung Commonwealth Act of 141 which is the Public Land Act saka yung environmental laws. Pag nakita ganun kayo sa title nyo, I would suggest that you go until the patent para makita nyo kung may section 112. Kasi kung may excuse me po, kung may section 112, then alam nyo na pag magkakaroon ng expropriation proceedings, then hindi po siya babayaran at magkakaroon lang po ng enforcement of lien on the property. Right? Kasi marami pong ganyan. Alam nyo, yung mga Chinese buyers na namili sila ng mga properties dito sa dadaanan ng Calax, hoping na meron silang gain doon sa expropriation proceedings. Tapos syempre, hindi nila alam yung section 112. So in this, bayaran sila ng lupa, bayaran yung lupa na na-expropriate, binayaran lang po yung numbers of trees na dinaanan ng highway. So kawawa naman sila. So it is important kung as much as possible, please consult your lawyer for that. Okay? So last question. Thank you very much, Ma'am Emily. Thank you very much, LMP. Nandiyan pa ba si Ma'am Cora, si Ma'am Karen? Attorney Cherry, Attorney Don. Yan. Okay? And my beloved RMT si Ma'am Michelle, saka si Sir Eugene. Thank you very much po for listening. At hindi kayo natulog.
Attorney, bago kayo umalis, we have here the certificate of appreciation. Take it away, Bay. Kasi Bay.
Yes, Attorney Jojo, thank you for your time. Now, in gratitude for your unselfish sharing of expertise and active participation as CPD speaker during REBAP CPD Renewal for real estate brokers and salespersons through REBAP LMP with the topics, the importance of the law on succession and the training law in real estate deals, and legal due diligence for real properties with the dead owners, titled and untitled. Signed by Press Doc Charita Indoto, and our dearest VP Emily, also with the National President Daisy Villaos, and National VP for External Affairs, CRB Corazon. Thank you, Attorney. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for the opportunity and congratulations po sa lahat, sa LMP at sa Davao chapter.
Yeah,
Nakita ko na si Coach Cherry.
Thank you, Attorney Jojo. Alam mo, favorite ka talaga namin kasi napakagaling mo at lalo kita-kita naman ang daming nakaka-appreciate. So sana huwag po kayo magsawa na maging aming speaker. Thank you ulit.
Magre-retire na ako next year. Hindi, joke
La,
lang.
hindi pwede. Ikaw
Hindi
ang
pa
ano,
pwede.
ikaw ang ano, most
Hindi, share
favorite.
ko lang, alam nyo, isang dekada na ako nagsasalita. Kasi I was looking back dun sa certificate of accreditation ko, 2013 July when it was issued. So, more than 1 decade na. So, pwede na mag-retire, di ba? Si Atty. Don ang papalit sa akin. Saka si Atty. Cherry, pwede rin.
Ay, sabi ni Jay, thank you daw.
Si Boss Jay! Jay! Kailangan mag-coffee tayo. Pasensya
Coffee
na,
tayo
taga
minsan.
Las Piñas lang ako eh. Kung nasa Las Piñas ka, pupuntahan kita. Pero alam ko
Luluwas
nasa-
kami dyan.
Sige. Sige po. Oh my God, may nabasa ko. Atty. Perez, my professor sa ano yun? May professor. Parang ang tanda ko na no? Professor ako.
Okay. Sige po. Attorney, makakapag-picture na po tayo ngayon.
Ayan.
Okay.
ito na.
Ilagay po natin sa photo album. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile.
Another page pa ba?
Maraming page. Kasi
Oo,
100.
kasi 169, oh.
Ipo-promote muna natin to panelists alphabetically, ha?
Ayan.
Uy, matagal yan pag promotion.
Ay, ang gaganda.
Focus na lang din.
Ang gorgeous naman ng mga attendees natin ngayon.
Bea, Ems, pa-help din na mag-promote.
Sige.
Start tayo sa A.
Oh, suggestion ko, if you want, send me the questions, then I will answer it na lang. Ako papadala ko sa inyo yung answer ba? Pero if you want lang naman. Yun, nakita ko na sa Atty. Don. Boss, how are you? Atty. Don, hindi pa sa akin kumukontak si Press Patrick. Sabihin ko lang ha.
So, to acknowledge lang po our panelists. Now, we have so first off, NB Cora Cabong, si IPP Cherry, si Ninong Ramon Uy, si Treasurer Luis, Celine, Jose, DOT Rod Banaag, hello, and also CRB Abigail Magat, PP Aida Hizon, and Alfredo Antonio, Christian Roman, Edna Estrada, and mga CRBs po natin na Ebenezer Ian Higa, CRB Esther Distor, CRB Emma Yamson, CRB Donna Grino, Sec Lu Gasis, Yuli Mela, CRB Alicia Yuhayam, CRB Don Josdado Carlo Gallardo, and CRB Claire, and sino pa po ba? Si CRB Eliona Peralta, and CRB Irmatan. Hello po.
Ma'am, napunta ko sa panel instead of attendee.
Wala yan!
Na-promote na po namin.
Panelist talaga.
Tutorial.
Okay, picture tayo. Please, yung mga pinopromote, huwag yung i-decline.
Pauna lang po yung mga camera.
Sir Ron Balag, hello sir.
Tanggalin na lang ako sa panelist. What happened here?
Oh, Tony.
Picture taking po tayo.
Picture taking po.
Kaya po sa panelist.
Ma'am Esther, hello. Sensya na
Trustee Bea, let's acknowledge din the presence of our friends from Lamudi, Philippines. Meron sila ditong participants. Metro Angeles Real Estate Board Association, the Parib-Marib. Architect, engineers, lawyers, mga respies, at saka mga CPAs. Thank you for coming. Oo. Alam ko meron dito from... Oo. Then Trustee Bea, alam ko meron from LP si Reb din. And Pareb, I think.
Yung taga-Marib po, kumusta kayo? I was supposed to talk to, be a speaker sa kanila, kaso for some reason, nawalan sila ng participants. Right? So, kaya congratulations po at maraming participants ngayon.
Yes, everyone for the support and of course, kasi nga, attorney, inaabangan talaga kayo ng marami. Kahit ilang beses po kayo nagsiseminar, kaliwa kanan, talagang one of the best kayo. Box office kayo.
Hindi totoo yun. Kasi, come on, na-cancel yung sa Marib. Na-cancel yung sa Global City. So, hindi ako yung inaabangan nila. Dahil lang yan, sa number of participants lang.
Halos lahat nandito po sila ngayon. So, I would like to introduce our speaker right now. I mean, who will be expressing the closing remarks. She is our Vice President at LMP Finance, and her name is CRB Net Ingilio. She has had her educational background established in BS Economics and Masters in Economics, but has found a personally rewarding career as a real estate broker. She is currently the chapter's Vice President for Finance, and she looks forward to growing with co-brokers and sales agents through seminars and speakers, learning from speakers as such. Ladies and gentlemen, this is VP Net Ingilio. Paki-unmute po, VP Net. Please unmute yourself.
Magandang hapon po. Can you hear me well? Okay. Opo. I would, our president, Charito Indonto, would like to say her thanks for you attending the seminar, for your support to the chapter. We also want to thank the great team behind this. Emily Nugib for her leadership, Bea Indonto, VP Emily Nugib, Trustee Bea Indonto, VP Denise Adriano, former VP for MIS, Richard Raymond Uy, our current secretary, Lou Gases, Trustee Rod Banaan. Your support had been incredible. Past President Grace De La Rosa, immediate past President Cherry V. Castillo. So we would like to thank also for the national support from Ms. Cora Cabug and Karen Madlangbayan. So Attorney Jojo, let us just express yung pasasalamat namin. Umaapaw po yung yung napakaraming thank you po. You made it look so simple. Yung mga green flags na we should aspire for, and yung mga red flags na dapat alam namin, magdahan-dahan na kami doon. Napakadetalyado pero hindi siya mahirap. Ang pinadiin niyo po sa amin, may puso po itong ginagawa namin. Always, the law attempts to inherently and always be fair, protecting the rights of those even disadvantaged, or promoting the greater good. Yung promoting the greater good, you emphasize it on the expropriation, and yung protecting the rights of the disadvantaged, you clarified it for those born out of wedlock. The foreigners can even own property under inheritance. Pwede naming ma-overlook yun. Pero palagi naming maaalala kasi by law, walang kinakatigan. Tapos by nature, yun yung nature namin. Parang ang nature ng mga brokers, lagi tayong fair. Ayaw natin na may masagasaan. Napakagaling nating mag-espouse, mag-recommend. Pero on the fair side, siguro hindi tayo nakakatulog pag unfair. So, nagpapasalamat po ako dahil yung pag-explain nyo, detalyado pero hindi mahirap. Secondly, napaka-encouraging po. Yung sobrang ang gagaling na tanong. Personally, gusto ko ng parang yung nagtatanong, kilala ko sila pero nakikita ko yung passion nila. So, you have already given us a superpower. This is a source of our strength. Merong knowledge, continuing professional education, together with the trust. So, na-unlock niyo po yung bago naming superpower. Our knowledge together with the trust. So marami pong salamat, Attorney Jojo. So paano po yon? Another 10 years of So what will be the next topic? Marami pong salamat sa lahat ng sa lahat po ng those behind this.
Segue ko lang po dun sa kung totoo man na hinahanap niyo ako as speaker, ang next CPD po ay sa my motherboard, Rebap Metro Tagaytay. Dun po sa kulang. Kalimutan ko na. Sometime October po. Okay, sometime October. So, yung mga CRBs po will be notified. Especially magagaling kay Ma'am Cora sa kay Ma'am Karen kung kailan ma-approve yung aming CPD at kung kailan po yung naka-schedule na approve date. Okay? So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat po sa sa lahat ng kind words, nakakataba po ng puso. Pero syempre, this is a passion. Pero sabi ko nga guest namin si Vincent Gian po, if you remember him. CRB po siya from Tugigaraw ba o Isabela. Meron na po siya nag-launch na siya ng book. Ako po, nakakatatlong draft. 3 separate books na puro draft pa lang, wala pa po akong naano. Kaya sabi ko nga sa RMT, baka next year, hinay-hinay muna ako para makatapos lang ako ng libro na gagawin. So, yun lang po. Kasi po, iba po yung seminar, iba din po yung kung may libro ka na mababasa ng iba kasi mas marami po yung reach. Okay? So, I'm just talking kasi naghihintay po tayo na ma-approve yung mga in-invite, okay? So I give it back to the great and wonderful officials and officers of LMP. Parang member niyo na rin ako kasi like sabi ko kay Cherry, ilang years ako sa basta hanggang 35 po ako nung umalis ako sa Las Piñas. Okay? So saan man ako ilagay sa City of Las Piñas, Muntinlupa and Parañaque, alam ko po yung area because I also studied in Benedictine Abbey School. And therefore, alam ko yung BF Resort, BF Parañaque, di ba? Pag nagkakat ako ng klase sa high school, alam ko kung saan ako pupunta sa BF Parañaque, etc. Tapos, yung mga tita ko po, taga Baclaran, Tambo, so alugog ko na. So, thank you very much po. And like I said, parang family ko rin kayo because I am a Las Piñasero, kung may ganun nga akong pangalan. At ilang beses na rin po ako nagsasalita sa inyo. Okay? So thank you very much po.
Thank you din po, Attorney. And I think you're trying to say po is Las Piñero, maybe.
Yeah. That's it. Kasi Caviteño ako by blood So, di ba? Although like I said nga, taga Las Piñas ako for the last 35 years of my life. Yung first 35 ko nasa Las Piñas na.
Yan. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney. Thank you so much.
Ay, nga pala.
Let's take
huwag niyo po kakalimutan yung CPD ng aming RMT. Okay? Yeah. Kasi as much as possible, ito siguro alam ni Attorney Cherry, I create new topics. So para hindi boring din sa nakikinig. Hindi ko lang po alam ngayon since wala yung phone ko at nasa anak ko. Hindi ko po alam kung ano yung topic na na sinend ko sa sa RMT for approval. But it's a new topic. I think redemption more on redemption yun. So if you're handling yung legal redemption, what's legal redemption, what is yung etc. Basta about redemption, etc. So pasensya na po, wala sa akin yung phone.
Okay. Okay, attorney, we're looking forward to that, and we'll send. I'm sure the participants here, especially the real estate brokers, na kulang pa sa CPD units, aabangan po yan. The Metro, from Metro Tagaytay, Rebap Metro Tagaytay. Ayan. Thank you po again, attorney. Let's take pictures na. Okay na, ready na, no? Let's go na.
Kung sino na lang muna yun nandito. Okay.
Pa-open na po ng camera natin.
Okay, ako na magte-take ng picture pag sinabi ko pong pwede na, umalis, pwede na. Pero for na hold lang po, Okay. Okay, it's 4 panels. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Hold lang po, Smile. Last one. Okay, yung mga na-picturean po, you can, you can leave and then you can promote the others na po.
But don't forget to answer the evaluation form. Nasa chat box po natin.
And naka-share na po dito sa chat box. Saglit lang naman po yan, just like the one you answered kanina. So, paki-answer na lang po. And again, thank you very much, everyone, for making this CPD seminar very much successful talaga and well-attended. Yeah, thank you po sa lahat.
Permission to leave, Your Honors.
Okay na tayo.
Wala pa po ako.
Yung mga hindi pa po napopromote, wag na muna kayo umalis, please.
Permission to leave, Your Honors.
Yes po, attorney.
All right,
Thank you so much. God bless po.
Thank you very much. Ma'am Cora, bye-bye. Attorney Cherry, Attorney Don, and sa lahat po. Bye-bye.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank you po. Bye-bye po. God bless.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Idol.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
While meron pa 56 na, 47 na lang.
Oo. Kung hindi niyo po ako narinig kanina nag-picture, stay na lang po muna kayo. Ibig sabihin hindi kayo na-picturean.
Hindi po tayo.
While waiting.
Evaluation.
Oo, the evaluation form. And nakita ko si Pipi Grace de la Rosa. I would like to say thank you talaga. Thank you sa support.
Picture na lang muna tayo. Meron tayong 62 para yung iba can leave na.
Ayan na, go na para...
Okay, wait lang, Richard. 3 panels po ito. Smile lang. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Next. Okay, thank you. Yung mga narinig po yung voice ko, pwede na po kayo mag-leave. Thank you very much.
Ayan, thank you so much po. God bless.
An arrangement that triggered angry rows.
Last round na po ito ng pag-promote namin for panelists po. Sa mga nag-decline po, hindi na po kayo mapapicturan po. Thank you.
Picture na tayo, Richard.
Wait lang, may ano pa. Wait lang. The last ano ko na sir. Last round na tayo. Okay, wala na po. Nag-decline na sila lahat. In 27 po na hindi na po natin mapipicturean. Thank you. Pangalan na lang po yung sasabit namin sa PRC. So, thank
Okay,
you po.
ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2. Okay, okay na po. Thank you, everyone.
Okay na.